And the title of this year's Trade and Investment Forum is Driving Green and Inclusive Economic Growth in the Mediterranean Region. My name's Natasha Walker, and I will be your moderator for the day. Very happy to be back. We have translation today in English, French, and in Arabic. And so I would like to remind everybody to speak slowly so that our wonderful interpreters can make sure they keep up. We also have a visual facilitator with us online. She will be recording visually what she understands our conversations to be all about, and we'll hear more from her at the end of the day. And that day will take us through 3 main sessions. The first on opportunities and challenges of the green transition. So what are we looking forward to, but what is also causing us headaches? Secondly, seeing how to promote opportunities for green investment and green jobs. And thirdly, to understand the role of sustainable supply chains for better trade in the Mediterranean. But first, let's ask our hosts from the Union for the Mediterranean, Hamid El-Trebi from the Secretariat, if you could please welcome us here today, Hamid. Thank you. And I'm a big fan of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natasha. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Let me welcome Her Excellency Patricia Yombard-Cusack, the Ambassador of the EU delegation to the Kingdom of Morocco, Mr. Youssef Dahoui, the Director of International Trade at the Ministry of Industry of Trade of Morocco. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to our UfM Trade and Investment Forum for this year. The 6th in 6 successive years, this time taking place in the beautiful capital of Morocco, Rabat, which honored us with hosting this and other UfM activities over the past years, and which has always engaged actively with the UfM Secretariat in different capacities and modalities, supporting us and contributing significantly to our work. Before I proceed, and in the name of the entire UfM family, I would like to express our deepest condolences to all those affected by the Dana floods in Valencia and the other vicinities of Valencia, since Spain is the host of the headquarters of the UfM Secretariat. Now I will proceed with my intervention. When the 2018 Brussels Ministerial Declaration of the Trade Ministers was adopted, they tasked the UfM Secretariat to hold an annual business forum dedicated to trade facilitation and investment promotion in the region. Our response was immediate. Our partnership with the German Development Cooperation further enhanced our capacity to mobilize the ecosystem of partners and stakeholders and turn this forum into a fixture on the regional agenda of the UfM. Ministers back then reiterated the importance of involving the business organization operators of the Union for the Mediterranean member states, including relevant chambers of commerce, trade promotion organizations, all of that in the definition and implementation of regional trade and investment reform agenda. They encouraged the organization of business to governments and business to business meetings in the region, also in the framework of the envisaged sectoral cooperation, building on already ongoing regional initiatives. Last year, many of you were present at the 5th edition of this Trade and Investment Forum, which took place in Brussels, focused on boosting employment in the Southern Mediterranean through trade and investment. Part of it was highly dedicated to the Team Europe initiatives for jobs through trade and investment, about which we are going to hear today some updates. The participants coincided back then on the need to unite economic development, trade, and justice as prerequisites for stability and peace in the region. They also held that job creation and inclusiveness should be the overarching goal to ensure an economy that works for people. They expressed their concerns about the insufficient level of implementation and enforcement of the current trade agreements in the region due to the mounting protectionism and the subsequent economic costs, and stressed the need to harmonize trade policies and upgrade existing agreements to tune them into services and investment in order to ensure transparency and fair treatment across the region. This year, as you all know, the focus of the forum will be green trade, green investment, green jobs, and sustainable supply chains in the region, all of which are both interrelated and indispensable for a sustainable and inclusive development in the region. The choice of thematics is backed by a firm belief on our part, a belief that is based on a vision according to which the future will be green and blue. Green for circular economy and blue for the maritime economy. The statistics and figures associated with green and just transitions are both alarming and promising, depending on whether you see the half empty or half part full of the glass. But one thing holds true regardless of how you see it. This is not on our side, and it's about time. And the legitimate aspirations of our people are far from fulfilled. Let me share with you some figures in this respect. Sustainable trade practices can open new markets, create decent jobs, and drive innovation. According to the UNCTAD, transitioning to a circular economy could create over 7 million jobs and add $4.5 trillion in 2030. Now, if we focus on investment, green investments decreased in 2023. But according to the World Economic Forum, in order to achieve a net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, $5 trillion will need to be invested annually by 2030. Later today, we have also the representative of the European Investment Bank, from whom we are going to hear more on this. In parallel, green jobs grow twice as fast as workers with green skills, because the skilling gap persists across the world and not enough efforts are in place to tackle the problem. This applies perfectly to the UfM region, and the repercussions are already visible. Beyond the figures that I have already shared with you, other challenges still loom on the horizons of green and trade investment. By way of example, I will mention 3 of them. First, the persisting regulatory and policy divergence in light of rather fragmented policies and lack of proper harmonization between countries and within countries. Second, the financing and investment gaps, given the limited access to capital, the high cost of transition, the low level of FDIs, and the fact that some UfM member states still subsidize fossil fuel despite committing to low carbon transition. Third, the twin evils of political uncertainty in some sub-regions due to political and armed conflicts and the persisting customs and administrative barriers. I could go on, but I am sure that you will be addressing this more in detail during our discussions today. We are far from unlocking the full potential of green trade and investment in the region, and it is precisely through dialogues like the one we are having today that we try to generate an action-oriented recommendations for the policymakers in the region. The UfM Secretariat, of course, has been actively engaged in tackling the current challenges through multi-stakeholders dialogue and through targeted instruments under the umbrella of the UfM Hub for Trade, Investment and Jobs, which was officially launched in Marrakesh here in 2022 in the margins of the UfM Ministerial on Employment and Labor, which again, as I mentioned, is fully aligned with the spirit of the Team Europe initiative on jobs through trade and investment. Among the targeted instruments that I mentioned are the technical trainings and study visits organized in trade and investment related areas, as well as the handbooks developed for several countries to help their officials comply with international regulations. Moreover, this year we have launched the UfM Grant Scheme on Inclusive Digital Trade, which aims to support and increase the participation of relevant entities, social enterprises, and business communities in e-commerce, with a particular focus on business organizations led and operated by women in Algeria, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Mauritania, Morocco, Palestine, and Tunisia. The grant scheme intends to identify and address the challenges business organizations face in e-commerce through training and capacity building measures. All of that, again, as mentioned, is supported by the German Development Cooperation. I'm not trying to take an exhaustive stock of what we do at the UfM Secretariat, but rather to give you a glimpse of what we do. And I also take the chance to bring to your attention that we are planning to launch a second edition of the UfM Regional progress report on regional integration. Later today, in one of the panels, you will also hear more from the representative of the OECD. Next year, in addition to this report, we already have activities envisaged in the fields of sustainable trade, investment and value chains. And naturally, I invite you all to follow the agenda on our official website and to keep track of our events coming up, because the Secretariat, as we always say, is your platform. I am personally pleased to be here and to hold this forum in Morocco, because it is a country that had a great importance in trade history and one that has been modernizing its transportation infrastructure and the associated services in order to position itself as a regional trade hub and a gateway for the African continent. From the ancient trans-Saharan trade routes to the trans-Mediterranean exchange with Europe and beyond, one has only to mention names like Sijil Massa, Fez, Marrakesh, Tanger, to evoke images of caravans, bazaars, and thriving millenary commercial activity. Even Morocco's greater traveler and explorer, Ibn Battuta, left us a legacy account describing vibrant markets, bustling ports, and prosperous trading cities around the world, noting how trade brought prosperity and cultural exchange across the region he visited. Back to our forum. Like always, the key ideas and all what is going to be discussed here today will figure out and will be compiled in an outcome document that will guide future actions on trade and investment. And most importantly, the next UfM Ministerial on Trade, which hopefully will take place in 2025, whose date is yet to be confirmed. Without further ado, I thank you again for joining us today. I thank you for being with us. We stand committed to accompany all the efforts aiming at regional integration, facilitation, and investment promotion in the region. Thank you, and I look forward to our discussions today and also to count on you being part of our UfM ecosystem. Thank you very much. Back to you, Nabil.
Thank you very much for welcoming us here today. And now let's invite the host of our meeting here in Morocco. Joint host is obviously this wonderful country, and it's Youssef Sahoui, who is the Director of International Trade, representing the Secretariat of Industry and Trade in Morocco. If I could please ask you to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, everybody.
Excellence, Madame l'ambassadrice de l'Union
Excellencies,
européenne à
Madam
Rabat.
Ambassador,
Excellences,
the EU
Mesdames et
Rabat,
Messieurs,
Excellencies, ladies and
c'est un
gentlemen.
honneur et un immense
It's an
plaisir
honor and a
pour
huge
moi de
pleasure
m'adresser
for
à vous
me
aujourd'hui
to talk
au
to
nom du
you
Royaume
today
du
in the name
Maroc
of the Kingdom of Morocco,
à l'occasion de ce forum
in the
de
name of
l'Union
this,
pour la
on the occasion of
Méditerranée.
this forum of
sur le
the
commerce et
Union for the
l'investissement
Mediterranean
tenu ici à
about
Rabat.
trade and investment held
Ce
in Rabat.
rendez-vous
This
revêt
appointment
une grande importance
is
pour
very
le Maroc.
important for
Il
Morocco
s'inscrit dans notre
because
vision
it is
commune
part of our
de
common
renforcer la
vision
coopération
aiming
économique
at
au sein de
strengthening
la région
economic vision in the region
et d'ouvrir de nouvelles
and opening
perspectives
new
pour une
prospects
croissance inclusive
for
et durable.
inclusive and sustainable growth.
Excellences, Mesdames et
Ladies and
Messieurs,
gentlemen,
comme vous le savez,
as you know,
en dépit de ce contexte
despite
mondial
this global
difficile,
context that is
la
difficult,
Méditerranée est riche
the Mediterranean
en
is
ressources
rich in terms
et
of
dispose
resources
d'un potentiel
and
énorme,
has a huge
lui
potential,
permettant d'aller de l'avant,
allowing the
surmonter
Mediterranean
les
to
défis
go
auxquels
to move
elle fait
forward
face.
and overcome the difficulties
Notre
it is
présence
facing.
ici
Our
aujourd'hui
presence here in
témoigne de la
Morocco
volonté
testifies to the
inéquitable du Maroc, de
unwavering
chacun de nos
will
pays,
of Morocco and
de
of
jouer
each
un
of our
rôle
countries
actif
to
et
play an
constructif
active
dans
and constructive
l'édification
role
d'une
in the building
Méditerranée
of
prospère.
thriving
En tant que
Mediterranean.
pont entre l'Afrique et
As a
l'Europe,
bridge between
le
Africa and
Royaume
Europe,
est pleinement
the Kingdom
engagé
is fully
à
committed
renforcer les
to
échanges
strengthening
commerciaux
the commercial
et
exchange and trade
les investissements
and
pour
in
promouvoir la
investments in order to
stabilité
promote
et la
stability
prospérité
and
partagée.
shared prosperity.
Notre pays est aujourd'hui
Our
un hub
country is today
économique
an
régional
economic regional
avec
hub
des secteurs clés
with some
tels que le
key sectors
textile,
such as
l'automobile,
textiles,
l'aéronautique et les
automotive,
énergies
aeronautics
renouvelables,
and renewables,
qui se distinguent par leur
which
dynamisme et leur
distinguish themselves
intégration
by
dans
their
les chaînes de valeur
vibrancy
mondiales.
in the
Le
global
Maroc
value
se positionne
chain.
également comme
Morocco
une
is also
passerelle
positioned as a
stratégique
strategic
vers l'Afrique
gateway to
subsaharienne
sub-Saharan
avec des
Africa
infrastructures modernes.
with modern
Et nous
infrastructure.
croyons fermement
And we
que cette
strongly
position
believe
géographique
that this
unique
unique
constitue
geographic
un levier puissant
location
pour renforcer les
represents
relations
an important
commerciales
lever
et les
to,
investissements entre l'Union
promote
européenne,
investment
entre
and in
l'Europe
trade between
et
EU,
l'Afrique.
between Europe and Africa.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs,
Excellencies, ladies
nous
and
ne pouvons
gentlemen,
ignorer les défis
we cannot
mondiaux
ignore,
auxquels nous
the
faisons
global
face.
challenges we are
Je
facing.
citerai
I
quelques-uns,
will mention a few,
rien que à titre d'exemple.
just as an
La
example.
transition énergétique,
Energy
la
transition,
digitalisation, les
digitalization,
questions de sécurité
the questions
alimentaire
of food
et
security,
surtout la
and
nécessité
especially
d'une
the need
croissance plus verte et
for
inclusive.
greener and inclusive
À ce
growth.
titre, le Maroc a été
So
pionnier
Morocco
en
was a
matière
pioneer
de développement durable,
in terms of sustainable
avec des
development,
projets d'envergure dans le
with
domaine des
large-scale
énergies
projects in the field
renouvelables,
of renewables,
comme la centrale
such as
solaire Nord,
a
qui est l'une des
solar
plus grandes
power
au monde.
plant, Nord, that is one of the biggest in the
Ce
world.
forum est une
This
occasion
forum is
précieuse pour
a
explorer et
precious
échanger
opportunity
les
to explore
stratégies
and
à mettre en
exchange
œuvre en
strategies
vue de
to
favoriser
be
cette
put in place
croissance verte,
in order to promote this
permettant
green
de
growth,
promouvoir des
which
investissements et
make it
des
possible
emplois
to
verts,
have
ainsi que
green
des chaînes
growth,
d'approvisionnement
green
durables.
jobs, and have sustainable
C'est
supply
également une
chains.
opportunité pour
It is also
encourager les
an
investissements
opportunity
qui
to
favorisent le
encourage
transfert de
the
technologies
investment
et la création d'emplois
foster
durables
transfer of technology
et le développement des compétences de notre jeunesse qui est la pierre
skills
angulaire de notre
for
avenir.
our youth that are the linchpin of
Par ailleurs,
the
et afin de
cornerstone of our
relever les
future.
défis face
In
au changement
addition
climatique,
to face the
le
climate change
Royaume s'est engagé dans l'adoption d'un
challenges,
modèle
Morocco
d'économie
has
verte
adopted
et
a green
inclusive,
and inclusive development model.
À cet égard, des pratiques
So,
agricoles durables sont mises en œuvre
sustainable agricultural
et
practices
visant
are
à préserver la
established, aiming at
biodiversité
preserving
et à garantir la
biodiversity
sécurité
and
alimentaire.
guaranteeing food security.
De plus, des politiques
In
favorisant
addition, some
des
policies
infrastructures
fostering
vertes attirent
green
des
infrastructure
investissements,
do
stimulant
attract
ainsi la
investments,
croissance
so they foster,
du Maroc.
thus fostering Morocco's growth.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs,
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
s'agissant de l'expérience marocaine, permettez-moi de vous rappeler que
concerning the
la
Moroccan
transition
experience, let
verte
me
et
remind you
inclusive
that the green
est
and
d'ores et
inclusive
déjà
transition is already
inscrite et
on
dans
the
le modèle
agenda,
économique
on
du
the
Maroc et elle est
Morocco's
déjà
economic
une
model,
réalité.
and is already a
Ce
reality.
chantier majeur remonte à
This
environ
major
2
project
décennies,
dates back to about 2
sous la
decades,
vision éclairée de Sa
concerning
Majesté le
under
roi
the
Mohamed
enlightened
VI de
vision of
l'Assise,
His
et
Majesty
s'appuie
King
sur un
Mohammed
cadre de
VI,
mise en
God bless
œuvre
him,
approuvé
for
et
approved
une dynamique de
implementation
consolidation.
and the dynamics
En
of
effet, le
consolidation.
nouveau modèle de développement au
Indeed,
Maroc,
what we call the
adopté en
new development
2021,
model in Morocco,
fixe
it
la vision
adopted in 2021,
d'un Maroc
sets the
prospère,
vision for a
inclusif et
thriving,
solidaire
inclusive and
à l'horizon
solidarity-based
2035
model by
et vise
2035,
l'accélération de la mise en
and
œuvre
aims
des
at the
objectifs de
acceleration of the
développement
implementation
durable
of the
et
SDGs
l'agenda
and the
2063.
Agenda 2063 of Africa.
Le
in
Maroc, à travers ce nouveau
Morocco, through
modèle,
this new
et
development
en
model,
collaborant avec
and by
d'autres pays
collaborating
de la
with other
région,
countries of the region,
peut non seulement
can not
renforcer
only
sa propre
strengthen
résilience
its
économique,
own economic
mais aussi
resilience, but also
contribuer à la
contribute
transition vers
to
une Méditerranée plus
transition
verte et
towards a
durable.
greener and more
Dans
inclusive
cette lignée, le
and
Maroc est le
transition.
premier partenaire à signer
So
le
Morocco was
partenaire
the first
vert avec
partner
l'Union
to sign the
européenne
green partnership with
qui
the EU.
vise à faire progresser
That
la
aims at
dimension extérieure du Green Deal européen
having
par des
progressed
actions sur le
the
terrain.
European Green Deal in the
Il devrait
field.
devenir un modèle
Morocco
pour
should
des
be a
partenaires
model
similaires
for
sur le continent
similar
africain,
partners in the
où le Maroc est
African
déjà
continent,
en tête
where
en
Morocco is
termes
already
d'ambition
ahead
environnementale.
in terms of environmental and climatic ambitions. Excellencies and gentlemen. So we estimate that investments in green technologies and renewables and sustainable technologies are not only beneficial for the environment, but they also represent a powerful lever for the creation of green jobs and for cooperation with the countries of the northern part of the Mediterranean. This will contribute to synergies and strengthen the capacities of the countries of the region. On the other hand, we are convinced of the fact that the implementation and of sustainable agreements between Mediterranean partners can foster green and inclusive growth while respecting the environmental standards. Those agreements do facilitate access to transfer of technologies, and if they do that, they contribute to the sustainable development of the region. We estimate that the European funds, as well as the private investments, focused on some projects meeting some criteria of sustainability and inclusion, as well as public-private partnerships, can allow undeniably to attract resources and expertise for sustainable initiatives. We also think that in order to build a thriving, inclusive future in the region, we have to put in place some sustainable supply chains in order to reduce the greenhouse gases and the environmental impact. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Morocco salutes the initiatives of UfM for the regional initiatives. We believe that strengthening our trade and our investment will be a driving force for the emergence of a united and prosperous Mediterranean. In conclusion, I would like to renew the commitment of the Kingdom of Morocco to develop its cooperation with the countries of the Union for the Mediterranean. We want to work in a spirit of solidarity and partnership in order to face up to the economic challenges of our region and exploit fully the opportunities offered to us. I invite you all to work together for a dynamic and inclusive Mediterranean where trade and investment are vectors of peace, prosperity, and sustainable development. Morocco is ready to contribute actively to this collective effort. I would like to thank you for your attention and I wish this forum fruitful debate and concrete results for the future of our region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And how important these cross-border collaborations are, particularly in times like this. We need to hang on to them. Very, very important. Thank you. And now, to set the stage for the rest of the day, it's my great pleasure to invite Her Excellency Patricia Lomba-Cusack, who is Ambassador of the EU to the Kingdom of Morocco, to please address us with our keynote.
Salam alaikum. Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everybody. Mesdames et messieurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear representatives of the Ministry of Trade, I don't see you. No, now I see you. Thank you for the previous speaker, the representative of the Union for the Mediterranean, UfM, the representatives of civil society and of the economic world of the whole region. Dear friends who came from all parts, it is a pleasure, a real pleasure to welcome you this morning in this nice city of Rabat for the opening of the 6th edition of the Union for the Mediterranean on trade and investment. It is an essential appointment year after year in order to build together a more thriving and solidarity-based and sustainable future in this region that we share. I would like to thank for welcoming us, for the generosity that characterizes Morocco, that I had the opportunity to testify to day after day. And also would like to thank the German Corporation and the Union for Moderation for this fantastic organization this morning and during this day. So you know for a fact that for the EU, the ambition for the Mediterranean remains a major goal in its political orientations. We are in a period of change at the European Commission, so the European Commission, the executive arm and the commissioners are reviewing right now the different hearings in front of the European Parliament. So the President of the European Commission, who comes from the previous Commission and the current Commission, so Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen has set for this Commission for 2024-2029, has launched the idea of a new covenant for the Mediterranean. This covenant should allow us to work more together in the fields of common interest and in order to promote trade, investment, education, infrastructure, the economy, or the energy. So this energy of the Union Forum for the Mediterranean on trade and investment is dedicated to the promotion of green and inclusive growth in the Mediterranean. And this touches me a lot personally because this is my native city. For my native city, Valencia has been struck or affected last week by deadly floods, and Valencia is not an isolated case. Unfortunately, Morocco, that hosts us, was also affected by some floods a few weeks ago, and in addition to those floods, you have drought. So we, in all the Mediterranean, we are very much affected by the climate. Major climate unexpected phenomena. This is an extremely vulnerable condition to the consequences of climate change. And this should push us to speed up climate actions, which is not enough, which is not developed enough, or that has not taken importance at the global level. The more we wait, the more there will be consequences for the planet, and the more investments we'll have to do urgently to avoid those consequences and also to prepare. So trade and investment are certainly driving forces of prosperity, but at the same time, they also have to be rethought in order to meet the climate imperatives. So we know for a fact that the growth of trade and maritime and shipping trade has a big impact on our carbon fingerprint and our ecological fingerprint. So we have to face up to those challenges and transform them into real opportunities. Green investments and green growth and transition towards sustainable practices are not only desirable, but they are today indispensable. So the EU has made a commitment with our partners to be the first net carbon continent by 2050. This commitment, beyond its borders, represents an invitation to all partners to contribute to a common vision of prosperity based on sustainability and also on innovation. By placing ecological transition at the heart of its priorities, the EU shows that environment-friendly economic growth is not only possible, but also a source of opportunities in terms of jobs that the region needs, and also stability for all the upcoming generations. In our Mediterranean region, increased collaboration between the countries of the UfM is therefore crucial. This has already been said by the previous speakers. And this is in this spirit of cooperation that the European positions itself when the President Ursula von der Leyen from the Commission has recalled the need to listen to our partners, for whom the European legislation is working, in particular concerning the Green Covenant for Europe, and in order to better meet their concerns. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Mediterranean region has a huge potential in terms of renewables. However, the potential of the region is still based on fossil fuel. So there's a huge challenge. First of all, we have to decarbonate the energy system, and we have to guarantee access to renewables that are affordable in order to meet the requirements of the region. New energy affordable for all, and in order to unlock this energy, it also represents a unique opportunity to improve economic competitiveness, foster investment, and foster the creation of jobs, and have to dissociate in the long term economic growth from the greenhouse gases. Transition has already been intensified those recent years under our EU strategy. We have lots of strategy, lots of experience from countries that you are representing. I have mentioned the Green Partnership with Morocco, but I will also mention the MOU on renewables with Egypt and the Memorandum of Understanding on clean technologies with Tunisia, among other countries in the region. But there are some arguments in favor of this cooperation between the European Union and the countries of the Mediterranean, or between the countries of the Mediterranean and the European Union, not only in the field of energy, but also in the maritime sector, like clean transportation. It will be the subject of a new initiative in terms of trans-Mediterranean cooperation, in terms of clean technologies, TMAID, that the Commission for the Mediterranean has mentioned this Tuesday during her audition in front of the European Parliament. So, through this initiative, we want to strengthen our collaboration in terms of energy transition with the countries of the Mediterranean and investment in infrastructure aimed at modernizing the electric grids and supporting the transport connections. All this have to go hand in hand with reforms of the energy market in order to stimulate those private investments. And thanks to the TMED initiative, we hope to we want to have some program or common program energy reform based on competitive markets that are driving forces for growth, sustainable prosperity, and beneficial prosperity. So Euro-Mediterranean growth or cooperation will also represent major contribution to the global agenda of energy transition. In a few days, we shall celebrate COP29 and the global goals that have been set during COP28, tripling the world capacity in terms of renewables and doubling the improvement of energy efficiency by 2030 are not yet on the right track. So additional efforts are needed to boost private investment, and the region has a strong potential. And I think today we have in the room some representatives of the private sector who can enlighten us about how to create the best conditions in order to attract the private sector in those and investments, private investments. During COP29, the EU, in collaboration with the presidency of the United Arab Emirates and Azerbaijan, will hold a high-level dialogue about investment, as I said, with this double goal, tripling renewables and doubling energy efficacy or efficiency. And the EU will also contribute, will work about on the grids and the storage facilities. So your thoughts today will make it possible indeed to be integrated in those discussions during COP29. And in addition to this cooperation on energy transition, the EU will also contribute to supporting through different cooperation programs at the bilateral and regional levels, and also through its financial institutions like the EIB and EBRD. And this will contribute to supporting some projects that also support mitigation, but also with climate resilience in the partner countries that I have mentioned initially. So this approach includes some initiatives aiming at fostering private investment and green initiatives and access of SMEs that play such an important role in the creation of jobs in all our region, and promoting the access of SMEs to financing, allowing SMEs to green and decarbonate their production. And it's not an easy task. And supporting the formation of green skills and more sustainable supply chains. Dear partners, ladies and gentlemen, regional integration in Mediterranean remains weak, regional economic integration, especially in the south of the Mediterranean. Most of the Euro-Mediterranean agreements are focused mainly on the trade of goods, whereas there is a huge potential, still a lot not exploited in the services and sustainable investments. In the recent years, we have also shown our interdependency and the vulnerability of the global supply chains, and so we know for a fact that this can lead to some shortages elsewhere. So we need to have open and resilient supply chains while avoiding some protectionist measures that could cause harm to growth and economic stability. This is through this approach of openness, transparency, dialogue, and cooperation that we work, that we will make it possible to meet, to answer together the challenges that the Mediterranean is facing. This Mediterranean that we share, and at the same time, we have to make the most of the opportunities offered by our wonderful region and such talented peoples. I would like once again to thank all the experts and who are present here. I would like to thank you all, and you are certainly going to bring your experience, precious experience, concerning the best practices and recent trends in terms of investment and sustainability. Your contribution will be essential to define the future actions of the Union for the Mediterranean and act for a new deal for the Mediterranean. And we have to have prepared the next meetings, like the platform on trade and investment that is planned on the 20th of November in Brussels, and the meeting of ministers and of trade, which we'll hope to celebrate next year, hopefully. I would like to thank you all for your attention, and I wish you some fruitful, very fruitful debates today. Thank you very much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's over to you. Before I invite my first panel, I would like to know more about you, about what your thoughts are on our topic. Now, it's a big room and there are lots and lots of people in here. So what we would like to do is also introduce a digital tool which will give you the opportunity of always bringing your voice to my attention. So if we could show Slido up here, then you'll get a QR code. The QR code is also on your desk, and you can log on with your smartphone. You can also log on with your computer, whatever you would prefer. You can also join by going on slido.com, and the password is UfM. And this will give me the opportunity also of asking questions to you that you can then answer. So first of all, if you would log on, and I will then ask you a couple of questions. All right. The internet, by the way, is also, the internet connection is also on that piece of paper. So you can also log on to that. All right. You can still be logging on. I'm going to start the first question. It's just a general question to have a feeling for how green we are in our actions, in our operations. So compared to 10 years ago, would you say that your work has become greener? Yes, somewhat. Yes, much more. Much greener. Not really, or not at all. So let's say, whatever you think that means, greener, is up to you. So most people are saying yes, somewhat, 60%. 2% not at all. Nearly a third are saying not really. So I think what we're hearing here is there's a lot of potential for us to be greener, but most of us are greener than we were 10 years ago. So we're on the right track. All right. Let me ask you another couple of questions. We've been talking about the green transition as something which holds huge potential and opportunity. Do you agree that the green transition will be instrumental in securing inclusive economic growth and investment here in the region? 10 is I'm very, very confident. 1 is I'm not confident at all, or somewhere in between. So there's a lot of confidence in the room. I'm going to, if I can, ask a couple of people why they said they were mega confident that the green transition will be instrumental. Who put their hand? Let me come. Or do you have a microphone at the back? I think there are some over there. If you could just get a microphone. And sir, if you could tell us your name, please, and why you're confident. Thank you.
Hello, and thanks for this wonderful event. My name is Abdallah Al-Sayed. I live in Germany. I'm Egyptian, so I have both the European experience and the Mediterranean origin. Green transition is really a drive for a lot of opportunities. Many people in the past were thinking that sustainability and the environment are a cost.
Yeah.
But in EU, we realized that there are a lot of opportunities and benefits. And that's why European Union has bought the EU Green Deal, has bought a lot of investment. Green transition is really will make and offer a lot of jobs. For example, in renewable energy sectors, in a lot of sectors that will be decarbonized. But in the Mediterranean or other regions, we have to be ready. We have to equip ourselves with green skills to take these chances forward.
And I think we're seeing the need for green skills not just in the Mediterranean, but all across the world, right?
Yes.
So this will also increase the competitiveness of people who have those skills globally. Thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Let me, we also had people who said, well, I'm not actually that confident. So people on the 5, on the 6, on the 4. Anyone saying, anyone want to share? What is it that you need to feel more confident? Anyone want to share? Yes, please, sir, at the back. Keep your hand raised, please, and then my colleagues can find you. So what is it that's making you not so confident as our colleague from Germany and Egypt?
Bonjour.
Good morning.
This wonderful event. My name is Osama Ouda. I'm the CEO of Developi. It's a development company in Tunisia. First of all, we need some laws to confirm that our transition to green or more green projection will assure our development and our security as an economy. We need laws. These laws will confirm and assure that everybody will go for the same process. So we can't have the effect of yin and yang. Some people are working for a greener environment, and some people are working against that.
Yeah.
So the laws is the decider of making this change.
Thank you.
That's why I'm not confident. If we try to be more successful as green projection, some people will still. Yes, I know, but we need laws. We need the countries to confirm that we can do this.
Right. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Exactly, we need that consistency.
Yeah.
It can't be that there are loopholes that make it very easy to actually retain competitiveness without being green. Thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you.
Next question, and thank you so much for helping us understand more about where you're coming from. How well are we currently doing, is my next question, in making the green transition in the region reality? How well are we doing? We've already heard the question of laws is not necessarily, regulation is not necessarily as consistent as we would like. We've heard we don't necessarily have the green skills, but we have the confidence. So how well are we currently doing? This is an amazing diagram, right in the middle, with a lot on either side. So we have a mean score of 4.9, 5. We have a mean score of 5 at the moment. All right, let me understand why we see this picture. Who's in the middle? Who says, we're doing okay? Anyone want to share? Who's in the middle? Go on, there's lots of you. Yeah, David, please. David here at the front. No, wait, the microphone is coming. Thank you so much.
Good morning, David Vivas from the UN Secretariat. I think we're doing well, but we can do better. I'll just give you an indicator. In the southern Mediterranean region, the rate of renewable energy share in their total energy matrix is about 10%. If you compare that to countries like Germany, Spain, Turkey, it's about 16%. Also, there is a big difference between renewable energy and clean energy. and people tend to confuse both. In any case, 10% is low. We can do more. The southern Mediterranean can be a solar powerhouse for the entire region and even export to Europe. So I'll put it there. So there is a lot to do, and it's going to take some time to get there.
Thank you so much. But we're on the right direction. Yes, sir, please.
شكرا. صباح الخير، أنا اسمي صهيب من الأردن.
Thank you very much. My name is Sahib from Jordan. I will speak in Arabic. I think that we are in a middle phase to just transition, especially in executing the procedure and integrating communities generally outside. Hello, my name is Suhaib from Jordan. I think that the transition is medium. It can be slow sometimes, but we desperately need to integrate communities so that they are partners in the green transition, especially outside capitals in the Mediterranean region. Thank you very much.
Would you like to? Yes, please, sir. Do stand. Thank you.
Thank you again. I think we have a lot of work to do in many areas. Greener supply chain is a big topic. We cannot talk about transition without green supply chain. In EU, there are a lot of regulation we can benefit from in the Mediterranean. There is the CSRD, CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. A lot of experiences we can share and transfer to other Mediterranean regions. Also, the topic I discussed before, green skills, upskilling, and justice for people who will lose jobs from decarbonized economy. These are challenges. A lot of work need to be done, but a big opportunity is in future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And that's a wonderful transition, actually, to my next question, where I'd like to hear from everyone here in the room. Where do you see challenges of the green transition? We've already heard some, but where do you see them? Do you agree that we're talking about the need to integrate communities, that's the challenge, having the capacity development for green skills, the fair regulation, and also the green supply chains? Where do you see the main challenges of the green transition for the region? The use of technology is coming there, investment, making sure that the green transition is just, it's taking people along. Regulations, investment is coming up. Cooperation, political will, lack of financial resources. Please feel free also to write in French or Arabic. I won't understand immediately, but I will understand when I've got the translation. The return we get, what's in it for me? That's really, really important. Make it attractive. The different countries' legislations, training. Awareness is up there as well. Okay, just by the sheer number of challenges and the speed with which you're giving them, it's obvious that we don't think this is easy. So thank you very much for that, and we'll be trying to look at some of these challenges also as we go through the day. But let me now just ask one final question, which is, what are your hopes for this 6th Union for the Mediterranean Forum? What is it that you're here for? What do you want us to achieve? We've already heard from Hamed about the work of the program of work, which is amazing. There's so much going on, capacity development and the hub. But what is it that you want from this day today? Networking, absolutely. Cooperation is based on networking amongst people. New ideas, learning, solutions, partnerships. I've seen that at previous trade and investment forums, people exchanging their cards and entering into partnerships that we never really hear about, which is fine. There's a lot that goes on under the surface. But we need practical recommendations, someone says. Expertise exchange, age diversity. I'm not going to ask who's young here, but I can see that there is one hand went up, thank you. But we can all raise our hands and say we're young. A future, trust in startups, success roadmaps. So I think, Hamed, as you said, this is going to have to be the start of a lot of work that continues after this forum, and we'll be asking you, as we go through, what are your recommendations for what the UfM can do out of what we're discussing here? Great. Visiting Morocco, yes. Certainly, beautiful city. Okay, well now you've got to know Slido. That's the poll function, so I can ask you questions. As we go through the day, you can also use this function, the Your Input, to ask questions, to give comments, and I'll try and integrate as many as I can as we go through the panels. Wonderful. And with that, let's start our first session, our first topic. So with this, very generally, very openly, we're looking at going deeper into some of those opportunities and challenges that we've already been talking about of the green transition. The panel will focus on how the green transition is shaping opportunities for economic growth, investment, and development in the Mediterranean. And we'll be asking questions like, what do we need for countries, for companies, to take advantage of these new opportunities arising from green transition strategies, for example, the EU Green Deal. And to get us started, we're going to have a keynote. This is a keynote by a representative of one of the countries in the Mediterranean. It's Samira Sulemanovic, and she's head of the Department of Bilateral Trade Relations at the Ministry of Foreign Trade and Economic Relations in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So over to you. Thank you so much, Samira.
Good morning, everyone. Before I actually go to my very short presentation, I would like to tell you that I'm very honored to be here among you and to be in a position basically to give you some thoughts and ideas how we see the transition. And I also would like to extend a warm gratitude to our hosts and for having us in this beautiful country and this beautiful town. I am very happy to be among you again, and this good cooperation, I hope, will continue in the future. So based on what we had in the first hour of this forum, I actually understand that what I'm going to say within the next 10 minutes is basically kind of wrap up and a good start for discussion that is going to happen throughout the day. So can we move to the first slide? Oh. So how we actually see that in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but I think it's applicable to many of your countries. Maybe not 100%, but majority of this you will find yourself in a similar position. So what we think is needed for the countries and companies to take advantage of the new opportunities arising from the green transition, you basically answered yourself in many answers that you have given through the Slido. And we all see it's very complex. But I think that the starting point for all of us is setting the stage, the framework that we can actually be efficient or more efficient than we are at the moment in the future. So basically what I think it's important that we take into account is the real assessment of the state of play in our country or our company. So we have to know where we start from in doing the green transition and using it for sustainable economic development. Another important element is defining objectives and timelines. What exactly we want to achieve. Okay, there is a general idea of the EU Green Deal or the green transition in the world, but what is our priority in that package? The third is designing policies To achieve those objectives, we should have adequate policies. Many of you answered in the Slido that the regulation is one of the key, tools and also challenges for all of us. And the challenge also comes from the fact that many of us are somehow interlinked with the European Union, going very far ahead of us in the context of regulations. Some of those regulations are really burdensome for us and costly. And I mean, we can wish as green as we want, but this really takes time and a lot of money. And finally, the internal and regional communication and coordination. Some of you said that there should be a link with the local communities. That's absolutely true. And it's not only the local communities. We cannot do things by ourselves. So I see the Union for Mediterranean as an excellent opportunity for us in Bosnia and Herzegovina to see how are you doing, how are you thinking, what do you think would be good, and how we can actually help each other in doing so. So to set the stage, I was thinking, okay, what is actually needed for sustainable economic development? Because that's what we are actually doing. So it's not green transition because of the green transition. We want to transit from one way of economic growth to another one which is more green and more sustainable. But we certainly want to make it better for our communities and for our countries. So we need energy, we need education, we need technologies, we need infrastructure, we need natural resources. Some of us are very rich in natural resources, others are not. Human capital, which the importance of which is ever growing. Physical capital, finances, and the list goes on as you put on in your suggestions and replies in the Slido. So what we actually need, majority of us, we need money. That's called investment. I'll be honest with you, we in Bosnia and Herzegovina cannot do it by ourselves. We need money from other countries who are rich or have that capital. The capital coming to our country basically brings new skills. A lot of us do not have skills that we need. We also need required FDI quality. So I used to say usually that we appreciate every investment coming to our country. And it's great if we have a new hotel. But you know, it would be a little bit better if we had a kind of a production site and our local people are included into this and they get new skills and they become sustainable in their living. We also have inflow of fresh capital, which is needed to achieve the objectives that we said. We have a transfer of technology. We can talk about it. It doesn't happen that easy. But for us, sometimes even a slow, a little bit better technology that we actually have now is better than having nothing. And again, the list goes on. I'm just pointing some of the major ideas why these FDIs matter in a green transition. So the key questions that we ask ourselves is what we wish to achieve. What are the key policy objectives? We cannot do all of this, nor I think we should do all of this. Who are the partners or the states most suitable for that objective? It should be us making the choice, not the other ways around. Is there an interest on the other side? I mean, yeah, we would wish some countries to invest and help us, but you know, they have no interest. Or we send a proposal and they say, guys, we have other priorities. What are economic policy and legal benefits and risks? That's absolutely super important thing that we should be doing by ourselves. And we can do it together. And how do we achieve all of this? Last but not least, so how we get this needed FDIs. Yesterday I talked to my colleague on the trip to Rabat, and she said, but Samira, why are you talking about FDIs? Why don't you mention all investments? I said, well, it's not enough. We really need FDIs, and that's why the investments are kind of the biggest word in the Slido of our replies. So the planning factors for that, why we need that, is how we see it. Are we FDI importer or exporter, or both? Well, in Bosnia and Herzegovina case, we are 100%, 96% FDI importer. So our approach is a bit more defensive than offensive, and that's reasonable. Is there a specific objective we wish to pursue? Of course, in many of those, sometimes these objectives are kind of opposing each other. What are the desired FDI partners? Well, we can do our analysis, who are the big FDI exporters in the specific sector, because you have countries who have specialized in a specific technology or the sector or, I don't know, production, etc., or they have specific standards. We don't want sometimes that redundant and old technologies come over and actually do more harm than actually help in green transition. There is interest of the other state looking for natural resources. Maybe they're just looking for natural resources, and that's legitimate, but we should locate ourselves in that story and say, okay, well, yes, we need that, but these are the conditions. It's not just the one-way story. Replacing the old technologies from higher environmental standards states that's one of the high risks that we face. Getting access to other markets. Some investors just come over to get market. They don't care about us. That's also legitimate, but we should be aware of that. That's the most important thing I would say from my opinion, because I'm generally doing the investment treaties and investment policy at the state level. So the benefits could be achieving policy objective that we actually set, having more precise and modern provisions in the contracts or the investment treaties that we are doing with the other countries, attracting desired investment because we create policies and measures that do attract. We do not just like we do not make preference, but by creating specific policies, we actually give them a message. Okay, we would wish this kind of investment rather than other. Reducing ISDS risk, for those who might not be informed, the ISDS, Investment State Dispute Settlement Mechanism, biting all around the globe, and specifically us developing countries who are actually in need for foreign investments. The risks is the imbalanced provisions compromising achievement of policy objectives. So the side that is investing is actually having another idea or a little bit different idea from what we want to achieve. So we can actually give them more than we want in the beginning. Imprecise, too broad, too narrow provisions diffusing desired FDIs. That's a top topic in the world over the last decade and even maybe longer, and increasing ISDS and related risks. So the idea is to assess those potential risks in advance and maybe not totally eliminate them, but have an idea how we're going to cope with them. How to achieve this? Well, the analysis and planning. And that really is a boring part of job. But if you do that well, then the rest of it could be much better than initially. Careful drafting in whatever you do, be aware, consult, and make sure that all of us understand the same what is put in the regulation, treaty, or whatever. Cross and reality check if possible. So I think I set the stage for the panel that we are going to have in the next hour. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, I'll take that. Samira, do come and join us on stage with your fellow panelists who I'd like to invite to the stage as well. David Vivas, we've already heard from him. He's Chief of Section Trade, Environment, Climate Change and Sustainable Development at UNCTAD, at the Trade UN organization. Please do join us on the stage. Sonia Mazur, who is Managing Partner at Oversea International. Welcome. Kelsey Goodman, Associate Director of the Middle East and North African part of the World Economic Forum. Please take a seat with us. And Shada El Sharif, founder of Sustain MENA from Jordan. Please, welcome. And a big round of applause, please, for our panelists. Thank you. And I'm staying standing here because we will have a discussion on the panel and a discussion with you as well. So keep any questions and comments coming in on Slido, and I will refer to as many as I can, but also invite you to speak. You have microphones on the table, ladies and gentlemen. It used to be that all the panels were male. Now it's just one man. We're turning the tables. Perhaps I could just, while you're getting comfortable on the panel, just come back to you, Samira, on your presentation. I just want to ask about how do you find those priorities, those policy priorities? Because it's so much about having the right plan. Is this something that you do in your little room on your own, or how are you involving the whole of government and maybe society?
Well, that's...
The microphones are on, right?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yes. Well, that's an excellent question. And I think one of the most important questions, if you ask me, because this process is quite burdensome and quite painful, if you ask me. People do not like to, consult because it's taking too long, and you might have some people who actually don't like what you propose or are strongly opposing, and they have power to prevent that. But that's the only way through. What we do, we have formal channels of communication and coordination to do the consulting work, and I think majority of your states also have that in place, one way or another. What I personally like is kind of a Slido put in the regulation, and that's e-consultation process, which I really, really, really like. I am really sorry that the public in Bosnia and Herzegovina, professional or just like ordinary public, are not very much aware of that, so that they can actually register and use it to have comment on anything that we put on the consultation process. On the other hand, we, the institutions, are obliged to send everything to the consultation process. So it cannot go through the legislative process further if we didn't do that. Okay. So that's a powerful tool, and that's one of the things. And another thing that we actually do, starting from my office, is the whiteboard. And we actually have a coffee, and we say, okay, how about we do this? And then I start drawing on the whiteboard. And then somebody else says, okay, well, it looks nice, but how about this and this and this? And then this is where it starts, and we just expand the circles, or we have several circles with consultation before we put into the formal process. So it is taking time, but if we do that in a proper way, then a lot of problems and troubles are prevented.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's really useful to understand the participatory approach that you have. Great. Well, let's start understanding a little bit more about what the Green Deal, what the green transition is doing with the region. So, Shara, if I could actually start with you, what are the impacts that you're seeing on the ground? Maybe you see the glass half full or half empty, I'm not sure.
Hello, is this on? Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Yeah, so thanks so much, Natasha, and thank you so much to the UfM for the kind invitation to be here and speak about this. Honestly, I'm a natural optimist, so I do see the glass quite half full, but I think you need to be intentional to ensure that the glass remains half full in your specific country setting. So maybe I'll be speaking a little bit from the experience in Jordan, where I think we've adopted, so the green economy came forth as a concept initially in 2017, so Jordan put out a national green growth plan, but it was like this nice niche initiative from the Ministry of Environment, and it wasn't really a center of government or whole of government agenda. I think it wasn't until 2 years ago when the Royal Court initiated a process to launch a new economic vision for Jordan, so the economic modernization vision for the next 10 years. And for the first time, I would say, there was a recognition that the green agenda can actually help Jordan solve some of its stickiest and most troubling issues, namely unemployment being quite high, and investment always being elusive, and we need more to really push that GDP growth to levels that we had seen before COVID, which were already lagging anyway, and then women's economic participation being quite low. So I think it was that aha moment that, this green agenda can actually be good for the economy. So that's Jordan's story, but I'm sure it looks different in every country, and sort of that economic justification, because that needs to really quite be there before ensuring ownership, and that we're not just applying this kind of a trendy new term that's being imported, let's say, from the EU or anywhere else in the world. So there really needs to be time given to translating what the green agenda means for your specific country. So for Jordan, for example, we have this ambitious target to create 1 million jobs in 10 years and attract 41 billion JDs, which is about 50 billion US dollars over the next 10 years, which is a big target. So those of us who work in the green and climate side, we're trying to say, okay, how much of that can be green? So we did a green jobs assessment last year, and saw that modestly, even very, conservatively, at least 100,000 green jobs could be created out of this, and maybe 10 to 20% of that investment target could also be dubbed green. It could be probably even more, because if you look at all the big investment projects in Jordan, a lot of them are big infrastructure projects. So like the national conveyor that's supposed to, I don't know if anyone knows, maybe you've heard this a lot, but Jordan is dubbed as one of the most water scarce countries in the world. So the national conveyor is a really critical project for the country to create 300 million cubic meter more, amount of water for the country through desalination from the Red Sea. And this is meant to be a PPP, attracting climate finance with public funds. And so if we learn and we successfully do this, we can adopt this kind of model for other critical infrastructure projects in transport, in waste, in many other sectors. So this whole of government approach, I think, is starting to materialize. And I think what we're seeing from the EU is quite an important benchmark for Jordan and countries that are trying to implement a green agenda. So we've created our framework, and we have 5 main objectives for green growth in Jordan. So economic growth, climate action, resource efficiency, natural capital, and inclusivity. And I just want to stop quickly at inclusivity, and that'll be my last point.
Slow down a bit.
Slow down? All right. There's so much to share. I'm very happy about this topic. But just to say about inclusivity, because as an environmental engineer, a lot of us working in the technical spheres feel that it's just about including renewable energy or introducing clean technology. But green, a core aspect of it is social inclusivity. And I was very happy by my colleague from Jordan who said about, in developing these processes, we cannot leave people behind. People in the governorates, women, refugees who represent 1/3 of the country's population right now, even young people and people outside the capital. And so there is this earnest attempt at engaging all of these groups in the green economy planning, but we need for it to be more systematic and more enshrined in the process. Not just having a proactive leader like yourself that engages people, but like legal processes to actually involve different groups. I'll stop at that.
Let me just come back for a very short answer, please. So I'm hearing this is a lot of the narrative. These are goals. These are things that are meant to happen. For the man and woman on the ground, what is the impact right now?
Yes, very important. So I keep telling people in Jordan, when we're ever in a room, the electricity you have powering your light bulb, what is the percentage of renewable energy powering it? In Jordan right now, the number is quite impressive. It's 27%. So we launched in 2012 a law for renewable energy, and more than 10 years later, it's actually, we've got wind projects, solar projects that have attracted investors from different parts of the world actually powering the grid. If you look at our streets, 21% of our cars are either hybrid or electric.
So people are seeing.
So people are seeing and feeling.
Okay.
And we want it to reflect to the average person's savings, because if you save on electricity, you save on fuel, that means you can spend more money on education, on livelihood and health.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sonia, from an entrepreneurial point of view as well, where do you see the current impact?
Thank you, Natasha, and thank you for the Union for the Mediterranean for having me today. So before I address your question, I would like to talk a little bit about Morocco and what Morocco has done in terms of energy transition. As you know, we are regional leaders in terms of energy transition since a while now. Back in '82, our late King Hassan II had launched the Center for Renewables, which has performed all the measurements of resources, solar and wind, that have permitted the realization of the big wind farms and solar farms that we have today in Morocco. We have launched our energy strategy back in 2009, which had per objective to have 42% of renewables from the energy mix. Today we adapted that to 52%, which is tremendous. We have today 37% of our electricity based on renewables out of 11,000 megawatt of electrical capacity. And this makes a lot of change in Morocco's decarbonation schedule. On the other hand side, I think what has been the game changer for Moroccans and Morocco is the new model for development that had been launched by the King back in 2015, and it could be a great initiative for other countries in the Mediterranean. This was the first time actually that we had an inclusive program to understand what is beneficial for Moroccans and Morocco in the next decade. And civil society, the private sector, the public sector have come together to think about the milestones and the pillars of the strategy to put in place in order to decarbonize, in order to create competitivity. And you know we cannot create competitivity if we don't have access to energy transition. So this is, well, why do I say this is a game changer? I say this is the game changer because this is the first time that a minister of energy transition, for example, do not do only renewables without thinking about the impact on water, for example, the energy-water nexus. A minister of industry is not launching the industrialization of the country, which is the top priority of the country today, without thinking about, you know, the connection, interconnection with other countries to secure our energy mix and so on. So I think this is a fantastic initiative. I think also that in terms of energy transition, we are performing in order to attract the investment needed because, as Samira said, well, you can have all the initiatives and the policies and so on that you want to have, but if you don't have the right investment framework, it won't work. So in 2023, Morocco has launched its investment charter. And today, as an investment banker and a financial advisory firm, I get queries from African countries, from European countries, even from the United States, because they want to delocalize their firm, their manufacturing unit. Why? Because Morocco gives up to 30% of subsidies on the capex you put in as an investment, and this is
that's attracting the right investments.
This is and this is a bridge loan that the private sector can have. And like quasi-equity, you know, in order to leverage a debt. So this is very interesting and could be then. Yes, please.
I was just going to say. I mean, this has been a strategy that Morocco has been following for almost 45 years. You're saying, what was the impact of the EU Green Deal? Did it provide further momentum for this?
I'm coming to that. I think. What I wanted to say is we didn't wait for the CBAM to launch our energy transition. But of course, the Green Deal is having a lot of impact on our economy. And OCP, which is our major supplier of fertilizers in Morocco, has impulsed a decarbonation which is tremendous. Thanks to that, and in 2027 would be 100% of its energy source would be based on green electricity, green hydrogen, green ammonia, and this is tremendous. I mean, one of our institutional companies, state companies, has launched thanks to under the auspices of the Ministry of Energy Transition, the green hydrogen roadmap. And what we can see today is 40 enterprises across the world have expressed their willingness to set up green hydrogen facilities in billions of investment impacts, and this will create jobs for the youth. I can see a lot of youth here represented, and I think what they need is hope.
Right.
Hope in what? Hope in having clear policies. But when I say clear policies, is that to make policies that are affordable to them to understand. And I think the new model for development was that. I mean, we know exactly in 30 pages, in one page with clear action, everyone knows what needs to be done in Morocco and how solid we have to be in order to go to the next step.
Thank you so much. This
You're
is
welcome.
really heartening and gives us hope. David, I have a question here that I want to pose you, but Ibrahim Ramadan, where's Ibrahim? He poses it much better than me. He says, what innovative technologies or practices have proven most effective in accelerating green transition goals, and how can they be scaled across diverse regional contexts? So give us some examples.
Hello.
Just tap it on the top. Yeah.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for the question. I think the answer is easy. There are two technologies that are very mature, which is solar and wind, and now the kilowatt of energy by those is cheaper than fossil fuels. We just saw a report, so that's very well known. Where things are going to become a little bit more complicated is there is a lot of confusion between renewable energy for producing electricity and renewable energy to produce fuels. Fuels are mainly used for transport. Hydrogen, for example, ammonia. These two are more expensive, they are not mature enough, and they need a lot of fresh water. So it's not going to be so easy in the second group of technologies. So that's what I would say. There it will take time before we can make it cost effective.
And just a quick comment.
Comment on what David has said. I think Morocco and some of my fellow citizens from the southern countries can realize, and from the South America and Australia, we can produce the cheapest green hydrogen on Earth, around $2 per kilogram. This is major. But then I can join my colleague David in saying that, of course, for every ton of green hydrogen that you produce, you need about 10 tons of water. Right. 10 tons of water, and water for the electrolyzers, but also for the cooling systems. But then, no, this is a challenge, but water desalination is very mature technology, and this is what we're doing in Morocco. So
thanks. David, let me come back to you, because I think what I also wanted to ask, and this is also part of the question that we've heard from Ibrahim, is about scaling good practice across, because we're seeing excellent examples in the different countries. We're seeing also that there's an increasing will to cooperate across the countries, but how can it be more systematic?
I think it's an excellent question, but I would like to mention something before going into the scale up, which is direction, orientation, brought by the representative of Bosnia-Herzegovina. It's important that all are aware here that we have already plans at the multilateral level, and those can be used to build in this new pact for the Mediterranean mentioned by Madame Lambert. Which are those? I don't know how familiar are you, but these are policies that your countries have committed multilaterally. And I mention one by one. National determined contributions of the Paris Agreement. That's binding. That's your plan. If you are a trade minister or investment board and you have not read it, you are in trouble. Second level, national adaptation plan. The Mediterranean region is one of the most sensitive to climate change. Just the State of the Ocean report from Copernicus 8 last month said that the wave of heat in the Mediterranean is reaching 1,500 meters below water. So if you don't act, you will be the first ones that will be affected. Number three, you have also biodiversity plans that are important for carbon sinks. And you have commitments on the national on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. And it is funny, but the Mediterranean region is one of the regions where you don't apply economic exclusive zone. Most of it, besides the territorial water, is high seas. So you are more integrated than what you think. Now I'm going to the point on scaling up. There are different levels. One is obviously big projects. You know, we have very big solar farms in Morocco. We will give examples. We have examples of hydro in Egypt. We have examples of eolic starting in many countries or developed, like Spain or France. Nevertheless, this implies capital investment, very important investment framework, clear rules, etc. So these are processes that take about 10 years to make it a reality. So it's engineering that has to be done. You need to have the right incentives. Now, there are two elements that are happening very fast that we shouldn't overlook to scale up. First, many companies are concerned about their carbon footprint now. So they would like to start producing their own renewable energy or link themselves to direct renewable energy producers so their production is totally clean. Now, they may have the capital to do it themselves. So you need to start thinking of how to develop schemes for small farms of different renewable energy sources so company can plug them directly outside the grid. And here they are even able to finance themselves, but they need the regulation to allow because this is public competence. So this is very important. Don't forget that one because for SMEs it's key.
Can we just build on that one example? Are you doing this? Are you seeing that companies, yeah, please, Samira.
Well, I have to disappoint you. I'm quite sure that none of us has gone that far. I mean, we have ideas. The problem is, and we should talk about problems as well, not only opportunities, is that there is a lack of political understanding and willingness to do that because there is also other agendas. I mean, yeah, well, yes, we are very concerned about climate changes, yeah, but we are also concerned about the results of the next elections. And in Bosnia and Herzegovina, they happen every 2 years. So there are other priorities as well. And the political levels sometimes, you know, think that they have more time than they actually have. And what David just said is that we cannot start from the zero because we think so. We have already a very detailed framework for our doing. There is international obligations that we have taken in a multilateral landscape. We also have bilateral and regional obligations, and then we have to locate our own priorities within that framework. Right. So if we do not have right regulation in right time, we will probably miss the opportunities, and most of us have this SME sector, which is vital in our economies. It's not big companies, multinational, maybe some have, but in our case, it's SMEs, and that's why it is super important to have it in time and in the right way. Otherwise, we will just miss the opportunity.
Thanks. David, just back to you. Do you know of any good examples of where these self-financing collaborations, public-private partnerships, are working well, where the governments have stepped up to the regulation?
Yes, there are several cases where countries have said it's very important to have the regulation again for the big projects, but also for the small projects and also for the individual services providers, meaning consumers, because they can also be a driver of change. On the SMEs, sorry if I go here, because for big projects, there is a lot of experience and knowledge. Let's go for the middle-sized guys and the individuals, okay? Just a little bit, let me just go deeper, please. On the middle-sized guys, what is happening is and I come from Latin America, there is a big fear about the CBAM because many of the products are covered there, you know, even by the deforestation EU regulation. So many companies are building their own solar and hydroelectric facilities. The government is setting a regulation, themselves putting the capital close to the factory so they can even measure and say, I'm fully clean. So this scheme needs to be set because, again, electricity generation is usually in the competence of the state at federal level. So you need a law that allows them to do investment for their own production. And also you may have feed-in tariff if you want to have better prices, etc. The individuals, please harness the power of consumers and people. Transform consumers into producers. There are many examples of this worldwide, and the scheme is relatively simple. You need to allow individuals to put their own solar panels or other sources like geothermal in their own houses, have a feed-in tariff to ensure payment for the dual energy consumption production, And you may want to add subsidies of tax breaks so people can purchase them because they are not always cheap. And I did it also in my own house, and it's working perfectly. I'm paying half of the electricity bill during the day. The only problem will be there just to add the batteries in the future because they are big and they're expensive. But we need then in the entire region regulations for the small producers, so all the houses in Rabat, all the houses in our cities, install themselves their own energy supply. We'll reduce the pressure over the public, we'll create investment, we create micro enterprises for the installation, and you will reduce your energy bill.
And presumably we're also going to have an impact on people's understanding of what green transition means if they're part of it themselves, correct?
Absolutely. I was helping with installation with my daughters. This is like home. I have one wife, only one, and 3 daughters, so I feel like home here.
Let me first come to Kelsey before I pass around, but this is great. I need to have a very good dialogue on our panel. So we're already starting, Kelsey, to talk about what countries and governments need to do to make sure that they can take advantage of these opportunities. Now, you have produced a white paper which is coming out right now, even today. Literally right now. Can we have the microphone on? Prioritizing sustainability in the MENA region. And in that I read, companies in the region need regulatory clarity and incentives from government to accelerate their sustainability reporting and actions while remaining competitive. So, building on what you've heard so far, what do we need? What do countries need?
Thank you so much. And yes, like you said, we actually have the World Economic Forum has a white paper that was released today that talks on this very topic. And I think a lot of what was discussed on this panel really hits the nail on the head. I work with a group called Leaders for Sustainable MENA. It's around 40 of some of the largest companies in the Middle East and North Africa who've made commitments to move to more sustainable business models. So these are large companies, and they're the ones probably with the most capacity to be implementing sustainable strategies, the biggest like financing to be able to implement them. And they still say that they have trouble meeting these objectives, that they still have trouble sort of understanding what are the regulations that the companies or that the governments are implementing. And so if they're having trouble, imagine what the SMEs and suppliers are doing as well. There really is an important linkage that needs to be made first from the government to really build the capacity and just sort of set easy standards that are easy for companies to understand. There needs to be that level of linkages, but then there also needs to be linkages now from these big companies down to the suppliers that they work with. And I think that one thing that really, I think we hear it in the Middle East and North Africa, we also hear it from around the world, is there needs to be this movement towards one sort of global standard minimum for regulations for sustainability reporting. And we're starting to see that. We're seeing a global convergence towards the ISSB standards. Even the EU standards, like I understand there's a movement towards making them more comparable or more compatible with ISSB. And so what the group I work with is also advocating for is across the Middle East and North Africa, there needs to be a similar sort of regionalization, and it needs to be something that is based off of an interoperability and decision useful standards like ISSB. And so I think what we're sort of seeing in some of the companies that I work with to talk about, like, we're starting to reach what they call a Nokia moment around these global standards. So that's sort of the moment either where there starts to be a takeoff of one global standard. And so now is, I think, really the time, especially for the Middle East and North Africa, to be working together to implement this regionalization, because it's just going to make exports easier. It's going to make the scalability of solutions across the region easier. And so I think we really look forward to seeing that, hopefully, inshallah.
Let me just go back to these standards. So you talked about easy standards. They also have to be accepted standards. Is there opposition to that, not invented here or anything like that, that you're seeing in different regions around the world?
I think that there is, and I think some of it is, look, I don't think we have to say ISSB is the standard, accept it, take it or leave it. I don't think that's a productive way to sort of really get the world involved. Because one thing we do hear about is something that you've even talked about, is sort of like this big S sustainability that we're looking at the region. So it's not just about what are carbon emissions, it's not just about environmental management, it's also around socioeconomic and socioeconomic integration. It's about women's workforce participation. It's about the protection of indigenous communities. And so how are those things also being looked at in terms of sustainability lens? And I think that's the place where there is opportunity and there is movement to work towards something that is like complementary and additive in many ways. But at the same time, I think it's very important, if we actually want an uptake of these things, is that they're designed in a way that are sort of decision useful, and they're based on materiality, not something that's just sort of based on compliance. Because that's where we see, when things are very compliance focused, that's where we see that companies, like, they're not actually, they're not actually implementing these things. Or if they are, it's always, it's a last minute thing. You're scrambling, exactly, you're scrambling to get just the right KPI, figure out how to actually, just check the box, but it's not actually being integrated into the core of your business strategy. And so one more thing I will say is that with the coming of CBAM, I think we see Morocco, Egypt, Algeria, and the United Arab Emirates are the countries in this region that'll be the most impacted in terms of, and that's just due to their volume of exports and in the types of exports that they look at. So there is, I think there should be an incentive for a competitive economy, especially for these markets, to be working towards these global standards. But what I would also really love to see is how we're then using the revenues from CBAM. The revenues, as another speaker mentioned, they're quite marginal in terms of impact on the EU economy, but they would actually make a great investment pool if it's recycled back into other these exporting countries to help them with their transition strategies.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much, Kelsey. Now, I'd like to pick up, we've already covered so much ground. I'd like to go deeper in the whole question of engaging with communities, involving. So Shada and Mohammed Bani Mustafa from Jordan, who are you? Thank you, sir. He says he really appreciates your passion, and could you talk more and give us practical means or mechanisms about how we can do social inclusivity to secure that people are engaged in the green transition? So it's basically, how can we ensure that people, SMEs, but also consumers are really engaged in the green transition? We've also heard about local communities, indigenous people. You've spoken about refugees as well. So how can we really do that? What are the mechanisms?
I've been trying to cure my passion for the last 10 years, but it's incurable, unfortunately. No, it's just getting worse. No. But I want to just quickly reflect on something that David said just very briefly on Jordan's experience with scalability and having those solutions for the smaller companies. So the Ministry of Energy heard the Jordan Chamber of Industry and allocated a plot for 100 megawatts for smaller industries. But the uptake wasn't as quick as we thought, because you were saying the right regulation at the right time. So there had to be a better debate on where to put this plot, how to connect, the details. So sometimes the well-meaning initiatives don't always pan out as we like. On scalability, so Jordan has a good, I would say, impressive percentage of renewable energy, but right now, our scalability very much is linked to regional interconnectivity. If we want to scale renewable energy penetration in the country, we have to accelerate regional interconnections with Iraq, with Saudi, with Palestine, Syria, so that our grid can handle a higher percentage of renewables. So just wanted to share those. But then going back to Mohammed's question and your question, Natasha, on really how to do that, the integration of people. So I think people need to understand, I would say, the benefits of the green transition first and foremost. I think we cannot dissociate the sort of economic argument from the social argument. And of course, I don't think we can turn a blind eye as well to, I would say, political stability and peace. So I think that needs to kind of be, that's top of mind for a lot of people in Jordan and the region, right? So I think there needs to be an earnest effort really to build a base of peace, justice, and security from which to launch, longer-term sustainable green development. So one of the tangible things we're also doing in Jordan is working closely with universities, even at the school level, updating the curricula on embedding green and climate and environmental themes at the school level, but also working with universities to introduce new modules for up-and-coming technologies, but not necessarily creating degrees in these, but you mentioned skilling earlier and upskilling. So the vocational training centers in Jordan are very much engaged right now. We're expected to have a green skills vocational training center in the north of the country. That's an area that has a lot of refugees already and a lot of vulnerable host communities. And so, this is very much seen as an opportunity to take people out of unemployment and create new jobs. For example, I mentioned we have a very high percentage, or relatively high percentage of hybrid electric vehicles. So training on operation and maintenance, and manufacturing of spare parts and things like that is seen as a very promising. Also green buildings, green retrofits in Jordan. We've done a lot on renewables, but now we're going back to our energy efficiency priorities. And so there's a lot of opportunity seen for jobs in retrofitting of buildings to be better energy efficient. I think targeted programs, so when we have these targeted programs for vulnerable groups, like we like to say, we cannot sit in an office in the center of government and create these programs. They really just have to be done in a very more participatory and inclusive way with people who are concerned on the table in the planning of the policies and the projects. I'm currently doing a study of how we can better engage persons with disabilities in our NDCs. So we have an NDC update coming up in 2025. And so in the previous NDC, we just have a sentence saying the NDC should cater to vulnerable groups, but there's no answer as to how, who's going to lead it, what's the budget, what's the program, what's the timeline, what's the KPIs. We have to treat it with the same seriousness as we do our technical KPIs on electricity or energy or others. So that conversation is happening. And then finally, I would say just for it to be more context specific and responding to development needs. So I work a lot with entrepreneurs in Jordan and young people who are trying to create something for themselves out of the challenges that we face in our environment. So you see people innovating on water-saving agricultural techniques, but that are also creating jobs. Some of these are women-led. You go to the north of Jordan and you have these two sisters that have started an aquaponic farm, and they're employing their father and their uncles and their cousins in exporting and even meeting local demand, for example. So what I wanted to say here is that you can hit more than one bird, right? So you can meet your climate targets, you can create some economic diversification, you can even come up with some patentable, innovative technologies in the process. But there has to be always some kind of local need met and some kind of economic benefit that's very clear.
Right.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sonia, there's a question which also matches the question I wanted to ask you from Lamnini. Are you? Thank you. Is it a good thing to attract too much international investment in Morocco, creating a certain dependence on these companies and impacting the Moroccan citizens? So it's in line with this whole question of we want citizens, we want the public, the whole of society to be part of this, but how does that fit with all of this external FDI that we're attracting?
Well, I think, if you see the Moroccan ecosystem in terms of investment, 2/3 of the investment is performed by the public today. So we cannot see that we're like very, very, very vulnerable in comparison to FDIs, which amount to $13 billion. But what I can say is the impact that this has in terms of public and private investment to Moroccan society. With the launch of the first sovereign fund in Morocco back in 1 year ago, with $4.5 billion of capital, 1.5 already elaborated, we have seen that the private equity sector has benefited for a huge amount of money to invest in SMEs. SMEs represent 94% of our economy system, and they employ 74% of the workforce. So those SMEs are very, very important to us. The second important aspect is this Fond Mohammed VI for Sovereign Fund, Fond Mohammed VI for Investment, is also investing in startups. And this is where our young people can benefit from a lot of investment into their innovation, because, if you can recall 30 years ago, for our parents, we would have reached the summum if we were like public servants. Today, it's not anymore the case. When you see I'm founder, I'm entrepreneur, fostering entrepreneurship is something that is now really applicable and appreciated in our region.
For women too.
For women too. And I'm board member, I happen to be board member of the Club des Femmes Administrateurs in Morocco, which is the women's club for executives. And what we see is also in terms of policies. Morocco has adopted 30% of the board member being female as of 2024, 40% next year, and we can see that this mixity has brought a lot into sustainability, into what to do and when, what to do for our kids, you know, what kind of investments are important for us and for our future generations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, Samira, we've heard so much about the need for us to involve the whole of society, and you talked also about the fact that you have this participatory approach. From what you've heard here from your colleagues in the southern Mediterranean, what are good practices, what are interesting ideas that you think it would be important to change, whether south-north or north-south or across the region? What is it that you're excited about learning from each other?
That's a great question. But before that, let me just refer on a couple of points. First, the connection, you know, the link between the state level regulation and the people who are actually doing business, absolutely must. But we don't just go, I mean, I don't go out, that's not my job, even though I enjoy talking to the businessmen whenever I can, because I learn from them and understand processes better than without that. But we have this interlocutor, that's the associations of businesses, that's the chambers of commerce, and then we actually communicate with them, and then they go to the companies, they talk to companies, and they come back with a kind of a summarized reply from the companies saying, okay guys, this is not going to work because of this and this and this. They have problems with this. And then we try to accommodate their needs. Another important thing is that it's about balance. We cannot go either way in extreme. I mean, we want FDIs. If we want money to make these changes, we need money. And we need FDIs, sorry. And if we want FDIs, they come at a cost. It's not free of charge. Just to give you an example for those who might not be aware, feed-in tariffs, very popular. All kinds of subsidies, very popular. And that's offered, that's something kind of a lesson that you, the Mediterranean, can learn from this northern part. And that's the huge problem that you can actually find ourselves in using this. The example of Spain, they have provided feed-in tariffs for their renewable energy production in abundance of sun and wind, and they provided also subsidies in the time of crisis, financial crisis. They had to reshape the budget. The prime minister or the institution say, okay, well, we cannot give it to you anymore. So Spain is now facing 60 international arbitration cases. I cannot say, because this is not very much public, how much the compensation is seek from investors, but there are some estimates, 1.4 billion so far. So it can hurt very much. And when we use these very popular tools, we should be aware of that. Talk to your people in the administration. Talk to people who know how to do that or to be careful about this. And another lesson that you can learn from us, because we are also being sued because of that kind of stuff, yeah, is that the standards. Standards, they're not mandatory. That's the only technical regulation is mandatory. But how actually the developed world, the rules-setting part of the world makes this mandatory for us is that they put it in their market. We all trade with them. We all do business with them. If you want to get you to their market, you have to have that standard. So indirectly, they actually they force you to adopt the standards that are sometimes very costly and very demanding. It can pay off at some point of time. On the other hand, it can be quite burdensome, like the CBAM. it is going to be quite a pain for many countries, if I dare to say, because I don't think we have at this point of time understood all the consequences of what is going to happen in the near future. What we could learn from you, from my point of view, is that you have done some things that we even didn't think of. Why? Because, for example, unlike Jordan, Bosnia and Herzegovina is one of the water richest country in Europe. So we actually do not appreciate what we have, probably. And we could learn from you how actually to make, with probably much easier and less costly measures, to do it more green than we do now. And I'm just taking this as an example, and probably many examples like in Morocco, the set of measures that they have created to have that kind of investment, and also this sovereign wealth funds that is, I think, a good idea for fostering investments. Yeah.
Which means that these sort of exchanges are also so important to
Absolutely.
understand, first of all, to value what you have, and then to build on the best practice that we have. Now, David, tell me about other complementary strategies that the EU has, which will not only promote the green transition, but also pick up on the pain that we're hearing about, the socio-economic conditions that we're seeing in the Mediterranean countries.
Well, here is an interesting question, but the EU Green Deal focuses mainly on EU member states. It doesn't have, and I think that will be a good recommendation, a segment for interface with priority countries, namely the Mediterranean. So we need to find a way to interact, because there will be, of course, potential benefits. If companies align with EU standards for export, they can reach the market, they can improve their competitiveness, but at the same time, there will be challenges, as mentioned, the CBAM, for example, the case of fertilizers from Morocco, for example. So there will be cases that it could generate pain. Now, the question is how this new relation could be built. Many of the association economic and trade agreements of the EU with most of the countries around the region are not new, are from the thousands, okay? So they could all be updated. You can also try to find in this negotiation waivers or specific schemes by which the relation could be easy. For example, if there is going to be a CBAM, any income generated from those taxes should be reinvestment in renewable energy project in the region and not become just another form of tax or tariff, you know? So I think what is missing there is like a connection between the Green Deal and external relations of the EU. So I think that will be important.
Yeah. Please.
Yeah, thanks. No, just to complete a little bit what David has said, I think the 1 trillion that has been pledged in the EU Green Deal investment plan should be put to the benefit of the southern Mediterranean countries and African countries that are exporters to Europe. That's for one. Then second of all, the EU green bonds should have also assets in those countries and not only assets in the EU, to make sure that we can profit from those investments. And you know, something that also that I find also very important, maybe it's basic, but when I see all the programs like Horizon, Just Transition, that the EU puts in place for SMEs, for government, it's so tedious in terms of setting up the project, that you need like advisors and financial advisors, legal advisors, technicians. You need around 50,000 euros in order to benefit from maybe a couple of 100,000s maybe that you can get, because it's very competitive. So to me, what would be very beneficial for our countries is the fact that to simplify access to financing with EU funding. That's key. That's really key.
Kelsey, you're nodding, please.
Yeah, I am nodding because I think this access to financing has really been like one of the major roadblocks or major challenges globally around the transition. There's so many, you know, the Green Climate Fund was set up. There's so many other examples of well-intentioned funds and well-intentioned movements, and it's just not getting dispersed for various reasons. And a lot of times it's because sort of the regulatory requirements are so high, or things are so uncertain, and or political will changes, and so. But really, it's being able to unlock this issue around capital and this issue around finance is what is, I think, will be make the biggest steps in terms of the green transition.
And I'll stay with you, Kelsey, because there are quite a few questions on public-private partnerships. We've already discussed it, but let's talk about what governments can do to really make them successful. I'll just quote Ibrahim again. What role can public-private partnerships play in accelerating the green transition, and what are the best practices for engaging the private sector in sustainable initiatives? And also from Mazpan Cooper, who is Mazpan Cooper? Thank you. What role should the state play, if any, in helping startups accelerate the green transition? Do you have any good examples? So let's think about the role the state can play and the partnership element. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks so much. I think it's sort of the bare minimum. What the state can do is create an ecosystem, or set the rules in a way that's fair for businesses, in a way that's easy to adopt the sort of behaviors that we want to see out of businesses. And so it's a lot of the things that I think that have been talked about, and just the way that regulations are written, if it's written in a way that is just easy to adopt and it makes sense. I think another thing that governments play a huge role in is just in sort of the awareness and sort of sensitization of these issues. Earlier when we had the poll about sort of how do you feel like your work has changed over the past 10 years, and I voted somewhat highly because in my opinion, just people actually understand more about what opportunities the green transition has for us. I think 10 years ago it was always seen as a cost. It was always sort of seen as a sort of like fringe movement of environmentalists, and now people are actually seeing the benefits that it has towards the economies, the benefits that it has towards competitiveness, and I think that governments have played a large role in sort of setting the tone around that. I think in terms of SME support, I think this is a major place that governments have a role to contribute in. And I think it's in many of the ways that we should be supporting SMEs, I think, in general, which is just making the rules of the game easier for them to play. I'm trying to think of a few good examples, but actually I think there's one program from Egypt that I would shout out, which is the National Initiative for Smart Green Projects, which they launched, I think, in the lead up to COP27. And what that did is it surfaced a lot of entrepreneurs and SMEs who had ideas on these on green projects that were also going to be supporting small entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs. And so while the way it sort of worked is it surfaced a number of projects across all the prefectorates. A few were chosen to receive like direct support. But what it also just did is it just raised the profile of a lot of these entrepreneurs. And so then even if there's some projects that weren't winners, but then they got investment from the Gulf that came in to support them. There are now suppliers for Majid Al Futtaim, which is one of the largest retail companies in the Gulf. And I mean, these are entrepreneurs and these are programs that otherwise wouldn't have been on the radar of some of these investors. And I think there's sort of other programs like that. And I just think as much that we can do, even if it's not direct support from the government, but just in the ways that helps connect these SMEs and helps connect entrepreneurs to global capital.
Thank you. Let me pick up on another question and keep them coming. From Bassam? Yeah, thank you. How can we help, let's be really specific now, how can we help SMEs who will be affected with the CBAM? What's the best way to help SMEs? Please, Samira, yeah. Sorry, Sonia. Sonia.
Yeah, well, as I said earlier, clear regulatory framework and fast-track access to capital. And I think this is what Morocco is intending on doing with the sovereign fund, with the private equity investments that are performed, with the VC, VC capital that is used as well. And what we can see also in Morocco is, what I want to maybe just wrap up a little bit, PPPs are fundamental. And I've been a former vice chair of the PPP bureau at the UNECE. And what's important is not to do PPPs, but to have PPPs pro people. It has to be inclusive, and great work has been done on the standards on how to make them inclusive, and I encourage all of the countries here to look into them. They're simple, they're hands-on, they're pragmatic in order to be used. I just want to add something else, is that Morocco has launched all of the wind farms and solar farms based on PPPs. But at the time where 20 years ago, we didn't have any PPP law. So you can do, like in Great Britain with PFIs, you can do great things based on only a political will, without having a regulatory framework, and have the private sector adhere to it. What we can see now that we have a PPP law, maybe there is a blockage. And why is that? Because we can see that a lot is demanded from the state in order to push, to impulse PPPs, like with the evaluation report that costs a lot of money, that needs a lot of senior experts in different fields and so on. So to foster really the impact on the ground on SMEs is access to financing, also subsidize access to decarbonation. We have subsidies for SMEs to decarbonize. We have several individual SMEs that are impacted or will be impacted from the cement industry, for example, or will be impacted tomorrow from the CBAM when it will be generalized to other sectors. There are really investing into decarbonation with solar farm and so on. But what we can see is that, this is not their core business. Right. So it's funding that they do not use for R&D, for innovation, for striving competitiveness. I mean, right away, what is needed today is to not only provide investment for decarbonation, but also having funds for fostering working capital investment in those SMEs.
Okay, thank you. Let me pick up some more questions that are coming in, if I may. And perhaps we can also, we haven't talked at all about TVET, about vocational education and training, what role they can play. So I'm just trying to find the question so I can honor. It's Florenza. Thank you, Florenza. Florenza asks, how can the universities or VET institutions be engaged in order to increase the skills that are needed for these new professions on green transition? It's a question that we'll also be looking at in our next panel, but maybe you want to speak to that. Someone? Samira, yeah, please.
Maybe not in this particular topic, but I think there is a huge gap, at least in the part of the world where I live, between government and academia, which is unacceptable, if you ask me, for many reasons. I personally tried to set up a kind of an informal advisory body between government and certain academia institutions. And the idea was to just have a consultation, an exchange of information, views, ideas, and then we would think how to put this through the channels of regulation. And unfortunately, I'm not defending the institutional part of the country, but it was the academia who was not interested. So I don't know well, obviously we were not offering any money at this stage. I can understand that, but somehow we are in the same situation. So I think it would be for academia, because the research and development is their core business, and they are producing the new people who are going to work in these institutions after all. So it's vital from my point of view, but there was no interest at that time.
Let me ask, is anyone representing research and academia here in the room? Yeah, please, can we have the microphone over to Jihan? From Jihan from Jordan. Can we have a microphone, please?
Yes, I see.
Thank you.
I'm Jihan Haddad from Royal Scientific Society.
My name is Jihad Haddad.
On with the Vocational Training Commission, Vocational Technical Development, Technical Skills Development Commission. It is independent governmental entity in Jordan and have like good systems to have vocational, to accredit vocational training centers in Jordan and to approve the technical program and then to do like evaluation of the trained professionals to provide them with like certificates of professionals. So they are accredited nationally by all the entities to accept them in specific areas. For example, now in cooperation with RSS, we have vocational training center at Royal Scientific Society. So we are working, for example, first time, I think internationally, we don't have like training accredited by a specific body on RECP. We have great training models like from UNIDO on nice one developed by UNIDO, the transfer of environmentally sound technology we implemented in Jordan, but we don't have something to make like certificate, you know. Right. In energy, we have like certified service providers. So one of the main conclusion of one of the projects in SwitchMed is to have qualified and certified service providers and consultants. How to mainstream that and how to have new service providers. So we need such mechanism with a accreditation body to provide such certificate that it's well known and approved by all the stakeholders.
Right, thank you. Let's pick up this topic in our next panel when we're looking at jobs. So I think there are some really interesting statements that are also coming in. I'm just going to put them to you as well. So for example, I think that the green bonds, Mona says, and green bonds regulations and trading them on the stock exchange, as Egypt did recently, is a good way to access finance for green transition for industries and companies, for example, the private sector. We're also hearing from Mohammed Abdel Mohsen. Thank you. Providing financing for commercial banks in our countries is very important, so that those banks can provide that financing to companies as a kind of incentive to work on green investments with some government incentive packages. So our new finance flows more than the current channels. Would you like to comment, please?
I think this is key. And I think also we haven't tackled maybe 2 or 3 aspects that are fundamental for energy transition is how to cooperate better with the EU. I think having a carbon market, national carbon market and regional carbon markets that are integrated to the EU ETS is fundamental for us. We need to have those carbon markets. We tried in Morocco, but for some reason, this is still something that we have to work on. Okay. Second of all, I think that having a guarantor in our states, we have, for example, Tamwilcom, who is a guarantor for our commercial bank, who backs up the investments of SMEs in decarbonation, for example, who backs up a cap access, a working capital, for example, investment in SMEs, who guarantees also loans for commercial banks to SMEs, which is fundamental. And the third point is having ECAs. Sure, Egypt maybe has one, but we don't have one, for example, in Morocco. And as a board member of the Moroccan Confederation for Exporters, this is very high on our agenda. Having an ECA that, you know, that tackles project financing with a little local content can drive investment toward green investment.
David and then.
Thank you. To complement, and on the question of green bonds, also blue bonds. Yeah. First point. Bonds are debt, okay? Just be clear of what it is. It's not free money. So there are many different type of bonds being issued in all countries, green and blue. You need to have a collateral. Sometimes the collateral can be the project itself, the generation, could be a natural asset. More interestingly, and this is becoming very fashionable, and that's, I think, a huge potential for the Southern Mediterranean, is the nature for debt swaps. All our countries are quite indebted, public and privately, okay? So I'm just going to mention an example, especially in the marine areas. there is a lot of unprotected areas. We have a global biodiversity target to protect 30% of our territories, terrestrial and marine. Just to give a beautiful example, Ecuador extended the protected area of the Galapagos significantly and got a swap debt for about $1 billion from debt through philanthropic funds that we're willing to do, through the forgiveness of the debt for keeping that natural capital, and also that helps us a carbon sink. An underwater system such as seagrass can absorb 4 times more carbon than tropical forest, and you have plenty. Right. So there is a huge opportunity, because there you don't need capital. You just need is to protect and secure that a national asset. You can also do forest, by the way, for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Sorry, I'm thinking of everything. And you need to think of hydro escalation. I'll talk to you later. But don't rule this out, because while many think that natural assets always a forest, you underestimate the value of your marine ecosystems and how they could be leveraged for carbon sinks, debt forgiveness, and even green and blue funds. So use what you have.
Shada, please.
Thank you so much. I just want maybe to share a few experiences currently unfolding, because I'm involved in an effort right now to develop a green investment guide for the industrial sector in Jordan. And we've come to a conclusion that for this to work, I think a lot of pieces need to come together. So the Central Bank of Jordan issued a green finance strategy last year. Maybe over 10 years ago, it had over a 1 billion JD subsidy for renewables that I think played an important role, and it was on lending through the local finance institutions. So the central bank is very important in getting financial institutions geared towards green and green finance. But then also the banks themselves need a lot of support and technical capacity. So the Association of Banks in Jordan has a green finance committee helping the local banks to strengthen internal capacities. And we noticed also that there's a gap in SME financing in general, let alone green SME finance. So the banks are undergoing a lot of capacity support from entities like a lot of the ones I work with, the EBRD, the GIZ and others. And then the role of the chambers of industry as being that linkage, as the first speaker mentioned, getting the feedback from the industries as to their needs. And then the stock exchange as well is playing an important role in issuing directives for listed companies to issue ESG reports. And the largest listed companies in Jordan are already banks. So banks seem to be the first movers in the private sector to enable this whole access to green finance. And then finally, the technical support that the industries need. And so, like the work Jihan mentioned, actually the reason this vocational project is coming to bear is through a EU-supported SwitchMed program. The industries in Jordan saw firsthand the benefits of doing an RECP audit and then saving money on energy and waste. And because of that, now we have demand of this kind of training and vocational aspects. So also just to give a shout out to that, I would say very successful EU collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be broaching that also on the third panel. I'm picking up a question here by Ibrahim Ramadan again, which is we haven't spoken to at all, on AI and predictive analytics. So for trade decisions. With artificial intelligence advancing rapidly, how is the region leveraging AI and predictive analytics to make strategic trade decisions? Is there a unified Mediterranean AI trade platform to optimize trade flows and predict market shocks? And if there isn't, should there be? Yeah, please. Samir.
Because I'm a trade person, so actually I do the trade deals on behalf of my country. Well, there could be potential. I am not aware that there is any platform covering trade flows among our countries, on the contrary. But there is already a list of international platforms. UNCTAD is also having a great statistics that we just have to dig out and use for us. There's also International Trade Center statistics. They have simulation options, so you can actually explore for yourself. We were just doing this last week in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and for some reason I wanted to check how we are doing with Morocco as well. I mean, it was not because I'm coming to Morocco, but there was some initiative from our business association that we actually explore what are the possibilities for doing trade with Morocco. So there is existing, mostly free of charge options that we can do reliable planning. Of course, that it's not something that is like 100% sure, or we should also dig into our own national statistics, but it is very helpful. The AI is going to help in the future, but at this point of time, I'm not sure how reliable is that, and if we can use that with great confidence. But definitely that will help us. And if I don't know about the rest of the Mediterranean, but the Balkans part of this union does not have very much developed trade with this part of the world. Somebody mentioned the comments, the Pan-Euromed new convention, and can we talk about that? That's also an opportunity that we can use, but for that we have to have a free trade deal, and that's the whole thing that we don't talk about.
Kelsey.
I just wanted to jump in on something here, which is that, you know, AI for better trade is a great idea, but even just, I don't even think in general trade is even at the level where we're able to really integrate AI yet. There's still so many issues with trade, just around like digitization. So much of trade is still happening just on paper. And actually, I would say one thing that I think Morocco did really well recently, I think the past few years, is introduce like an e-phyto certification, which reduced the amount of time that like agricultural products were imports, waiting for these phyto certificates to come in. So even just, I think, getting over that first step on digitization would already be a progress towards having greener trade. And then AI would come second. But one thing with AI is that I think we always need to be conscious of is like is the huge carbon footprint of AI and AI data centers, which is all the more reason I think to have these strong compliance carbon markets to be able to offset any of the benefits that we would get from better predictive modeling through AI, that we would still make sure that we're not, it doesn't come at the expense of the nature and environment.
David?
Yes, several things. AI is a fantastic tool, but you need to understand some of the limits of it. One of the limits is it's only based on existing data. So it's very good to explain the performance up to today. You can use it to more or less do some predictions, trade growth, investment growth, but based on the past, and doesn't take into account unforeseen development, like US elections yesterday. So just be careful on that. Second, AI can be very useful if you know how to input the questions and the formulas and the platforms you are going to use. We're using AI in our data. We have UNTAC, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, has what is called Comtrade, the UN largest trade platform. Everybody uses ITC, WTO, etc. We do have the investment data, and we are developing a set of sub-databases already available on sectoral terms to help everybody. Mm-hmm. We have it on biodiversity goods, we have it on plastic trade, we have it on ocean goods. By the way, I have the data for the entire region. I got it, I have it here in anybody's interested. We have it on creative economy, on digital economy, right. All that's available, and you have it with visualization, etc. So it is a tool to available, but you have to play with it. By the way, if in the future there is an interest of that, we can even have experts from the data set of UNTAC to come and explain the Mediterranean region how to do it, because you can do it with any countries. Even, we didn't have, by the way, a country group for the Union for the Mediterranean. I just asked for it as a consequence of this meeting. So it's gonna come. And on AI, just be careful that it's very energy intensive. It's gonna happen a lot. It's consuming a lot. The same with e-commerce, emails, etc. So we're starting to have e-waste physically and e-waste digital. So just be careful, because you may, everything you do for renewable energy, you will be killing with being an energivore. So just be careful.
Thank you. I have one difficult question, but it's in the room, and it's a question that I also wanted to broach to you. So maybe someone wants to speak about what happened yesterday. So we have the newly elected 47th United States President, and the challenges we encountered in his previous presidency when it comes to climate change and green transition. How do you see this impacting the green transition globally and in the Mediterranean region specifically in the next 4 years? I need 2 people to speak to this, and very short, because we could go into this in a lot of depth. But do you see that we're going to be facing additional challenges, or how do you see this? You must have thought about this yesterday.
As an American, I think I maybe maybe I should address this. Yeah, I mean, I think probably sort of the outlook is not good in terms of his commitment to climate. I think there's still a lot of unknowns truly about what this next administration is going to look like. I think we saw last time it was I would say, there was a lot of instability in the cabinet. It was a sort of adversarial cooperation, I think, even with the public. These elections were different. We're seeing basically a full sweep of the Senate and the House. He is also winning the popular vote. So that does mean, in theory, that there's actually more of the U.S. public is behind this direction. But I think I think we need to wait to see who is in his cabinet, who are going to be the people surrounding him, to see really what the direction will be. And I do think one thing that we saw last time, though, is that even if he's maybe not always following sort of accepted international norms or accepted international laws, he does have a propensity for making deals, and I think he really sees himself as a deal maker. And so I think in terms of how does the globe want to work with a U.S. administration like this over the next 4 years, I just think it's important that we are creative and that we do think about what can be, if things are beyond a zero-sum game, how can we expand the pie in a way that I think at the same time works with what his interests would be, which would be employment in the United States, improved economy in the United States, and manufacturing in the United States. And so I'll stop right there. Yes.
Charlotte.
A quick question to you. So can we maybe say the silver lining, so that the green infrastructure deal that was approved with the previous administration, is that something that was already locked in and that we can see at least it's going to continue regardless?
I'm cautiously optimistic about that. I don't think that it's really necessarily in the best interests of the U.S. economy to undo a lot of that, especially if his big focus is on driving up manufacturing in the United States. This is a way to do it. I also don't think that the Chips and Science Act is going anywhere, or at least I'm optimistic that it's not. I think those of us who are, I'll just say, he doesn't always fulfill all his campaign promises, so it's I think we should just be, hope for the best. And once again, I think if there's ways that the international community can work with this administration in a way that expands the pie, I think that's probably sort of the best win for all of us.
Thank you so much. It's a question that I'm sure is at the back of, or at least the middle of a lot of our minds as we go through today, but shows how important the collaboration at our level is, and also with the support of the many organizations at the international level that still do believe in multilateralism.
Absolutely.
Now I have a question for everyone in this room as we close this first panel, and that is, what are your recommendations for how the UfM, the Union for the Mediterranean, can support the progress that we're seeing, whether it's on the level of strategy. So we've heard how important it is for countries to be very intentional about what their strategy is, about what the deals are that they're making, the partnerships that they're entering into, the treaties that they're renegotiating, maybe, the way they use the global treaties. So that's one level. Another level is the whole question of finance. Where do you see the role for the UfM to support countries, companies, in the national and regional carbon markets with the smart financing that we heard about, with the involving philanthropy as well, with the central banks and the banks who desperately need this capacity building. It's the second, so strategy, finance. The third is this whole of government, whole of society approach that we've seen is absolutely necessary. Again, needs capacity built, but where we can really see that consumers and SMEs will really link the whole of society. And it was interesting, I thought a lot of the time you were talking about culture change that's happening. That 10 years ago, we would have been speaking a completely different language, but now everyone's on board. So that needs, we can build on that needs more. And fourthly, the scaling up that we've spoken about, which depends so much on regulation, but also access to finance. So what do you think? Let's put slide up and see what sort of recommendations you have, please. And whilst it's coming, anyone want to start us off on the panel? Very quick, what's a recommendation for the UfM, what the UfM can do to support Samir?
I would probably end up where I started. We actually realized here there are a lot of fragments that are related to this green transition in many areas, in finances, in investment, in SMEs, in protection of natural resources, etc. So what it means that we need a better connection among those. We need to connect the dots, and we need to connect among ourselves. And that's what I see is the number one priority in the Union for Mediterranean, if we want to move further.
Thank you. Please.
Like that, or?
No, let's jump. Let's jump, but keep it really short. Thanks.
I think three things, basically. I think taking the leadership on the integration of carbon markets, creation of carbon markets, and integration of carbon markets with the EU ETS would be key. I think participating and contributing to create energy corridors alongside the southern Mediterranean countries and northern Mediterranean countries, like we've done, like we are doing with the Morocco-Nigeria pipeline that involves 14 countries. And thirdly, to simplify access to EU financing.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to keep you moving.
Yes, just a recommendation. We didn't go so deep there, but I think it's essential. There is no green without the blue. The blue economy is essential, especially for the Mediterranean. You cannot imagine how dependent and vulnerable you are. What am I talking about? Port services, connectivity, Suez Canal, Gibraltar, maritime transport, everything passed through the Mediterranean. Tourism, fisheries. All these sectors are high in employment, are services, and are vulnerable. So you cannot keep them outside the strategy, and they depend on resilient infrastructure and the conservation of natural assets. So don't forget that, because if you overdo on energy and forgot the other four, basically all your GDP is here. I'm sorry. Okay. So just don't forget the connection.
Thank you. One very brief recommendation for
just
the
say, once again, cooperation and interoperability. I think as much as we're able to speak the same language and work on the same goals together, it just makes it easier to achieve our outcomes.
Thank you. And finally, Charlotte.
So nexus at the three levels of governance: regional, national, and even local. Pushing, we're all going, some of us are going to Baku next week, so I think we're all trying to get that new collective goal on quantified climate finance, NCQG, so we should push for this and for the region, making it accessible. And finally, we must push for peace and justice right now so that people can reinstill that faith in multilateralism.
Because trade and investment are not happening on their own. We've got to look at context. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, to our wonderful panel. And to all of you, thank you so much for all the questions. In the next panel, I'll get more of you to talk. And that means we're going into our break now. And after our break, we'll see you back here at 12 o'clock. Thank you so much. Enjoy the sunshine. Oh, stop. Very important, I forgot. First of all, I need everyone to go outside to have their photos done. We're having a group photo, and the photographer will tell us where. All panelists, please stay here for a group photo. And everyone, if you go outside, please, for the group photo. Thank you. So just have a...
Shall we stay seated? Good.
Excuse me? How do you want... Can you turn my microphone off? Thank you.
Play someone on women.
How do you want them? Like this? Okay, everyone outside, please, for the group photograph. It will be outside in the garden. Thank you. Oh, nice. Could you please turn my microphone off? Especially when you've been in the north of Europe. This is the way it should be. And such good food and drink. We will have a long lunch break. Welcome back as you come in. Thank you. So people are starting to come back. Do we have very forceful people pushing out there, Hamid? Welcome back. Do take your seats.
Fernandez here. Fernando. Okay, so we have them.
All right, let's get started. Let's start our second session, which is going to go deeper into an area that we've touched already, looking at making sure that the green transition is also good for jobs. So in this session, we'll be answering questions like, what should governments consider when creating policies for the promotion and facilitation of sustainable investments in the Mediterranean countries? How the new WTO investment facilitation for development agreement and other frameworks assist in attracting investments for sustainable development in the region. But also we'll be looking at bilateral agreements and how useful they are in contributing to sustainable trade and investment facilitation. We need to know more here about the role of private investors and also how investments via financial institutions can contribute. And to get us started is, again, a very important keynote. I like having these keynotes at the beginning to kick the discussion off. This time it's by Rikke Mengo-Jørgensen, who is a policy officer in charge of trade relations with the Union for the Mediterranean and bilateral trade relations with Morocco and Tunisia from DG Trade at the European Commission. And it's great now, Rikke, to hear from you. And yeah, give us an idea of the sort of topics that you think we could be focusing on. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Rikke.
I think I have some slides as well.
Can we have the slides up, please?
Oops, working.
Here we go.
Assalamu alaikum, bonjour, hello to everyone. Ladies, it's a pleasure to be here in Rabat and to address you today at the 6th UfM Trade and Investment Forum, focusing on driving green and inclusive economic growth in the Mediterranean region. I would first like to thank the UfM Secretariat for organizing this important event and Morocco for hosting. Thank you. As we gather here, we're reminded of the critical role that sustainable investment and job creation play in fostering a resilient and prosperous future. In this context, I have the pleasure to set the scene for the upcoming panel discussion on promoting opportunities for green investment and green jobs. So how does this work? Yeah, super. Green investments are key to unlocking long-term economic growth. They contribute to economic growth, job creation, and integration in global value chains, benefiting both host and home countries. To drive long-term success, investments must prioritize sustainability. Effective policy frameworks are crucial in shaping green investment flows, fostering transparency, innovation, and the development of green skills that lead to better job opportunities. Governments can develop effective policy frameworks by creating a stable and transparent regulatory environment, sector-specific strategies, and fostering public-private partnerships. The EU is the world's main origin and top global destination of foreign investment. By the end of 2022, EU investors held almost 9.5 trillion euros in outbound foreign direct investment stocks worldwide, while third country investors held close to 8 trillion euros in stocks within the EU. Our investment policy is based on the premise that foreign investment is positive for the economy. We aim to ensure that our trade and investment tools contribute to the EU's Green Deal and support a global transition towards a CO2 neutral economy. FDI is vital for development, driving job creation and innovation. With $4 trillion annual investment gap in developing countries, additional foreign investment is crucial to achieving the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. We exercise our investment policy through the negotiation of investment rules in trade agreements or self-standing investment agreements. These agreements govern investment liberalization, investment facilitation, and investment protection. An important policy tool in this context are sustainable investment facilitation agreements, the so-called CFAs. CFAs are a new EU approach to investment cooperation, focusing on transparency, efficiency, and investment facilitation to drive FDI growth. Bilateral agreements can play an important role in facilitating green investments. We are ready to start discussions on agreements that will facilitate investment in countries keen to improve their business climate, coupled with EU support for capacity building. There is great interest from the European Union to strengthen its trade and investment ties with Mediterranean countries through enhanced cooperation and modernized trade relations. Our association agreements were mentioned early on. So in addition to the long-term association agreements, including the free trade areas, we in the EU foster our relationships with Mediterranean countries through strategic and comprehensive partnerships, which strengthen cooperation, stability, and prosperity in areas of mutual interest. We recently signed strategic partnership memorandums of understanding, so-called MOUs, with Tunisia and Egypt, which include proposals to engage in discussions for sustainable investment facilitation agreements. By concluding CFAs, the region can tap into significant investment opportunities, unlocking new avenues for job creation and sustainable development. This can help advance the goals of green and inclusive economic growth, driving progress and prosperity in the Mediterranean region. A recently published OECD report undertaken on the request of European Commission highlights areas for improvement in domestic frameworks of 5 southern neighborhood countries. This report finds that these countries have the potential to become major players in the global renewable energy and green hydrogen markets. To realize this potential, the region requires continued investment and policy support, including a supportive regulatory environment, predictable financial incentives, and strategic infrastructure investments. The EU is already the biggest investor in the Mediterranean region. In the southern neighborhood countries, EU companies held almost 150 billion euros of FDI stocks in 2022, representing the largest group of investors. In the Western Balkans, EU companies are also by far the leading investors, accounting for 33.8 billion euros of FDI stocks. And in Turkey, EU companies were holding 56.7 billion of FDI stocks, accounting for 60% of FDI in the country. As mentioned, Mediterranean countries have the potential to be key partners for CEFA negotiations. As outlined in the EU's 2021 Agenda for the Mediterranean, strengthening our ties with these countries is a strategic imperative. Partnering for a greener future is crucial. The EU recognizes the significance of private investment in driving the just transition, particularly in the energy sector. By leveraging the expertise and resources of the private sector, we can accelerate the development and deployment of sustainable technologies. Small and medium-sized enterprises, as also mentioned during the first panel, are indeed vital in this equation. The EU has established the Enterprise Europe Network to support the internationalization of SMEs. We believe that this network can be a powerful tool for emerging SMEs in the Mediterranean region and remain open to explore the possibility of further participation in the network. The EU also supports the organization of investment conferences with industry leaders to facilitate dialogue, foster collaboration, and unlock new investment opportunities. We have already co-organized such conferences with partners like Egypt and Tunisia in the context of this new strategic partnership MOUs, as well as with Algeria and Jordan, to create a supportive ecosystem that enables companies to thrive and contribute to the green transition. Our global gateway strategy represents a major leap in mobilizing private sector investment for sustainable development. The European Fund for Sustainable Development aims to mobilize a significant amount of private investments in strategic key sectors. Over the next few years, Team Europe will mobilize a substantial amount of investments for sustainable and high-quality projects, taking into account the needs of partner countries and ensuring lasting benefits for local communities. It is also worth highlighting in particular the regional Team Europe initiative on jobs through trade and investment in the southern neighborhood, as also discussed during last Trade and Investment Forum in Brussels, under which the EU aims to foster sustainable job creation and an inclusive economic recovery in the southern partner countries. So let me conclude by reiterating that promoting opportunities for green investment and green jobs in the Mediterranean region is crucial for a resilient and prosperous future. We must create a supportive regulatory environment for sustainable investments, leverage public-private partnerships, and foster regional cooperation. The EU is committed to working with its partners to seize the opportunities presented by the green transition and create a brighter future for our region and beyond. I look forward to a thought-provoking discussion and exploring the ways in which we can work together to drive green and inclusive economic growth in the Mediterranean region. Thank you very much.
Rita. Excellent, thank you so much. And before we turn to our panel, let's also get your thoughts on some of the questions that we think will be important in our discussion. So if I could invite you to go back to Slido, please. Can we just show Slido so you can join? And we're now going to the polls. So you have two opportunities. You have your input or polls. Go to the poll, and I'm starting a poll right now. So this is on a scale of 1 to 10. And there's no right or wrong here, it's just your opinion. To what extent are current investments driving sustainable growth and development in the region, including green jobs? So is the money going in the right place currently? What's your opinion? We're seeing a very different picture. So 10 is very, to a high extent, 1 is not at all. We have some people on the 2, one person on the 2, but number 4 is the top. So we're seeing this not so high. Let me get some thoughts on that. Can I hear from someone who's saying, maybe I'm on a 4, I'm on a 5, I'm on a 3. It's not really going in the right place. Anyone want to share? What's behind the number? So 40, we've got a mean, we're over the 5. Let me start with some, yeah, please, Kelsey. Can I have a microphone, please? For Kelsey. Otherwise, I've got one here. Here we go.
Thank you so much.
Can the microphone be put on, please? Yeah, I think it's on now.
Great, thank you so much. No, I just think that this sort of speaks to, I think, a lot of what was discussed earlier, that sustainability isn't often seen as like a driver of growth or a driver of jobs. And so I think when a lot of current investors are looking at the region, their priorities would be ROI, their priorities, if they're from, if it's FDI, their priorities may be driving growth and equitable growth in different ways, and also just like an influence of soft power. And so I think as much as we can link sustainability to some of those other incentives that are maybe, other incentives, I think it makes it more likely to be better, I guess.
Thank you. So it's just not really on people's highest priority. Yeah, please.
Maybe I put the score 7.
Do you want to stand up?
Yeah, sure. I'm Paul from the EU delegation here. I rank it, so I don't have the full overview, but I work in Morocco. But I put 7 because my observation is hearing from all investments and many potential investors here, they all have the sustainability aspect in mind every time they invest here. So we could think from a certain angle that, there could be wishes to invest in Morocco, for example, to try to avoid EU regulations, so not going in the direction of sustainability, but in fact it's not the case at all. And every time we meet investors, we see the angle of sustainability, of the potential of Morocco to provide green energy, for example, is very strong.
Right, so people are looking to the region for answers to their investment needs in the green sector. Okay, so it's a mixed picture we're seeing here. It's very high on some investors' agendas, but not necessarily on others. Okay, thank you. Next question for you. Hold on, here we go. Which sector, so we'll be talking about different sectors, and we've heard how important it is to have sector-specific strategies for investment. Which sector are you most interested in terms of its potential to create green jobs? Energy, agriculture, infrastructure, or is it another sector? Which is the top sector from your perspective? Energy's up there, but agriculture's close behind. Infrastructure is quite low. It's moving up. Okay. Interesting. What are the others? What are the other sectors that we haven't mentioned here? Is tourism one? Yeah? Can I have a microphone here? Thanks.
Does it work? Yes. Hello. Adrian de Bassompierre from the European Investment Bank. I think water management, so that's related to infrastructure, but specifically water in the region is going to be key, or is already key for the creation of green jobs. Yeah.
Thank you. Another one, please. Hold on, we need your microphone for the translations.
Think about solid waste management on the value chain of from the beginning in the eco-design, then and the green businesses to manage the solid waste. I read some literature said that for 10,000 maybe tons of plastic waste, green jobs, maybe 70 times more than the business as usual, just collecting the waste and sending it to the landfill. So many in the collecting and segregation and doing the recycling project, and even in the putting the solutions from the beginning in the eco-design. And also we have the, renewable energy issue. We have these PV panels. The lifetime for it is 20, 30 years maybe. After that, it's electronic waste.
Right.
Do you have a plan in our region how to deal with this new problem that we will face, but not now, but after? So we shall thinking of the e-waste management and solutions.
Very important. Thank you so much. And there was one hand raised at the back. Yes, please, sir.
Me?
Actually, the gentleman there, and then you. He has a microphone already.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So hello everybody. I'm a second year student in political science. So for me, actually, I think I choose other because like all the sector are correlated. Because if you need energy, you need infrastructure, and if you need infrastructure, you also for agriculture you need infrastructure. So all the sector are correlated. So if you want to develop one, you need to develop all of them. That's the thing.
Yeah, brilliant answer. Thank you very much. It explains why infrastructure was so low. Yes, the gentleman with the blue. Stand up, sir, please, so we can see you.
Bonjour, merci beaucoup pour...
Well, good morning. Thank you very much to Union for the Mediterranean for this invitation and for the organization also of this interesting event. I have well chosen agriculture because it is true that energy can also generate more jobs industry. So by exploiting this income, we can create more job offers. But in some sense, we really need to create more work opportunities in a short term. So I think that agriculture somehow can also have the potential to create opportunities. So of course we need investment in agriculture. Also, we can manage this to finance many people who could create their own enterprises. Whereas energy needs lots of infrastructure in order to create jobs. Thank you very much.
There's a competition between the sectors here as well. I'm going to take two more. The gentleman behind and the lady here, please.
Okay. مرحبا أنا صهيب كمان مرة.
Hello everyone, my name is Shahab. I think that creative industry and cultural industry especially is one of the most important sectors, upcoming sectors, and through it we work with the regulation that helps us to create upcoming sectors and economies like recycling and adventure tourism and content creating and filming and other things. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Anela Karahasan. I'm coming from a Chamber of Economy of Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I will also like to mention transport, especially speaking about the green transport, because in Bosnia and Herzegovina we already have some results. It is not results like, for example, in EU countries, but speaking about it's very important to mention. Why? Because companies in Bosnia and Herzegovina see opportunities there in the green transport. We already have companies that establishing, especially for importing electrical cars, electrical vehicles. We have also companies that establishing for maintenance services for electrical vehicles. Also speaking about this sector, we also have companies establishing for infrastructure for charging points, which is very important. Then together, similar that my colleagues previous said, important is to mention renewable sources of energy that you will use for charging points as one also, which is also stick to the transport. And also in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we already have companies that starting to producing, for example, electrical bicycles, electrical special cars for the business, then coming companies that would like to switch their conventional cars with electrical, because not only because of the green, because of the decarbonization, but also because it's cheaper from them, speaking about the fuels crisis that we already have. So this is very important also to mention, because it's not only about the decarbonization, it's not only about the living healthy, it's also about the economy, because with this sector, then establishing new companies also mean a new employment, a new workforce, and becoming economy more stronger than it is.
Right, thank you so much. What great input. So I think what we're seeing is it's certainly not limited to just a handful of sectors. We're talking about basically most of the economy, right? There are so many hands going up, so many people are saying there's all sorts of sectors that are actually greening and producing green jobs. Thank you. Let me now turn to my panel for this second panel, where we'll be talking about how we get those jobs also up and running and how we get those green investments. I'm going to ask you to take the panel, please. Ingrid Schweiger, Deputy Head of Unit for Regional Cooperation in the Southern Neighbourhood of the EU Commission DG NAR. Please take your seat. Mohanad Salaheddin from the German Arab Chamber of Industry and Commerce. Thank you. Fernando Domingo Diaz de la Lastra, which is probably one of my favourite names that I've ever read. Secretary General of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce in Casablanca, and he's been in this role since Monday, so you get an extra round of applause for that, actually. Adrian de Bassompierre, Head of the European Investment Bank representation in Morocco, and finally, Carlos Conde, Head of the Middle East and Africa Division of the OECD. Thank you. A round of applause, please, for the panelists. All right. So let's ask you first, which sectors did you think, which sector would you choose? Carlos, which sector are you most excited about in terms of jobs?
Sectors are important, but I very much agree with my colleague, a student of political science and also political scientist, about the importance of infrastructure. Sometimes we think in infrastructure as something that is very heavy on carbon, etc. But it's not only a necessary enabler for investment and trade, but also a condition. And the thing is how infrastructure is conceived and how infrastructure is planned and executed. And of course, there is a lot of thinking that is needed on how to make this environmentally sustainable, how to digitalize the solutions, and I think this is very important that we think in infrastructure. This is one of the major obstacles in the region for integration. So
right.
We really need to think of that.
Such an important enabler.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Please,
exactly the word I was going to use. Infrastructure is an enabler. My neighbor just now, David, told me, okay, tell me who you are, and I'll tell you what I'm interested in, because we're all looking for the money. In fact, as a European Investment Bank, yes, we are a conduit to quite a bit of financing, and I can tell you, yes, for the creation of green jobs, and it's influenced by my vantage point, but in Morocco, the transformation of the energy sector has been and remains extremely promising, and is definitely a source of job creation and growth. But I did mention water management, yes. And it's related to infrastructure. But I think we do need to look at both sides of the conundrum when it comes to water supply and demand, right? So I mean, looking at efficiency in use, that goes for energy as well. But these are more difficult areas to go into. And then maybe if I can add one last element where we as a bank would like to invest in, but find it quite difficult, is in adaptation and resilience. Okay, you'll tell me this is related to many of the sectors that we're looking at, but often the bankability of projects related to resilience and to adaptation is not clear or needs to be demonstrated, and that is a case that we need to make more and more in this respect, I think.
Yeah, thank you. Mohan.
So I would like to share also some numbers from a study that was made last year in Jordan under a project called GAIN. which is commissioned from the ministry, the BMZ in Germany, and it's implemented by the GIZ, for example. And they studied the green jobs for a few sectors. Actually, most of them were here: agriculture, infrastructure, other energy, and they found that the green jobs in Jordan right now are around, based on last year, from 75,000 to 95,000. It's very difficult, of course, to identify a specific number. That's why there's a huge variation. And most of the jobs actually are infrastructure and agriculture. So the perception that green jobs are jobs in energy is not right, actually. Energy project doesn't produce much of green jobs. Maybe through the process of a building is the most jobs needed, but maintaining energy project doesn't require actually a lot of jobs. So the green jobs are more into infrastructure and agriculture based on numbers.
Right. This is really interesting because our narratives are often telling us something different. Ingrid.
Yeah, I very much, I don't have a favorite sector, so I very much like this approach across the whole economy, because I think that's what it is about. It's not only the whole of government on this issue, it's also the whole of the economy. And I would add, perhaps even others, thinking about green industry, green manufacturing, green entrepreneurship. And this is particularly in view of job creation, a potential for young people. I think the green entrepreneurship, and since we have our colleagues from the EIB here, link to that the access to green finance, and that in itself is an area for jobs, green analysis, green portfolios, and so on. So I think the spectrum is very comprehensive, and we should really work granularly in these subsectors to bring it up.
Right, thank you. What about you, Fernando?
Je pense que les énergies renouvelables.
I think that renewables energy will be a sector, key sector, renewable energy, especially if we talk about the relationship between Spain and Morocco. And there are already some players who work in the sector of renewables on big projects between Spain and Morocco. I think there are many Spanish companies that can bring lots of experience in the field, in the field of renewables. Thank you.
If I may add, because the reactions from others made me think, SMEs play a crucial role across the region, right? And so the greening of SMEs and through banks, this is something that was mentioned in the previous panel discussion, is absolutely key. So, and this is something we do a lot, is accompanying banks to understand how to have access to green finance, how to attract green finance, and how to then help their own clients in accessing these types of financing, in bringing up the data and the information that investors are looking at and looking for investments. And sometimes that link between the SMEs, the financial ecosystem, and sustainable finance investors is difficult to make. And this is where I think we need to make a lot of work. So as a sector, SMEs, and this relates to some of the data that you're bringing in agriculture, in some of the sort of smaller scale activities typically that are implemented in these countries. So I think that's really a key question to look at.
Thank you. I think what this discussion also with your input has shown is that in addition to it being a whole of economy approach that we're looking at, we've also got some sectors that we haven't even really been thinking about with the e-waste, for example. So we've got to really be thinking long term in terms of what are we greening and not just looking back at what are the traditional sectors where we can create sort of siloed green approaches. So that's, I think, a very important realization that I'm taking out of this already. Now let's, Fernando, if I could. The universities took a bit of a bashing just now. They're not interested in supporting the development of green skills. You've just come from years in the university, in the academic background. So maybe you'd like to tell us about what are the implications of this whole green transition on universities, on education, on training, and where you see the role of education and training to support the green transition.
En effet, si je dois résumer
Indeed, if I have to summarize the panel of this morning, if I have to summarize, it is true that there are still many things to be done in all fields, in the field of investment, etc. So I think that from the research, university research standpoint, there's still some work to do there. Why? Because there are new technologies, we open new sectors, but we need talent. This is what we call the green jobs in this case. So universities, let's talk about universities. In the field that I know, there is an increasing number of master's degrees and programs, curricula that concern environment and the business environment, etc. So I think there is one important thing that needs to be done here. We, at the Spanish Chamber of Commerce in Casablanca, of course, we try to organize meetings between investors, Spanish investors, and Moroccan entrepreneurs. But I think that the field of education is a key sector today. For example, there are 7,000 Moroccan students who study in Spain as of today. And it is a rather huge figure. And I think that the role of university, by establishing some partnerships with local partner universities, they can develop some programs about the environment. And in order to bring an answer to those needs that are due in terms of green jobs. There are lots of Spanish companies in the field of solar energy here in Ouarzazate, in the city of Ouarzazate and other city. So I think there is one very interesting thing, that's to say training, vocational training. As of today, Morocco is growing a lot today. In recent years, at the rhythm of 5% growth each year. And I think that industries, also the green economy, also needs some talent. And I think that thanks to vocational training and also with higher education, these are very important sectors for the future. That's it. Thank you.
Are you seeing a lot of interest in young people to go into these green jobs, apprenticeships, studies?
Ouais. Évidemment, si on compare
Of course, if you compare this with other studies of other programs, it is still developing or growing. But it is true that people are sensitive because sustainable growth is already present in schools and also in universities. And I think that yes, there is an increasing number. Whenever there is a demand, universities do adjust their curricula. That's why I said that the partnership between universities, Moroccan and Spanish universities, this partnership can give some good results, yes, and can also bring some answers to the needs in terms of green jobs. Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, let's take a step back now, and considering also the role of the university and the training sector, we'll come back to that. But first of all, Ingrid, from your perspective, what impact have policies aimed at promoting green investment had on the ground in the Mediterranean?
Thanks a lot, Natasha, and of course, thanks to UfM and GSED for this great event. I think highly stimulating. So on the impact so far on the ground, I have to say there is not a lot of consolidated data, but there is already information. There are very good examples of successful green transitions, and we also got into this discussion on the subsectors now with Slido and in the panel. And we have heard it this morning, but just to recap, to mention three important examples of the green transition. Well, Morocco, our host country, with the solar plan, with the very ambitious targets of 52% of the electricity production from renewables by 2030. We have heard about Egypt's renewable energy initiative to generate 40% of its electricity from renewables by 2040. We had heard from Jordan on the industrial modernization plans and targets. And I think one sees already the first positive impacts on the ground, because some of these initiatives have started long-term ago. And by the way, it would be interesting to measure that in a more systematic way, just also backwards, to take stock so far. And if we look at the various subsectors, they have different degrees of creating green jobs, and especially creating green jobs for young people and women. And I think that's also one perspective to take into consideration. We talked a lot about renewable energy, solar and wind, and there I think this came up very interestingly. We have to look at assembly, at production, at installation, and at the future recycling. So parts of it we don't know yet, but this is an area which has, for example, in Morocco led to more than 100,000 jobs since 2010, since the start. And interestingly, women have played quite a role in that. From what I understood, there are about 30% of the workforce on solar. It's female employment. So it's interesting aspects on that. Looking at other areas, it was mentioned sustainable agriculture, sustainable organic farming, sustainable practices. This has a potential strong impact on rural areas, small-scale farmers. Again, women, it's a typical area and can then be linked to organic farming, but also ecotourism, which in turn leads to perhaps handicrafts and others, so that there is this cross-cutting potential. And last but not least, what I said before, the whole area, I think, which is jobs for the future for young people, the green entrepreneurship, where many countries have launched specific programs for young entrepreneurs in the startup scene, in Tibet, or apprenticeships, and there, I mean, the effect is still to be seen in the future, but this is a fast-growing area as well.
It seems that the policies, as you say, have had this impact in rural areas. We spoke in the last panel about the challenge of getting to communities that aren't in the big cities, also on youth and women. How did the policies know that the policies would be good? How were they informed?
That's perhaps rather to ask to the policymakers, but I think it came up in previous panels. You need these very inclusive dialogue structures, involving local communities, involving women associations, involving youth institutions as well. And in some of the areas, for example, Morocco, Tunisia are good examples, there is quite a number of women-led cooperatives in the rural areas who work on these issues.
So it's finding the resources, it's finding the structures that are there and working with them.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you. Mohamed, would you agree that there's been this positive impact on the ground?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is, of course, a notable impact of all these policies. This is something we have seen also maybe in the past few years. Somehow in the region there is a competition between governments themselves. Everyone wants to, as much as possible, to acquire these green investments coming from Europe. So you can find Egypt also in a very high level trying to implement regulatory frameworks to attract these kind of investments, trying to work with financial institutions, European Investment Bank, the EBRD. Morocco also is doing great in that. Jordan also is trying to be a hub, for example, for producing green hydrogen in Aqaba. Everyone is trying to use the resources somehow to acquire all these, and this is healthy somehow, this kind of competition, and it will accelerate putting the right regulatory frameworks. Policy makers, of course, don't have it all right. Sometimes you can see frameworks and regulations that are put into place and forming some problems also after 2 years, and then you see the government backing up and making some refinement to. So it's somehow it will take some time.
Well, we're seeing that all over the world.
Exactly. So it will take some time. Europe is accelerating so much with with energy transition and putting constraints like the CBAM and at the end, if we are opening new markets and we want to export to Europe, we have to follow up these regulations. Of course, we need the support of the Europeans at the end of the day. But yeah, policies in general had a notable impact. Not enough, not because we are greedy, but still we are. There is a long way to go.
Okay, what would be, if I gave you a magic wand, what would be something that you would change in Egypt? Let's just say.
Yeah, I would say this is something maybe. Not something to change, but for example, this is something that I think David from last panel had about private sector participation somehow in producing electricity and having kind of P2P, so private sector to private sector or P2P, and this was came into place actually in Egypt last March. With the Egyptian electricity regulatory agency, they had a P2P now into place where producers from the private sector can produce electricity to specific projects or specific other private sectors or other consumers. We don't see that on the ground yet, but we know for sure that around 20 companies have eye on that and actually want to acquire these kind of projects. So a lot of momentum is going on. I wouldn't say I'm a policy maker, so yeah, even if I have the, I'm not the best person to use it, but we can see, I think, a lot of frameworks that work, others that still need refinement.
And maybe what you're talking about, this P2P, this internal private-to-private collaboration also needs governments to let go of quite a lot of policy.
Yeah, of course. Government at the end should stick with the putting the regulations, and the regulations themselves it has to be localized somehow. So yeah. You can see best practices from all over the world, but each country has a specific, constraints for building an ecosystem. So it has to be localized, see what works and what refinement should be added to these kind of frameworks, and it's a process. It will take time, but at least we're in the right direction somehow.
Right. Thank you very much. Let me now jump to the OECD too, Carlos. So you're preparing a report, which has been referred to already this morning, monitoring the progress of regional integration in the Union for Mediterranean. So give us a little sneak preview into insights, into lessons that we can learn about the role of regional integration as a driver of investment, as a driver of job creation, including all of the sectors, or referring to some of the sectors that we've been talking about. Thank you.
Yes, indeed, and I take the opportunity also to extend the congratulations to the UfM for this very important meeting and the fantastic role of networking, a region that is very much in need of dialogue, and the political push and the leadership of the UfM is very much needed to make a difference, and in that sense we are very glad of collaborating with them in this periodical report on the stage of integration in the Mediterranean. We made a first edition in 21, and now we are very advanced in the second edition for 25. So we are measuring the status of integration in a region that is very broad, because we have a tendency to talk about the North Africa and the Middle East, but it's of course also the Balkans and the whole Europe, and how these different parts interact. When it comes to investment and trade, well, the situation is very well known. We are talking about, and this was mentioned this morning, very different situations. Well, the situation, of course, in Europe and the Balkans and also Turkey is there is a very intense collaboration, exchange, FDIs, etc. The North Africa and Middle East, you know that the situation is much more different. It's really below the potential, and if we compare with other emerging economies, there is a lot to do, and it's still a work in progress. It's up and downs, so there is no still this kind of stable environment that can facilitate that the investment arrives. So a lot of things can be done, of course, and I think the discussion we are having on these sectorial approaches, on this new generation on investment agreements can help a lot. We need to look into the restrictions, we need to fine-tune the regulatory frameworks making the investment more conducive to the sectors that have a potential. And on that, I think there are important governance elements that we have also to take into consideration. Why? Because at the end, the enabling environment for investment is fundamental. And very often the investors, the different sectors, the private sector, even different institutions within government, altogether are not necessarily working well to, in a joint manner, create the conditions for more impactful investment. Together with the European Union, we have been working for a few years in a project on European investment in the Mediterranean. And we have worked sectorially, identifying in each country one sector that was particularly, let's say, with big potential. Agribusiness in Morocco, digital in Jordan, pharmaceutical in Tunisia. And in all these countries, we have used a methodology of public-private dialogue. And it was very interesting because the situation at the end is very similar. First of all, you find on the public sector, you find a lot of fragmentation. You can have investment agreements that are agreed by the competent authorities, but very often this is not necessarily coordinated or is not making part of a whole of government approach. And then when you are going to agriculture or to pharmaceutical, you see there is a number of institutions that are active from different angles. And one very, let's say, common remark of the private sector is that they don't find the necessary coherence. So governance is an issue. Morocco, for example, and we have been working with Morocco very intensively, and we have just launched it in Paris an investment policy review of Morocco, has taken the governance of investment as an important aspect. And coming from a situation of fragmentation where there were different institutions, different authorities for investment at the territorial level, at the national level, Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Industry, it has created now a Ministry of Investment that has the capacity and the mandate, of course, now has to be implemented to have more horizontal approaches. So this is important to work also on the public sector, the coherence and the quality of the public policy. But then let's look into the private sector as well. If we really want to have impact at the sectorial level, we need to be aware of what is the structure of each economic sector. And we find a variety of situations. There are multinational companies, there are national companies. We are talking about a region with a very strong presence of SOEs that introduce issues on competition that are not necessarily facilitating, let's say, the necessary conditions for a more private sector-led economic transformation. SMEs, I totally agree that this is a fundamental aspect of the region. I mean, of in every economic situation, but here particularly, we really need to work on the SMEs, helping, facilitating, giving the skills, giving the necessary tools to have access to knowledge, to technology, to markets, to finance, and this is work in progress. We are also working, talking about a region in which informality is also very predominant. So we need to look also into how working sectorially, making of the green transition an opportunity to make the necessary structural reforms that can be more impactful. So coming back to the report of integration, we really need that integration makes sense and can really be a facilitator of all these transformations. At the end, the positioning of the economies of the countries in the global economy is what can guarantee this sustainable growth, also of FDIs that so far has been so uneven.
Right, wow. So, Adrian, I'm going to throw this complexity onto your lap and say, how are financial organizations, institutions at the different levels supposed to deal with this situation, particularly with the informality that we've just heard about from Carlos?
Well, first of all, I want to echo the thanks and congratulations to the organizers and to everyone here, because we were engaged in very dynamic discussions. We talk about regional integration. Yes, north-south, south-south as well, and we're talking about the Mediterranean, but I think countries like Morocco and others also understand that the Mediterranean can be a link with other regions. And here I'm thinking sub-Saharan Africa and Morocco trying to play a role in clearly linking Europe and sub-Saharan Africa, linking the Mediterranean and sub-Saharan Africa. And I think this is something that also draws quite a bit of potential. So that's an aside. Then, but an important one. On to your question. I mean, you mentioned whole of economy, Ingrid, right? I mean, we really try to look at, let's say, some of our more classical activities. So continuing to support, in our case, public sector-led financing for the things that we mentioned. Large energy infrastructure, transport infrastructure, including to link, the different countries and to support regional integration. We can talk about maritime transport, but also rail and interurban, intra-urban. I mean, all these that are important for the emergence of sustainable growth and for the emergence of green jobs, of course. And I could go on, right? I mean, because it goes into also supporting education and health, some of the supporting sectors. You mentioned it at the very end, right? I mean, clearly extremely important to look at when we look at growth. So for us, for example, it still represents 70% of our lending in a country like Morocco. So it's still extremely significant. And you were talking about culture change, and I think Morocco understood that. And it's to try to understand how we go from, 2/3 supported, and I'm talking about investment numbers, 2/3 still supported by the public sector, 1/3 by the private sector. And to switch that ratio, right? Which is the objective of a country like Morocco, for example. So a lot of good deeds. How do we, as a financial institution, support that transformation? And this is where we start looking at, well, we not only start, we're very engaging into looking at more innovative financing approaches. So we mentioned PPPs, private-public partnerships. We look at blending different sources of financing. We, of course, as financial institutions, try to facilitate the access to technical assistance, knowledge sharing. And I can mention a number of initiatives that we're engaged on just simply to illustrate the point. We talked about green bonds, right? So us and other financial institutions, with the support of the European Commission, are launching the Global Green Bond Initiative. So this is an initiative not only to try to train financial institutions, governments, around the globe and acquire the skills that are needed to attract green financing, but us also potentially with a view of purchasing or investing in some of these green bonds that would be issued. So you see again sort of the complementarity. We're also implementing a program called Greening Financial Systems. You talked about central banks and the role of financial institutions. This is with the support of the German government. Supporting, as I said, these kinds of institutions, and to support the emergence, basically, of a sustainable finance ecosystem, something that is extremely needed and also has the opportunity of creating jobs per se. We talked about data management, we talked about reporting, really areas that also provide opportunity. I mentioned early on SMEs. We're too big as a financial institution to support SMEs directly. So we work a lot with local financial institutions, meaning banks, on supporting SMEs. So this is what we call intermediate financing. We open credit lines for these banks at very interesting rates. They pass on the financial advantage to these SMEs, but sometimes we put thematic conditions, I would say, or opportunities. We have credit lines supporting women entrepreneurship. We have credit lines supporting green development and the like. So through that, you also train or help the emergence of a sustainable finance ecosystem, the banks being trained, understanding the opportunities, including for climate risk management, for adaptation and the like, and this is passed on then to SMEs, right? Other opportunities are like Blue Med Partnership. We talked about the importance of blue economy. This is also something that we try to support. So I could go on, but increasingly we're looking at other opportunities, even in private equity or in corporate financing. And in countries like Morocco, we see increasing opportunities for us to invest in these areas, because the policy environment is becoming clearer, stable, monetary policy is also stable. This is all creating the conditions for having these other sources of financing to support the private sector coming in to the country. So, sorry, a bit long, I could go on, but this is a bit the approach that we're trying to adopt to, as I said, change that ratio and have a more private sector-led development as well.
And deal with the complexity, as we've just heard. Thank you so much. Ingrid, before I come to some of the really exciting questions here, just remind us, big picture in terms of EU support for the southern neighbourhood. So we're all aware, we've got the Regional Team Europe initiative on jobs through trade and investment. We heard that in the keynote. We've also got the Africa EU Global Gateway investment package, etc. Give us an overview.
Thanks a lot, and it links actually very well with where Adrian stopped. That perhaps let me start with the Global Gateway and the cooperation with financial institutions first, because this is really the EU's key cooperation tool on everything which relates to investments and investments in infrastructure, and this we do via the European financial institutions. EIB is our sister institution, but also the likes of EBRD, KfW, AfD, the banks from the EU member states. And this was really a paradigm shift in the cooperation to involve the financial sector, the financial institutions, and the private sector. And it's huge on investments. The EU alone for the southern neighborhood since 2021, we mobilized around 3 billion euro. And with the contributions from the financial institutions and the private sector and public investments, this leverages so much more. It leverages 23 billion only over the 3 years. So it's a bit of a quantum leap, and this is the one big area of EU support. I want to I spare you of all the acronyms. We have a tool, the European Fund for Sustainable Development, but mainly it's in a nutshell, this is it. Natasha, you mentioned, and it came already several times, another major initiative which has this scale and impact, and this is the Team Europe as an approach. And there we have launched, actually a bit more than 2 years ago in Marrakesh, in Morocco, the Regional Team Europe initiative on jobs through trade and investment. And the idea was mainly, given the demographic profile of the region, the growth of really young people, also the unemployment rates, the trade and investments, how can we look at them as tools, not as end in itself, for job creation? And that, I think, triggered the idea. And we were joined by 5 EU member states, Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Sweden, by the EIB, EBRD, by the development corporations of these member states, and in a very nice cooperation with the UfM on that topic, because we found it so relevant. Yeah? And I will zoom in a bit later on what we do within that on green economy, because that's another major area. But just to say, it's a common umbrella to coordinate, to fill the gaps, to develop new initiatives for the future on trade and investment issues related to job creation. We do that jointly, and by working collectively, you reach the scale and the impact. And collectively, I mean, we did a mapping, taking all this together. There are about 90 programs, most of them regional, and they mobilize almost 3 billion euro in that area. And with the help of the UfM, we enter into this dialogue also with the partner countries to see how can we fine-tune this to the priorities of the region. For example, on trade and investment, there is a UfM platform meeting taking place very soon.
Thank you very much. So that's our big picture. I'd like to pick up one of the questions that we have here and pass it to you, Fernando, if I could. So Anonymous says, you all represent public institutions or associations. Your language needs to be the same as those of the private sector, especially SMEs in the MENA region, if you want them to be engaged. you have to tell them why it's important to them, how they can benefit, but they don't talk like you do. So thank you very much for that. But what can you do in your old role? What can universities, how can we enable this cross-language barrier to be overcome?
Well, talking about speaking the same language, I'm going to switch to English. Because
you don't need to.
I thought most of the people were speaking French, but English is okay. Well, the important thing, and this is one word that I get from this morning in the panel, is cooperation. If we want to talk in the Mediterranean area, I think the European Union has something to say in having all the institutions together in having programs and one word, and when we talk with other countries. Let's say that today the language is English. We are talking here in English, but we can promote initiatives to, for example, for the Spanish language. We are working on that, and I think the cooperation and the regional meetings are important. For example, in the university sector, we intend to promote exchanges, not only students, but also teachers. And there is an important thing here to do. We have a very, very great experience that you all know that is called Erasmus. Within the European Union, the students from Spain goes to study 1 year in Italy or Germany. And I think this is something we have to learn and try to implement in the whole Mediterranean area. That could be a good opportunity.
Please. Adrian.
I mean, briefly, yeah, I think this is one of the points that I was trying to make at the beginning. Yes, indeed. I mean, we're speaking very different languages. And if you think that this is only a challenge for SMEs in the southern part of the Mediterranean, you're mistaken. I mean, because we have the same challenge, for example, within the EU. And we've developed tools to try to bring solutions to that. One of them is called the Green Checker, where we help through financial institutions, precisely SMEs, understand, you know, what investors are, how they speak, what they're looking at, how you must structure your reporting, etc. And we hope to be able to extend that beyond the EU, precisely to support SMEs. That's one point. We talked about numerous guides as well, and these need to be tailored for SMEs' needs and understanding, etc. For example, in Morocco, we've developed a Guide de la Décarbonation, a decarbonization guide, with the support of the EU and in partnership with the Moroccan Business Association called CGEM. Hopefully, this is having impact, but we're doing roadshows across the country precisely to reach out to SMEs, to also medium-sized companies, for them to understand, you know, not only the challenges, how to access EU markets, how to respond to these new regulations, etc., but also shift in telling them what opportunities they have in terms of reducing costs, in terms of gaining new market shares, etc., right? But I think the remark made by, I don't know if it was from in the room or outside, is crucial. And really, we need to make that linkage between finance and small business.
I'm going to come to both of you, but just what you said, Ala Al-Kayed from Jordan. Hi. You asked, how can we communicate the financial returns and long-term benefits of green investments to attract more investors? It's not just that we need to have capacity building for people to get invested, it's also that the investors understand that this is where we have a lot of benefit. But Ingrid first and then Mohammed.
I just wanted to add to this question or a comment on the different languages, and I think it's very true, and we have to acknowledge it. It's slightly different planets, and it needs translators and bridges, and the best translator and bridges is actually local economic actors. We work, for example, with Business Med, which is a federation of all the Mediterranean business support organizations. And there, over many years, we get to know each other, we understand each other, and it's getting supportive. So I think building in this local counterparts, it's absolutely key. And the other part is for EU support. Ultimately, in my view, the most successful support is helping the national institutions, the local institutions, to build their own support systems. So not, being there forever as in the end, a key partner and a donor, but really using the expertise, the knowledge, the exchanges to help to build own instruments, and this is also happening.
For me, of course, as a chamber, we have to talk the same language as the private sector, mainly SMEs. Whether connecting the SMEs here in the region, there's a chamber in Morocco, there's a chamber in Egypt. For example, us in Egypt, we have 3 countries under jurisdiction: Egypt, Jordan, and Lebanon. But we have to completely speak the language of the private sector. And what we do, for example, with the private sector in terms of green transition. One of our roles, other than fostering the economic relationship, of course, between Germany and our host countries, is to give access to the local economies and the local companies to whether technology or whether the know-how and knowledge. So, for example, in terms of technology, giving access to the local companies of technology, we have tons of programs. One of them, for example, under the BMWK, which is the Federal Ministry of German Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, a program called Energy Export Initiative, which gives accessibility to energy technology and cutting-edge German technologies to the companies here in the region. So what we do is actually do a study each year, study which subsectors, for example, under the green transition, under the renewable and clean energy, which exactly for the local companies, what are their needs, and then we form somehow delegations, so business delegations between between Germany and Egypt, or between Germany and Jordan, and vice versa also. So for me specifically, and as a chamber, our language should be the same as the private sector. We totally serve them. So
I can imagine that you're also a bridge.
Exactly, bridging the gap also for example, even between the government, between public and private, and also between private and private sector in between countries, because as a foreign chamber, of course.
Exactly. Okay, fantastic. Now there's one very, very important question which was posed right at the beginning. How do we define green jobs? Carlos, what's a green job?
A green job, wow, this is not prepared for that question.
There's probably no right or wrong answer.
Well, green job, well, I very much agree with also with what Ingrid said, that we need to think in the whole of economy and the whole of the government. And we are going into an economy that has to mainstream the green considerations. So, of course, we can find jobs that are directly defined in green renewable energy, so there are sectors that are quite clear. But we need to go into a society and an economy in which this is mainstream across the board and across the different sectors. So this is why the importance of the skills, and this is why the importance of bringing the green considerations into the different areas of the society. This is not only about big companies that have the capacities. We are moving, as I was mentioning, in countries like Morocco that making a big effort to build a welfare society with better social conditions for the people and are tackling informality in a very determined manner. You cannot, thinking in the transition from informality, is a transition into the new economy, and this needs to build also on digital and green considerations. So I don't know if my colleagues from the Employment Directorate of the OECD will approve my definition of green job, probably not, but what I'm saying is that really we need to mainstream these considerations across the different sectors and across our considerations of the overall policy making.
That's great, thank you. Yeah, please add.
Yeah, well, thank you. I think this relates to also the definition of green activities. What is a green activity? And there's a lot of work being done there, but I mean, perhaps there I'm going to bore our private sector colleagues, although it's important for them to clearly understand what is meant. And there's a lot of work that you've heard about taxonomies, for example. So at the EU level, a lot of work has been done on precisely trying to define what constitutes a green activity. We as MDBs try to coordinate also our definitions because we report together on climate action financing. So we need to agree on the definitions of what constitutes a green or climate activity. And in fact, they're interesting, you were talking about training national agencies, entities, and governments. They're really interesting international initiatives precisely to try to agree on definitions. And I have one in mind, again, led by the EU. It's the International Platform for Sustainable Finance, where I think Morocco is represented, but many other countries around the world, in trying to converge on these definitions. Then green jobs, yes, are jobs that contribute to these green activities.
Thank you. Now, Ibrahim, you have posed so many cool questions. I'd like to know, what's the question that you want to raise most? The first one? So how can countries with higher unemployment rates tradition, I'm going to start again. How can countries with high unemployment rates transition traditional job sectors like manufacturing into green industries without causing economic instability?
Yeah. This is something that we are doing actually. So, and it's very related also to green jobs, and I would like to think about it as green skills somehow. So there are green jobs that for example, serves directly the green transition. If we're talking about an energy sector, if we're talking about renewable PV installations, energy efficiency, for example, someone who's a specialist in energy efficiency in a factory, but also conventional specializations if we're talking about, for example, plumbers, if we're talking about construction workers, they could be somehow reskilled and upskilled. So reskilling and upskilling programs, and this is something that we are doing. For example, in Jordan, we are partners with the German Energy Academy in Jordan, and what they are trying to do is reskilling and upskilling. So it's a further education. So education doesn't stop only after the formal education, but I believe further education would be the key for countries with a high unemployment rate, like Jordan, for example, is a country with a high unemployment rate. So we can see, for example, plumbers working with water efficiency. We can see construction working with sustainability material. We can see electricians working with the energy efficiency mindset somehow. So I would say reskilling and upskilling of the conventional specializations, please.
Please, Adrian.
Sorry, I'm speaking a bit too much, sorry. I mean, I think in the terms of financial institutions like mine, you're touching upon the concept of just transition. And I don't think it affects only countries with high unemployment rates. I mean, because thinking very simply, you could say, listen, for people that are not employed, these are new opportunities. But the challenge is how do you transition for people that are already employed in certain activities that are vowed maybe to decline, right? And transition into others in the green economy that we would like to see increasing, and how that transition is made. So that's in terms of jobs, right? But I think in general, our biggest challenge in the green transition is the social aspect of it, the acceptability of it, understanding, you know, even through energy bills, water bills, etc., that this does not affect your everyday people, and they're also people with a very small means, right? So I mean, this is clearly an enormous challenge, and that is real everywhere around the world. So in in more advanced economies, emerging economies, but also low and middle income countries. I won't expand too much, but I think this is a fundamental question that you're raising. Thank you for that.
Ingrid.
No, thanks. Indeed, I think it's one of the key questions, and even within the EU, we are really struggling with that. You may have followed, agriculture, for example. There were massive protests linked a bit to the green transition in agriculture, and reduction of pesticides and so on. So it is an issue. We have to think about it. We have to exchange the best practice on this. And one attention we focus also in the Team Europe on job creation is there is a lot of talk on job creation, but we became aware there is no automatic trickle down. It doesn't happen automatically. It needs specific policies to accompany it. It needs attention. It needs, even for the banks, more thinking when doing infrastructure and construction. How can that be shaped that it creates jobs on the way? There are different ways of doing things, and I think there was a very interesting study some time ago by EIB who looked at that, and our wish would be that this is really also mainstreamed across the different tools and instruments. Jobs don't happen automatically, they disappear sometimes quickly, so it needs very conscious policies. And perhaps to make a last link to our work with Carlos and the OECD, we just finished a 4 years project on sustainable investment together, and one of the key axes we wanted to push, also in this perspective of Team Europe, was the concept of FDI quality, to look not just the quantity of investment, but the type of quality you want to attract, that it creates jobs, that it creates a local value added, it's linked to the local ecosystem, it's not only in the capital, but it's territorial, these kind of issues, and that was a highly, highly interesting work by OECD. I think in 3 countries you carried it out.
Thank you. Would you like to just briefly refer to that, Carlos?
Yes, I would like to introduce, well, related element. Because of course we are talking about green transition in a region that is the most damaged probably by climate change, and we are seeing this every day, the water stress, the recent tragedy in Valencia, and totally unprecedented phenomenon that unfortunately can happen in the future. We have not mentioned, because it's not easy to mention, also the geopolitical situation in the region that is not facilitating, the lack of integration in the Maghreb, Libya, of course, the Middle East. All this makes also that the perception is extremely negative from the global investors. We have to face this situation. And in this context, I think there is a lot that can be done multilaterally, but also at the government level in building resilience. I will say something that is maybe very concrete, very practical, but something that is also very important is improving massively the information. The information in many countries is not sufficiently good in terms of good indicators, good statistics, good information about the opportunities that are very important. Very often the perceptions are very much focused on this, on the certification, on water stress, on war, and instability and conflict, but not so much in these excellent opportunities that can exist, these success stories. This is one of the initiatives that also we are launching with the European Union, in this case in all Africa, North Africa, but also Sub-Saharan Africa, and I agree very much that this is an element that we need to incorporate into the equation, the connection with Africa. Our idea is really changing very much the perception about Africa as a risk destination, and more that as an opportunity for investment based on accurate information, really building the conditions to know that there are opportunities, that there are sectors that can work, that there are skills, that there are capacities, that there are international but also local enterprises that deserve that arrival also of FDI. So I really would make a call also to improve the information, to put the evidence, to put the data, because this can also contribute to build the resilience and to change the perception.
Thank you, and that's actually a really, really nice bridge to a question that's coming from Anonymous, but I've changed into a poll because I want everyone to answer this question. How can we become ambassadors for our country to promote the culture of green technology and maybe also the attractiveness generally of the region? How can we exchange experience and success stories and take courses to bring them back to our country? So this is a question. Can I have Slido up, please? A question for all of you. How can you all be ambassadors for your country, but maybe also if you're not representing a country, how can you be ambassadors for this, changing the impression that is put out of the region as a place of potential for investors and not just a place of instability. So let's have a look. And as they come in, I can take perhaps one or two more answers from the panel. What are you going to do? Do you want to go, Adrian?
Now, the thought I have, but which I wanted to bring as a conclusion, also related to you know current news, is green is not an elite word. Green, and we need to make sure that as ambassadors, and this relates to some of the comments that were made, we make it very palpable. We make people of all walks of life understand what this means in terms of opportunities. And you know, there was a question in the previous panel, because I mean, this also what I had in mind. You know, is the election of Donald Trump a hindrance to progress on green development? And I may take a bet at saying not necessarily. You know, not everything that happens in the U.S., for example, is at federal level. You have tons of activity happening at state level, at city level, even under sort of supposed non-pro-green administration. I don't even know if it will be the case, of course. But I mean, and this can be expanded, that we don't necessarily, as ambassadors, need to look only at what can be done at public level, government level. Of course, this is important, but what can be done at a much lower level in the public and private sector. I think this is really important. But making, again, understand that green is not elite.
This is a wonderful answer. Showcase your best practices without being patronizing. Just because it works with you doesn't mean that it necessarily works elsewhere, but getting into a dialogue about your best practices. Thank you very much. That's all we have time for here on our panel. I could speak to you for another hour or so, but there is one question for us all again, which is to ask you, where is it? What are your recommendations for how the UfM can support progress? So I'm asking this question at the end of every panel, and maybe one person, as you are also answering this question, one person from the panel would like to answer. Mohammed?
Yeah, I would like to go to something that maybe Hamid said at the beginning about fragmentation of policies, and I think the UfM, the idea of the UfM connecting the European Union countries with the Southern Mediterranean, somehow someone should be able to work on having something that complement each other. So efforts complementing each other, policies complementing each other. Also the way the Northern Mediterranean or the European Union works with the Southern Mediterranean should somehow complement each other. So yeah, fragmentation of efforts, fragmentation even of development projects, fragmentation of policies. So this I think would be the critical way of how the UfM could contribute.
Thank you very much. And keep those coming in as well. 5 things that I took out of this discussion, which I think were really important, amongst others, was that we're not just talking about individual sectors here, we're talking about a mainstreamed approach for green skills. I really like the fact that we were talking about upskilling, reskilling, because jobs are going to change, but skills stay, right? So that's where we need to have our focus. The third, or the second, is that we are seeing positive impacts on the ground. And I think that's really important to hear, because so much is being done, but does it actually have an impact? So there is an outcome that we are aware of, but there's still a lot to do. The fourth thing is the negative impression that the region unfortunately and unjustifiably has. So we can all be ambassadors also at that level to highlight where the potentials are. And finally, it goes back to the role that you've just said of the UfM, ensuring that we have that coherency, that collective action, that bridge that we need to cross the different languages, but also the different organizations. So thank you also for your feedback. Keep that coming in. We're just going to go to lunch, but before I give you an information about that, let's say thank you to our panel. Thanks so much. So lunch is now. Please, not all of you have met Annika. Where is Annika? In the salon? Oh, the beautiful salon. It's worth going there just to see the building, and Annika's really nice. But go and see Annika for the logistical arrangements in the Salle Consul. Otherwise, we will be meeting back here at 2:30 for our final panel on sustainable value chains, which I'm really looking forward to as well. Thank you. Have a good lunch.
Thank you so much.
Please stay here for a photograph. Yes.
Sitting?
You take both. Okay, standing.
Here?
do take a seat, and we'll get started in just a minute. The sun has been a little bit on our side. It wasn't so beautiful that people saying, I've got to stay in the sun. It's still lovely outside. Okay. Anyone joined us for the first time this afternoon, or were you all here in the morning? Yes, Katarina's. Otherwise, you've all come back. Well, that's good. Another question for you. Who has met someone new today? Who has met someone new? Please raise your hands. This is good, because this is also why we come together, to meet new people. If you haven't met someone new yet, or not enough, then this is now your opportunity. Please stand up, everyone, and find someone in the room that you have not met yet, and go and introduce yourself to that person. Everyone, come on, stand up. Everyone stand up and go and find someone you don't know, and go and say hello to them. Go on, everyone's in the same boat. You don't know each other. Go and say hello, tell each other who you are. Okay, thank you. Now, please take a seat again with someone else new that you've met today. Congratulations. Okay, we're ready to start. Brilliant. So now, let's invite you all to get your telephones out again, because I have another question for you. Can we show Slido, please? Can we show Slido? And can you all get your smartphones or your computers or whatever it is you would like to use out? I have a question for you which was raised by someone in the audience. Does anyone want to own up who's this question by? So it was, someone asked, hey, we need real life experiences and examples of what makes a job green. For example, in agriculture, health, I've added a little bit to this, transport, infrastructure, in all these different sectors. The person is asking for what makes a job green. Can you give us some real life examples of green jobs? Just so that we have that, we know we're all talking about the same thing. Let's give you the opportunity of writing that down. What makes a job green? The job has a limited footprint. Teleworking is a way of making a job green. What else makes a job green? There's no right answer to this question. It's not a quiz. What makes a job green? Paperless, using recycling, having social impact. What else makes a job green? So it's having a positive impact to society and a low impact on the planet. That means we have to monitor what we're doing, using technology. Recycling's up there again, sustainable development. I asked you at the beginning, is your job greener? Is your work greener than it was 10 years ago? And most of you said yes. So what's made your jobs greener? More harmony between teams. This is really interesting. It's not just about lowering your environmental footprint. It's also about the social side. Being traceable. Carbon print and social compliance. Can I have a couple of people who want to speak? I have a microphone here, and there's a microphone there. Yes, please. Is there a microphone at the back? Thank you. So what makes a job green as far as you're concerned?
Actually, there are two types, in my opinion, to green jobs. Job can be green, for example, if organization decided its employee to follow this area. That means riding public transport, encouraging, sharing activities of transport, and for example, buying electric bikes with incentives and etc., 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 giving incentive to employees to minimize their footprint.
Right.
So we have scope 1 emissions, scope 2 emissions, and also scope 3 emissions is for third party. Another thing is there are jobs that is green by nature. So people who work for the benefit of environment and society. People work on sustainable development, environmental engineers, such as my profession. So here we are talking about people creating more opportunities in a sustainable way. But we have to drive the impact that all jobs do the same mission. All jobs must be green. All jobs must contribute to a sustainable, inclusive, and green future. So
Brilliant.
this is the main question we need to address now.
That is such a wonderful way of answering the question. Thank you so much. And we have real life examples here as well. I'd just like to pick up on what Jehan Haddad says, applying circularity principles and strategies. That's going to be at the core of our discussion this afternoon, Jehan. Thank you so much for that. Okay, we can take away Slido now, please, and we can get started with our third and final session of the day. We're looking at sustainable supply chains for better trade in the Mediterranean. And I'd love to have lots of voices from you in this afternoon's session, please, as well, where we're asking questions, for example, to what extent can new partnerships, including technical cooperation, and how can green transition strategies like the EU Green Deal contribute to address challenges and facilitate the sustainable trade and investment in the region? And how can awareness and support be provided to the private sector? So those are sort of the big guiding questions. And to get us started, we have a keynote now by Katharina Felgenhauer. She's CEO of the German Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Morocco. Over to you, Katharina. Otherwise, take this one. Can we have the microphone on, please? The hand. Just bash it on the top and then we can see. Oh, this one seems to be going there.
All right. Oh, perfect. How are you doing? I am very impressed by the energy in this room on the afternoon after lunch, and also because I have unfortunately missed the morning, and I can tell that you've already worked very hard and exchanged a lot of ideas. It's a pleasure to be here, and I hope I can add some points to the conversation that you've already been having this morning. My name is Katharina Felgenhauer. I'm the CEO of the German Chamber of Commerce here in Morocco. For those who are maybe less familiar with the German chambers abroad are usually set up locally, for example, in Morocco as a Moroccan association. And the membership base combines German companies and companies from the country where we operate in. So we're really embedded in the real life industry across all sectors, which I hope to give you some insights about also in this short keynote. The topic of my keynote and of the panel that follows is sustainable supply chains. Clearly, looking at the answers to the questions, I'm preaching to the converted when it comes to sustainability. But we also know that when we talk about sustainability, we always look at juggling different aspects: economic, environmental, social sustainability, and then different perceptions of what that means, different interests of what timelines we're looking at. This is something that you know already. Now, when it comes to supply chains, of course, in the midst of all this, we still need to make sure that we get the right product to the right place at the right time to have happy customers. So it makes it a bit more difficult at times for supply chain actors to apply sustainability principles into their real life work. And that is why I think we're dedicating a whole panel to this topic. There we go, sustainable supply chains, better trade. What is the setting that we operate in? Again, I don't need to tell you, we live in a world of interconnected crises, economic challenges, changing world orders, shifting power dynamics, and all of those have direct and indirect impacts on how we organize supply chains, how we plan ahead for the future, and the steps that we need to take to make sure that these supply chains are in themselves sustainable, and that we activate suitable supply chains to deliver sustainable solutions. Because we have a double role here when we look at sustainability in supply chains. We also know that these days, all actors, including in the supply chain space, face intense public scrutiny, to a large extent based on truth, to some extent based on other effects that we see, especially in social media, and also with the rise of deep fakes, for example. There are additional challenges that make the work in supply chains more challenging, just as in any other sector. But this is the setup that we operate in. And we also see that when we look at effects of climate change, for example, often we have direct impacts again on supply chains. So, for example, colleagues from Spain who are here, we don't need to tell you, you have seen yourself how the floods, for example, interrupt supply chains, and at the same time how they pose challenges on how to deliver goods, services, etc., to the regions affected. So again, you see the double role of supply chains, right? Looking at sustainability of supply chains in themselves, but also how to activate supply chains to deliver goods just in time when they're needed to the place where they're needed. And no matter whether you believe in climate change or not, these challenges remain the same. I already mentioned changing world orders. Yesterday's news, or from the night before from the US, serve as a reminder how interdependent or dependent we are on politics and global politics and potential shifts. And especially when it comes to supply chains, we have some expectations that have clearly been communicated by Donald Trump, how he wants to act vis-a-vis certain international supply chains, certainly increasing restrictions against imports from Europe, from Asia, parts of Asia. So let's see what really happens, but these are expectations we need to work with, and they will have, again, direct impact on how we structure and perceive our supply chains. The picture here clearly shows Red Sea and Suez Canal, a bit older the experience, but same sudden interruption of logistics that were at the heart of very important supply chains, and we need to find solutions around those. On top of it, we had a rise of regulatory frameworks, especially in Europe, and also mentioning Germany, increased requirements for supply chain management, monitoring, and the corporate responsibility along supply chains. These were, of course, designed to enable more sustainable supply chains, but are at the same time often perceived as putting additional burden on private sector actors in particular, and also sometimes perceived as diverting resources from the actual investment into more sustainable supply chains into monitoring and reporting. So depending on who you talk to, it can be perceived as monitoring for the sake of monitoring instead of addressing actual solutions. Yeah, so this is the setting that we operate in. Well, I have been asked to be optimistic, and I am, and I will tell you why very quickly. I've looked at the Mediterranean, and I've only started to scratch the surface, and I found a lot of potential. And I was just talking to some of you, potential already now and potential in the future. First example, the energy space. You see a picture here from Morocco, and let me stick with Germany. Germany, for example, the government, when it was still fully functional, had adopted a hydrogen strategy that included procurement of green hydrogen from North Africa. So through a south corridor via Italy, Algeria, Tunisia, and potentially a southwest corridor that includes Morocco as a supplier of green hydrogen. So huge opportunity when it comes to value chains, supply chains that are sustainable and deliver sustainability solutions. The same applies to the transport sector in itself. Huge potential to improve sustainability, but also serve as a vehicle, for example, to open new markets for better, more efficient solutions, for example, by facilitating trade between Europe and Africa. Yeah? And again, you're in the right place for that. The whole food business, agribusiness, food processing is also a question where supply chains, smartly designed, can help deliver more sustainable solutions and alleviate food insecurity and similar. And again, the Mediterranean can play a huge role, is already playing a huge role, but I think there's even more potential to leverage if we work together. Linked to all these sectors, the ideas of smart factories, smart logistics centers, leveraging technology to make sure that processes are efficient, that product safety is secured, that we use and lose less resources to make sure that the products are delivered where they're needed, just in time. I think there are a couple of colleagues from UNIDO who are running reference projects here in this space, some also together with German partners of the German trade fair, Hannover Messe, so something to monitor. The textile industry, I missed this morning because I was in Casablanca, because the textile and fashion trade fair Maroc in Mode is launching, and you see real-life examples of more circularity in the textile sector. So if you're still here tomorrow, go check it out. And last but not least, very interesting case, the car industry, an industry that is undergoing a whole restructuring in terms of geographic locations, in terms of technologies. And again, because I'm optimist, I would say huge potential to leverage. Now, I can't say that in Germany right now, because the perception right now is that there's no potential, we're losing out. But it actually just means a shift of where we produce, where we assemble, how we transport, and where we deliver to. For example, we have battery manufacturing here in Morocco by Chinese investors because they're tapping into the free trade agreement with the US. So a whole new supply chain that has opened up. Let's see whether we can maintain it or not. So these nuggets, just for our conversation to have, what is needed to leverage these potentials? First, again, we're not yet efficient in how we approach the design of supply chains in terms of sustainability practices, but also in terms of materials that we use. And there are some initiatives that overlap and do not necessarily complement each other yet, but I think we're on the right track. We need the right tools, and the tools also include the right skills, the right skill sets to make sure that supply chains keep innovating. It also refers to the right legal environment that sets suitable incentives without overburdening the supply chain actors and the likes. And of course, we need to work in partnership, and this is why we're here together today. And I think the conversations are already buzzing because it really needs joint efforts to make sure that this works. Because we must not forget that sustainability, including in supply chains, is not a question of stabilizing a process. It's not a process. It's not a situation of that is stagnant. It's actually a process of continuous evolution and continuous innovation, and that needs to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Katarina. And yes, stay with us here on the panel, and I'll call the other panelists up to you. Jihan Haddad, who we've heard already and who I just quoted, who is head of Air Studies Division at the Royal Scientific Society in Jordan and former national coordinator of the SwitchMed Test 3. so an expert on the circular economy. Come and join us, please. Yahya El Wathik Bala, who is First Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Investment and Trade in Egypt. And I haven't seen her yet, but Miriam Rashdi, she's here, wonderful, General Manager of Moroccan Denim and Fashion Cluster in Morocco. A round of applause, please. Hi. Okay, so have you noticed, ladies and gentlemen, the first panel was 4 ladies and 1 gentleman, the second panel was 4 gentlemen, 1 lady, and now we're back to, yeah. Wonderful. Okay, bear with me a little bit. I think we need to ask the colleagues in the audience a couple of questions so that you know more about how they're thinking on this topic. So let's go back to Slido, please. And from what you've heard from Katarina, but also from your experience, my first question is, what challenges is the private sector facing in getting involved in green projects, green, sustainable value chains? What are those challenges? Do you agree with Katarina that we have this fake news, which is a challenge for us? We've got inefficiencies in our supply chain designs. We don't necessarily have the tools or the skill sets. We don't necessarily have the partnerships. These are some of the challenges. What do you think? What sort of challenges have you encountered, or do you see? Financial issues and access to finance. There we go. The UfM is a challenge. Explain. Anyone want to explain? I'd love to know what that means. You can maybe put it into a question later if you want to. The digitalization process. Yeah, thank you. Talents, funds, laws. Competitiveness, the legislative environment, government policies, costs, human resources, less profit, transparency. Haha. Okay. Excellent. Thank you. That gives us a lot of food for thought to be working with on our panel. Let me ask you a quantitative question. I'll just wait because there are still people typing. Traceability mechanisms. We've got their lack of knowledge. This is really useful. So, return on investment. Okay, I still want to know what the UfM one means. Let me ask the next question. How would you rate the impact of sustainable supply chains on improving worker conditions in the Mediterranean? So often we're saying, if we're just being sustainable, thinking only green, then we're actually not focusing on the quality of jobs. But you do not agree. So you're saying workers' conditions improve. Most of you are saying with the impact of sustainable supply chains. But now it's getting a little bit nuanced. But most of you agree that worker conditions rise. If you don't agree, put it into a question. Love to hear why. Another final question before I come to the panelists. How much would you rate the potential of digital technologies, for example, blockchain, Internet of Things, to enhance transparency in sustainable supply chains? Is there a great potential here, or is it just hot air? So we have a lot of people who are convinced there's a lot in it, but we still have quite a lot of skepticism. Look, we have no potential as well. Anyone want to tell us why you're skeptical? Please. Can you stand up, sir, please?
مرحبا اسمي صهيب.
Hello everyone, my name is Sohaib. I'd like to choose this because I would like to focus on the same points we spoke about. In the morning, the progress in the capitals is on the rise, but we still need to focus, or we are still focusing on the city and communities outside capitals. It's very weak, and this is because there is a huge number of communities or companies that are still behind, and it does not go with some people do not go along with the strategies, and there is inequality, if I may say so.
Thank you. Do stand up, please.
سلام. كوثر غديرة من تونس الغرفة الوطنية.
I'm from Tunisia, from the Chamber of Commerce and Trade.
كما قال الأخ يعني it depends
It depends.
الدوغري دو ديجيتاليزاسيون اللي وصلنا له في
It depends on the degree of digitalization that we have arrived to.
Something bigger than the situation or the reality or the main capacities built in the industry where we are. That's why.
Thank you.
That's the thing.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. So I'm hearing like it depends, but also very interesting to hear that there's a big inequality between those who are able to go with digital technologies and those who aren't. Would anyone like to comment from the panel on that? Please. It should be on. Just
thank
tap
you.
it.
I can share a case study from Jordan for a small beverage manufacturing industry. They invest like 10,000 euro to install IoT smart submeters and to have this system because they convinced from entrepreneur in Jordan for this solution, so they can have like early warning system to do the preventive maintenance, to know the leaks. So this will be like a cost benefit. It's not only about the resources issue, but also to make more benefits, economical benefits, to reduce the losses in energy and water and even in materials. So we could convince at this level and from its own budget.
Yes. 10,000 euros we're talking about. So this is doable.
Yes, it's durable, but it's large. For example, for small, small industries in Jordan, it's like I don't know, large ones maybe like medium or in Egypt, for example. We shall take this into consideration. When we're talking, for example, about medium or something in Jordan, it's not the same case like in other countries, like in Egypt. So it is not the same circumstances or conditions. We shall take this in consideration. For example, this small industry in Jordan is like 20 employees. So it's big investment for them, but they invest in such IoT sensors and this software and this digitalization system to conserve the natural resources, and of course this will be converted to also to reduce the financial losses.
So when is the return on investment? What sort of time frame are we talking about?
We know like percentage actually. NERCS, our national energy experts at RSS, for example, from National Energy Research Center, when they do the feasibility of such solutions, they make like approximate saving like from 2 to 5. It's well known that this will be actual saving for these industries from the reducing the losses of the natural resources.
Right. Okay, so this is something that is self-driven, self-financed, because we're talking about how difficult it is to access finance. This is something that is for at least medium-sized companies. Thank you. Now let's look at the moment at, we've been talking the whole day about public-private partnerships, about private sector participation. But Miriam, how would you say that private sector participation in green projects has evolved? What are good examples of successful public-private partnerships in driving sustainable and inclusive growth?
Merci pour l'invitation. Moi, je vais parler.
Thank you for the invitation. I will speak essentially about the private sector that I know, the textile sector that I know. The textile sector was part of, right from the beginning, was part of the national strategy on renewables. So as of today, we have lots of textile companies that have benefited from government programs concerning energy efficiency and energy savings or clean energy equipment. So lots of textile plants are equipped with PV panels, and we also have some dyeing equipment and heavy equipment, and an increasing number of biomass and biomass-based boilers. So our industry, anyway, right from the beginning, since a national strategy has been put in place, and this continues, the momentum continues by fostering investment in the recycling sector. So as of today, we already have 2 big projects that are running right now in Tangiers, north of Morocco. And we also have in the pipe some investments in the recycling industry, especially in the north region.
Find that people are CEOs, are incentivized or interested, motivated to be part of this sort of sustainable value chain?
Il n'y a pas de.
Well, there is no magic wand. There is nothing to be promoted. For a CEO, he only cares about ROI, the return on investment, and the sustainability of this investment. So it is a math or calculation that is made by the CEO. And as soon as the entrepreneur understands that with 10 years down the road, or at least 2 or 10 years ago, it was very complicated to explain to those CEOs, in particular, that we are in a sector that is made of very small enterprises. Yes, medium, very small enterprises. It was difficult to explain to them that investment in solar panels or energy cables would have some good ROI on their end of year or income or revenues. But now this is not the case anymore. We have some early adapters, as you say, for any change process. You have some early adapters who took the risk to make an investment, and other CEOs want to do the same thing because I understood that there is an ROI on the energy bill that they already pay at the end of the month, but also there will be a return on investment on the capacity to attract clients who are interested by our positioning. So year after year, being sustainable, being capable of giving the guarantee to our customers, to our partners that we are a sustainable company, that we are working, producing in a sustainable manner. This is the guarantee for a continued partnership, economic partnership. And also this is the guarantee of preserving our human resources, because as of today in Morocco, I think that no earlier than yesterday, we got the results of the latest census. We have almost stagnation, demographic stagnation. We have 36 million inhabitants. So the Moroccan population is stagnating like 10 years ago, or maybe it is even declining, I don't know. But the trend is rather to stagnation. So human resources today, especially in sectors that need lots of labor force, that are labor intensive, like textile, will become a rare commodity. So if we create some green jobs and preserving those jobs within companies, this becomes a resource, very tangible financially resource.
Investing in green in green jobs makes happy workers. So this is also something which is.
Oui, c'est ça. Donc aujourd'hui.
Yes, that's it. Today we'll find it more difficult. The companies that do not invest in sustainable processes, companies that are not committed to sustainable processes, find it difficult to hire staff, the new generation, and also they find it difficult to retain their staff, because we all workers who come in the morning to work, they want to work in a safe environment, in a healthy environment, and the standards are evolving. So the minimum of 10 years ago is not the same minimum as in 2024. So a worker who is 40 years old, who has worked in different conditions, will not accept to work in the same conditions today. Over to you.
Thank you. Yahya, from the government perspective, how do you see the evolution of private sector participation in green projects?
Thank you, Natasha. Actually, 10 years ago, we used to have a big share for the private sector in projects in general, including the green projects. But in the last 10 years, the government took over for a while because of some issues and challenges related to the withdrawal from the private sector from some sectors. But back again, we are including the private sector, and we are targeting a share in the GDP for the private sector to be 70% at least by 2030. So, and that includes, of course, all the renewable energy projects and the climate projects and so on. By 2040, we are targeting to have share renewable energy 40% of the total by 2030. And currently, we are receiving a lot of investors from different countries, including, of course, countries in the EU, China, India, and others, for the renewable energy, especially the green hydrogen projects. We established the Supreme Council for Hydrogen. It's chaired by the Prime Minister. And we have a new strategy for hydrogen and also specific incentives for all green hydrogen and green ammonia projects. We are trying to support only the private sector in the renewable energy. We are trying to remove barriers to trade in sustainable goods and services related to renewable energy, lowering tariffs of climate adaptation goods and services, tax breaks in technology, reducing subsidies that might undermine the adoption of those new strategies. We are trying also to give more support for a fast-track technology transfer of climate adaptation of goods and services related to the renewable energy. They are trying now also to adjust our policies to give more government procurement rules towards green and sustainable goods and services. We are trying also to do some reforms in the sectors that might be related to the green economy, such as mining, fisheries, transport, agriculture, tourism, water management, wastewater, and things like that. We are trying also to promote, more awareness among the citizens across the board.
How are you doing that?
We are trying to give workshops and seminars to new exporters, new importers that doesn't hear at all about the new trends, about the climate change. We are trying to do that also in the television, in some channels. What is the green economy? What are we doing? What we should do in order to be green? What are the benefits that might be there by trying to be more green? And what kind of things as a citizen that we might do on a daily basis in order to be more greener?
Right, so this
this is very important. Yes.
Just let me know, you were talking about the incentives and the support for the private sector. Are we talking about just big companies, or are we talking about really small and medium-sized companies?
Of course, that include big companies and big investors, and also startups. But startups, what I mean by startups and small business, maybe my definition would be a bit different than the one in Jordan. We're talking about small businesses that are around $100,000 or $200,000 to make it easier for them to grow.
Right.
But I'm actually not sure that the businesses of a capital of 10,000 euros might give a big significance unless there are too many of them.
What do you say, Jahan?
From my experience, maybe 50 or more of the resource-efficient solutions, no low cost. Sometimes good housekeeping for the SMEs. And this is from our experience from doing the technical assistance. So not always we need big investments at all the levels of demonstration companies. But if we need now the support of the government and to help them to invest. And we have some models in Jordan. From the Ministry of Industry, we have Jordan Industry Fund, and they provide like 50% grant to help the industries to implement solutions to have more productivity, and extra 15% or to 20% if they apply energy efficiency or resource efficiency solutions. So to help them to have such solutions. And we need more. We have good success stories in Jordan, but we are at the early stages, not matured yet. We need more efforts. We need more clear leadership, more coordination, institutional setup. In this way, we can continue to scale up mainstream. And I really want to give a big thanks to EU, to the other European countries like German government, because they are really key partners in Jordan's development and progress for green economy, and also the United Nations organizations like UNIDO, because from their expertise and from these technologies they know and techniques, like I like a lot RACP. I'm so motivated toward this tool because it's for all resources, natural, financial, technical, so and build the information system, build the capacity of the employees inside the companies so they can continue for continuous improvement. It's not one-time audit by consultants. It's covering everything: energy, water, solid waste management, and most important, really I want to share this with you. Please focus on material efficiency. Sometimes we can put solutions for input alternatives in materials. It's not seen for the solid waste management. So we shall be advanced in our solutions and to how to make better for the environment at the early stages. So RACP is a preventive approach, and I like a lot, and I want to share with you this terminology, and I think it shall be established well in our technical assistance to the industries and SMEs. It will get a lot of benefits from its implementation, actually.
Thank you. Katerina, that sounds good. The support is really helpful that other countries, bilateral agreements, bilateral partnerships are giving. I'd like you to perhaps comment on that and how you see that, but also ask this wonderful question which Anonymous has just said: how to start implementation of sustainability in the supply chain? What are the first steps? But first of all, how does it make you feel listening to Jehan?
No, you probably, those who can see me, saw me nod a lot, so I'm very much in agreement. And let me add 2 points, maybe from the perspective or our experience as a bilateral chamber of commerce with member companies that are on the ground. One is, of course, every investment into sustainable solutions or more sustainable solutions must make business sense, as also Miriam said. And if it makes business sense, eventually there will also be private sector investment and projects will become bankable, because we have a couple of bank representatives in the room as well. But of course that's a beautiful theory, and in practice we need targeted investment, whether through public subsidies or other partners that help also the private sector overcome certain startup barriers. Upfront investment, capital investment into some infrastructure, for example, investment into de-risking. These support actions can help accelerate investment into sustainable supply chains, especially for first movers, as you rightly said, because it's great to have visionaries that also have access to capital, but we have a lot more people that would be ready to contribute if we made it easier for them. So that's one point. But the other one where you did not see me nod was a concern that went through my head and that we experience a lot in the network of German chambers of commerce abroad, because as I said, only in the Mediterranean we're present in almost every country through our own chamber of commerce. And we see that especially larger companies shop around. So we have to be careful that in designing incentive structures in Jordan and Egypt and Morocco and also in Southern Europe, that we don't cannibalize each other if we look at it as the Mediterranean region, because supply chains, yes, cover domestic markets, but more importantly in economic terms cover international markets. And if we cannibalize each other, then the end effect is not more sustainable, right? It will be more volatile, especially when you look at it from the social angle of sustainability. And then I forgot the question that Anonymous asked.
How to start implementation.
Or how to start.
Yeah, what's the first step? How do you inject sustainability into a supply chain?
No, you don't inject it. It comes from within. So that's a good starting point. Thank you for the keyword. But I'm actually at a loss for words because there's so many ideas, and it really depends on what actor you're looking at, what the scope of influence is, what is already there. If it's a new supply chain, you have more potential to design it better from the start, but you need more investment and have a lot more aspects to solve at the same time. If you're looking to improve an existing supply chain, there are a lot of small things that you can do. For example, look at a resource efficiency assessment just to understand what kind of materials are being used in the supply chain, when and how, what kind of energy needs are behind it. Is there anything that you can change your sourcing, integrate a processing step closer to the previous, geographically closer to the previous step? These things are sometimes very easy to implement, but you have to be able to ask the right question. So I think maybe take the step back and think, what kind of question can I ask? Who can help me with identifying the right tools? Now, this is a very generic answer, obviously.
I think it's great. And maybe, Miriam, you can build on that as well. How did you help to evolve the supply chain within the fashion industry?
It's a very tough question for the fashion industry because the supply chain is very... désolé, en français.
Sorry, in French. The supply chain is really very scattered around the world. And here in Morocco, we don't have so many raw materials, so we are trying to source our raw materials. Of course, we want to scale, economies of scale. We want to look for the best raw material from the qualitative standpoint already, and also price-wise. We look for the raw materials from the four corners of the globe, especially from Asia and Europe. So your question is very complex. Well, we don't have, to tell you the truth, we did not have a big earthquake, a big transformation shock in terms of when we started speaking of sustainable supply chains. We're in the same thing as we did 10 years ago, except we are sourcing from the same suppliers in the Euro-Mediterranean basin, in particular from Turkey and Egypt. We just have become a little bit more demanding towards our vendors. We ask for more certifications. We ask for more traceability for people who do conduct some operations. But concerning the proximity in terms of sourcing, we're not yet there. If I found a raw material that is cheaper in China, I will go and bring it from China. I will not bring it from Spain or Portugal. But it is not responsibility that is limited to the Moroccan processors. It is a responsibility that is shared also with our clients, because despite all the speeches, all the narrative about sustainability and the need to to guarantee some working conditions and some conditions of payment that are decent. But year after year, we keep on asking for lower prices, despite all the increase in the raw materials that we observe since 2020 until today. There's an incredible inflation in the price of the raw materials, in the transportation prices, but we don't see reflected in the price that our clients are willing to pay, for example. So to tell you the truth, today, we really must all sit around the same table and rethink this sustainability model. Do we want to continue with the pattern approach? That is to say, we'll have a model that will be imposed on us from the global north countries that will impose their certification, their way of doing things, their assessment, etc. Or are we going to have a debate, logic, or can have an exchange of ideas and have explanation between us what is wrong, what is right, and each one of us will have his or her point of view being expressed and contribute to this notion of sustainability. That's it. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And Yahya, maybe I can draw on your experiences from the EU-Egypt and partnership. Was it an imposition of north to south, or did you have the feeling, no, we are really sitting around one table? This is where the whole notion of what is sustainable in the value chain is developed together, or not?
In a short note, it was at the beginning from north to south.
Imposed?
Yes, but I think at the time being in the last couple of years, it's more sitting on one table.
What happened?
More understanding of what's going on across the region, what's going on in Egypt, more exchange of information between the EU and Egypt, more visits, whether formal official visits or through the business community that exchange ideas across the border. And that was resulted last June in our investment conference that we had, the EU-Egypt Investment Conference last June. And we signed more than $30 billion of renewable energy projects in that day. So, and we are starting to the implementation phase of these projects, which definitely will give us a better position in the coming periods across the border and also in front of other countries that might be interested in investing in Egypt.
So what would you advise the EU if they're entering into bilateral partnerships with other countries in the region in terms of also having this is co-creation, it's not imposition?
I think to give those countries more awareness, more technical assistance, workshops, trainings, technical assistance in the new technologies, even the specific technologies such as sensors, blockchain for traceability, new materials, support eco-innovation, eco-design, all these kind of things that might be given and supported by the EU definitely will benefit the other countries and the companies which we are targeting in each and every country. And it should be more towards, not only on the government level, the exchange not only on the government level. Definitely it would be very important also to try to inject those technologies and ideas and awareness through the business community and through the business entities, like different entities of the EU are doing, and also like what the GIZ is doing. It's great. That's what we are looking for. I mean, even if the governments, the EU governments, cannot directly interfere in this, so they can have those entities to give the awareness, to give the technical assistance, to exchange information about the new laws, regulations, policies that would be adopted in the EU, and it should be like 3 to 5 years ahead, not 1 year.
If that's possible. Okay,
Yeah,
if that's possible.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Jehan, please.
I think some word I didn't hear today about the data or information, because anything, if you want to plan to achieve, you need to collect the sufficient data information, make like assessments, benchmarking, and have like indicators to know real what we need in Jordan for if you want to do some partnership and to focus on specific sectors, or to prioritize the actions for green, the transition to green economy. So we need to know the priorities of this country, and this need data. We know a lot of work to do the good and workable roadmap of actions, and also we need to know the models in south to south before going to north to south, because they have better closed conditions, maybe the same infrastructure, maybe with some differences, but we can learn from each other and to have more quick models, because we know, for example, Tunisia, they have good eco-labeling system, and we want to do that with the support of GIZ now in the green actions and enterprises. We can learn from them, and and they can also learn from some models in Jordan, in Egypt. So it will be good, and then we can do like next phase to do what is implemented, for example, in European countries. But we couldn't jump. We needed to have like step by step, recognizing our resources, our capabilities. Then we to do something that's solid, based on solid infrastructure, and to mainstream and scale up the achievements.
It's interesting that you're talking about the need for data. And there's a great question here as well, which is how to measure sustainability in supply chains. So we need to have an overview of resources and potential. We need the data beforehand, but how, Katerina, do we monitor the sustainability of supply chains and know we're on the right track?
I feel I'm getting the questions that always lead to other presentations, so I have about, 30 minutes to respond. No, it's a fascinating conversation. I keep thinking about a lot of things in my head, and allow me one comment before I answer, because this problem with data, and I think it also leads back to the question from the audience. Of course, we have new tools available now, artificial intelligence, large language models, etc., that can help us model more accurately and faster than before. But we do need to be aware of the data bias, because these models are based on data that is already available and documented. And if we look at the Mediterranean, then we look at parts of society and the economy that is not documented in the same way, and therefore not necessarily accessible to these AI models that should be put to good use. So keeping that in mind, going to the question, how we measure sustainability, and I agree, we need baselines, we need references, because it's fairly easy to take a supply chain, well, that in itself is not easy, but consider you take a supply chain and then say, okay, in 5 years' time, have you improved on certain criteria? Right. But the more interesting question is, have you improved enough? Have you done everything that's possible, right? So that is where we need the references. And I think that's something that we should discuss immediately with private sector players, and not only the large technology providers. We have fantastic technology companies in the Mediterranean that can help us identify those right data points, the measurement tools that we have, and combine those with modeling. So we need to build on this competence.
Thank you. And actually, there are some answers here. Elodie says, data are indeed critical. There is a great source of information made available for free by ITC. And Korta says, and I've just Google translated, decarbonization can help improve the supply chain and prioritize regional services. today and by 2026, there is the carbon tax imposed on suppliers and service providers who will have to carry out carbon traceability of products and services. So we can use also what's out there, and this has been a red thread throughout the day, there are a lot of treaties, agreements that countries have signed up to with their NDCs, etc., and so we can use that. Yeah, Katrina.
Just a quick addition coming from the last question. Also in terms of technology that's already available is tracing technology, right? From monitoring temperatures to monitoring geographical data, etc. These technologies are available, are not necessarily extremely costly, but are heavily underutilized.
Okay, thank you. Now I've got quite a lot of questions here in Slido, and I've got some other questions in my head, but I think it would be great for our last panel to just open the floor, first of all, to you now. Maybe you've not said anything yet in our forum. Maybe you'd like to just tell us who you are and what your comment or your question is. And if you keep it short, then we can hear a lot of people as well. So who'd like to take the floor and continue to our conversation? Yeah, please. And I can't see anyone. Here. Could you stand up and so we can definitely see you, please? Thank you. With a microphone, please. It's coming.
Thank you very much. Thank you all, to the panelists. And a very quick question. My name is Mohamed. I'm from the Union for the Mediterranean. I'm head of sector for regional integration. And my question is, or has to do with the reconfiguration of regional value chains in the aftermath of the twin disruptions of the COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine, and later on other disruptions that we are all aware of. People back then thought that there would be some sort of approximation of value chains, meaning near-shoring. Unfortunately, this is not happening the way we thought it would. And my question is, why do you think that is the case? Is it that the EU prefers reshoring or friend-shoring? Or are the southern and eastern neighborhood countries to blame for the lack of preparedness? You are not equipped or well-positioned to make the best out of this very important moment for the region. That was my question. Thank you very much.
Great question. Who wants to take it? Please, yeah.
Just a quick reply for my friend Mohammed. You're right, but I think, and don't quote me on this, I think the problem with the EU that the decision-making takes a long time in order to be taken. Definitely, we received a lot of delegations the last period, as an example, in Egypt, from Germany, from France, from Spain, from Italy, and they're all looking for investments and to start and establish manufacturing facilities in Egypt and green projects in Egypt. But maybe, as I mentioned, on the government level and on the EU level, it takes a bit of time in order to take the decision. And that, of course, comes down to the business community. They take a lot of time in order to take the decision to start or establish their investment. But definitely, for the EU and for the EU benefits, there is no escape from nearshoring. Thank you.
I fully second that from our experience at the German Chambers of Commerce abroad. I want to add 2 points. The first one, this nearshoring or relocalization of sites. Maybe it's going more slowly than we thought, but it's definitely still ongoing. And the other part is what we see with our membership base and our customers is that these companies don't necessarily take one location or one site and relocate it somewhere else. They diversify more than that. So instead of relying on centralized locations, maybe they shut one down and then open 3 smaller ones. So I think it may be less visible than what we predicted.
Thank you. Let's take another question, David, or a comment. Here at the front, 3rd row.
Should get 100 mics for...
Everyone should have a mic, exactly. We just have one big stage.
Thank you very much. First, congratulations to all the panelists. I wanted to raise the issue of a new challenge. We have talked a lot about emissions, efficiency. I took the point of Madame Haddad on material shifting. There are negotiations currently in the UN for a plastic treaty that would imply many potential regulations, including reduction on production, regulations on trade, regulations on the type of chemicals, on polymers used. As we know, plastics is everywhere, in almost all the value chains mentioned today. So I think we need to start thinking on material shifting. And I think there could be significant opportunities for all in the material shifting because they will be achieved from, again, fossil fuel-based polymers to what it's called now non-plastic substitute materials, meaning they are non-polymers. So that goes from obviously paper, glass, aluminum, to other natural materials, including natural fibers, seaweed materials, etc. So how the value chains, because sustainability is a very wide concept that includes environmental and obviously social. But now you have a particularly odd competition amongst environmental sustainability objectives. You have competition on emissions, you have competition on material substitution circularity, you have competitions on low resource use, low ecological impact, water use, so it's becoming a little bit complex equation. So on this one on materials, what will be the type of ideas, policies you're going to start thinking, because the treaty is in the last phase of negotiation. It may come end of this year, mid next year, if everything goes well.
Who'd like to take that? Please.
All right, you have to stop me when I take up too much time. Very interesting conversation, and maybe a timely one, though it's not a new one, because just in this space of plastics use, the challenge is if you want to focus more on alternative materials, then you kind of curb the research and development on circular solutions. So I think personally it's too early to say which solution would be better. Ideally, you could promote both or all of them, but as you rightly said, that puts a lot of strain on the criteria. I think, again, taking the private sector perspective, it is always very complicated to exclude certain sectors when we're not there yet. So if you look at the chemical industry in the Mediterranean right now, under huge pressure because of energy supply, etc., in their own production, while from the consumer perspective, the demand is still there. You know, we don't have 100 of mics because the resources that go into a mic are highly dependent on the polymers. And the same, let me not get started on water bottles, even though that's a particular material. But yeah, very challenging. And I think we're in a dangerous time of adopting a certain truth without having full visibility of the long-term impact. And by alienating certain parts of private sector or society, we're actually feeding into the radicalization that we're seeing already. So, sorry, there goes my optimism. Apologies for that, but maybe my fellow panelists can add more optimistic comments to this.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we shall focus on some tools like life cycle assessment. If you want to have two alternatives, you shall know the impact. It's not a simple question, and to switch from something to another, even in the material shift, without knowing exactly the impact, and to know your focus, it's a climate change or something else in the life cycle assessment. This is one. And the second thing is to exactly understand the concept of circularity. It is not recycling. The core of circularity is eco-design. So from the beginning, if you want to prolong the life of your product and services, you shall design it well. and also the contents of the materials that will be recyclable, or you also take care of services to maintain, to remanufacture. So this concept shall be more focused on it, because maybe some are aware the concept of eco-design, but when you of circularity, but most they thinking that it's recycling, which is not. The resource efficiency, the eco-design is the first strategies of circularity. We shall disseminate and this information and this concepts to all, so we can cooperate together to find solutions.
But if I understand Miriam correctly, business people who are interested in efficiency and return on investment, they understand that, right? Or is it not the case?
Okay. As one of the outcomes of SwitchMed, for example, in Jordan, now at the beginning of the establishment of cleaner production units, when I'm going to any stakeholder and talking about resource efficiency, I need like half an hour or something like that to make them understand the concept and the benefits and so on.
Okay.
Now, after this good dialogue with all stakeholders, at the public and private, we have common language about resource efficiency, for example, in Jordan. So, as an outcome, the same players now they have more projects after EU SwitchMed, now with the GAIN, the GIZ, and we have some implementation of this concept, because the same players in the technical and advisory committee, national advisory committee of SwitchMed, now they are in the steering and technical committee of GAIN, Green Actions Enterprises. So this concept now in their minds from the public and private. But actually, we need also to have behavior attitude or behavior change. We need campaigns of individuals, because I am as individual will be the worker of this company, and the education. And if I'm having good understanding of the concept with the behavior change campaigns or something like that, I will do the difference in the future.
And this is what you were saying as well, Yahya, that the need for the citizens to be empowered.
Because the customer, green products, they need the demand.
Right.
If you don't have the culture, I will not pay more, or even will not give a priority for this green products, because I'm not interested or I'm not aware. And there is a difference between knowing the things and believing it and transfer the knowledge to implementation, real implementation.
Do we have any examples in the room of a really good campaign where we have managed to reach citizens, where we've managed to change that mindset and make the action also different? Does anyone have a good example? Yeah, please, let us know. The microphone is coming.
Thank you. My example actually is coming from Sweden. I was there, yes, on one training regarding this topic. They show us actually that the government give the incentives to the companies, for example, for the consumer products, so that products that have actually incentives are cheaper than the usual. So healthier products actually was cheaper than the ordinary products. So the companies have actually incentives to produce more, and the consumers have opportunity to eat healthy, to buy healthy, to live healthy. But for example, in other countries, if you don't have incentives, then the raw materials that you need to buy to produce it is usually expensive. So your final product is actually expensive. So at the end, the consumer pay more than it should. So there is no demand in that case. So this is the example how the Sweden government solved this problem.
Is this an option for the region? Yeah. Things like this?
Government support, just.
Government support?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, it can be, yes, definitely. It can be implemented, maybe not across the border, but not all the products, but in some specific products and services. Yes, and there is another case in Spain. where they give incentives and subsidies for the e-vehicles. I think 3,000 now, 3,000 to 5,000 euros instead of going into a normal vehicle.
And that's really changing consumer behavior
Definitely.
as well. Yeah.
Definitely.
So this is the price. I mean, that's like the easy one. If it's cheaper, then I'll buy it. But what about Miriam? And presumably some of the people in the network, some of your co-entrepreneurs, they're not necessarily cheaper. How are they managing to convince consumers that it's worth paying more for sustainable products?
Well, I think for the textile.
The microphone on. Like this one.
Well, I think for the fashion, je pense que pour le mode de consommation mode.
Well, concerning the consumption mode in Morocco, the question is not posed in the same way, because we also have some cultural specificities that we have to highlight in those countries. For example, today in textile industry, what is the most problematic is the recycling of the post-consumption waste, whereas in your countries, this waste doesn't exist, this post-consumption waste. People keep on donating your clothes to your cousins, to your family, or to the poor people who are around us. So we don't throw away our clothes in the garbage can. So this is a cultural particularity. Well, I think that we also have the same practices in other countries, like in Egypt and Tunisia. For the time being, the consumption mode here in Morocco, we are not yet imagining some solutions for the post-consumption waste. Now, in the Moroccan textile sector or industry, we strive to find some solutions for the group waste, the cutting waste. But you have a curious case because most of the waste are made of polymers after cutting the clothes, because what we cut most are the polyester-made material that are hardly recyclable, polyester, or not at all recyclable polyester. So this is also a dilemma. We receive some material that is not ecological, and we are being asked to be more ecological or environment friendly. So while waiting for the consumption mode of the countries that keep on being our first customers do evolve, so the state of affairs is what it is today. Over to you.
Thank you very much. We're coming to a close, and just in one sentence each from the panelists, if we're talking about making sustainable supply chains happen across the region, making it not only more common, but really attractive to be part of a sustainable supply chain, what is the one key lever that you would suggest we invest in? When I say we, I'm talking about all the actors. Do you want to start, please? Yeah.
More awareness to the citizens, more support from the government.
What would be the one best support?
Awareness.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Yeah.
Regulations.
Or you've got to be a little bit more specific.
Maybe in the trade, if we have a specific requirement from the industry firm in Jordan, I need this percentage of recyclable material in your product, then I will accept it in my trade. This is requirement. Regulatory also to have some restrictions and incentives. So this regulatory framework would be very important, and also the public partnership. For example, you have now in Jordan Chamber of Industry, they have like networking for water efficiency, for energy efficiency, for solid waste management. For example, I saw some solutions in Arabic Sweet Company, depending the same solutions as one of the switchmed industries, because they learn from each other in this network. So this network is very important, and we have like platform, you know. In the closing roundtable of switchmed, one solution is like to have like open souk. You know, everyone, they have a potential, they can provide something or needs, they can exchange in this application. And now at Amman Chamber of Industry, they're working on a platform to enhance the resource efficiency. I'm working with the support of GIZ to enhance the resource efficiency and industrial symbiosis. Okay, this is an issue in our supply chain and mainly from the local players in the value chain.
Thank you. Miriam, what's the one lever you would move?
I agree with Jihad that regulation, que la législation est très.
I do agree to say that the regulations is very important, she says in English, in order to have some impact on the private sector, but also on the consumers, on the main industries. We saw what happened, for example, back in 2015, when we imposed a ban on the sale of plastic bags. It was an experience, a leading experience, this ban on plastic bags in Morocco. In the southern part of the Mediterranean, it has just been imposed that those plastic bags to never be marketed, and everybody found a solution. The households started using their baskets or their reusable bags. So I think that this kind of initiatives are very important. And also, raising awareness is very important, she says in English, but it is, well, it is an approach that is time-consuming and it requires lots of patience. Imposing urgent measures through legislation could indeed give more acceleration to some impacts that are urgent.
Started our discussion of today. What I'm hearing is, on the one hand, we need strong regulation. We need to push because everything else takes time. But you also need to take everybody with you. You need to involve the private sector. You need to have awareness amongst the whole of the consumer society. So what's your biggest lever?
The biggest lever I see is not the most important, but one where I see quick and good returns on investment is working with logistics service providers, because most supply chains involve, to some extent, logistics service providers who have already come a long way in making their services more sustainable, but there is still a lot to gain, because you can have the most sustainable product if your logistics part is not sustainable, then all the other work is basically going down the drain. So I think that would be the first focus area I would recommend, to work with a logistics service provider.
Very interesting. It goes back a little bit to what we were talking about before, I think. What are the enablers? Who are the enablers? And you're saying the logistic infrastructure. We were talking about the infrastructure before, as well as being this enabling. Basically, the whole of our discussions have said that sustainable supply chains, green transition, this is not next to the economy, it is the economy. And from what I've understood from what you're saying, what you're doing, you're making huge efforts to really have good examples that can be scaled up and exported to the rest of the world. So thank you so much to this wonderful panel here. And before we close the third panel, let me ask you the question I've been asking at the end of all of the panels. What should the UfM do to support the activities that you've heard here today on the panel, but also the activities that you have brought into the discussion? Can we show Slido, please? And your recommendations for how the UfM can support progress here. I know that Hamed is listening very carefully. So actually, I could still use the panel. They're still here. Whilst people are being active, what is, I mean, Yahya, you've known UfM for a long time. What is it you want to see more of, or something different? You're on. It's on. It's on.
I think they should continue on what they are doing aside of the US elections. I estimate that we will face a lot of changes in the coming periods regarding climate change, regarding fair trade and free trade. So if we didn't continue our efforts and we didn't continue what we are doing, I think we won't go anywhere. Aside of everything that you will see changing in the coming period, you should continue all the efforts, all the exchange of experience, all the support, all the workshops, the business forums that you are doing, because it will benefit everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I think a lot of what you've just said has come up here as well, raising awareness, but also creating spaces for exchange, keeping up the momentum. But there's more coming here as well, taking hand for the SMEs. Great. Thank you. Keep that coming in. We need that, right, Hamed? And now you get another round of applause. Thank you so much. And you can take your seats. That brings us to the final part. Oh, stop before you go. No, 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 we need a photo. Sorry. Our last panel. Oh, you're not joining? No, 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 no. You're the panel. Thank you. Okay, now we come to the final part of our day together. And let's start by getting to know someone who's been in the background of our meeting. She is based in Barcelona. And Blanche Ellis, are you with us? Can we see you? Can you hear us? She should be with us on Zoom. She's been following all of the conversations that you've been having through the day, and she's been not using her mouth to speak, but her hand. So, Blanche, hi, what have you been doing? Well, we can't hear you. Hold on a minute. Can we get some sound? She's allowed to speak now. No, we can't hear you. Can anyone lip read? We'll get the sound, I'm sure, in a minute. It's so interesting speaking to people who think with their hands, think in pictures. Because it's now we hear you, Blanche. We can't. You're not moving anymore, but we can hear you. That's important.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what happened there, but thank you for having me here today to listen. My role has been today to sit and listen to you all and reflect what you're talking about with visuals, connecting ideas and putting them into a place where hopefully they can be shared, reflected on and remembered. And it's been really interesting to listen today. I've been really impacted by the amount of collaboration in the room and the interaction from, it seems like, everybody present. And it's been a really rich conversation on topics that are so vital. As Natasha said, I'm in Spain, not far from Valencia, so I'm very aware of this right now, and it's everywhere. So thank you all for working on this, and I hope that the visual reflections will reflect what it is that you have been expressing and working on together. Thank you.
Thank you. And obviously, we'd all like to have a look. So, to introduce us to the visual recordings, to the pictures of what we've all been talking about, and to give their own take on what they're taking out of today's meeting, we have Alicia Figuera. She's the GIZ advisor who is at the heart of the UfM Hub for Jobs, Trade and Investment, and Saeed Kaji from the UfM Secretariat. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you, Blanche. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us the whole day. It is nice to be here on this part of the event because normally I am running around. So, yeah, I know that, you have been joining us the whole day, so we are going to keep it short. Saeed Kaji, my colleague from the UfM, and myself, we are going to do the wrap-up. We are going to, we have been collecting some highlights and key takeaways from the forum. If we miss something, for sure we are going to do that. The UfM Secretariat is going to to work on an outcome document, you know, summarizing all the highlights here, and the UfM Secretariat is going to share this document with you. So, sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I mean, already Natasha did that. I am in a regional project from the GIZ, and we collaborate with the UfM Secretariat already for, I think, more than 5 years. We are collaborating with the Secretariat in the areas of trade, investment, and employment, and, you know, collaborating, supporting the UfM, doing this kind of formats, trainings, and so on. Yes, so we are going to start, you know, with Said, with the first part of this forum. As I said, we are going to try to keep it short because it has been a long day. So, Said, what can you share with us?
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, everyone. We're about to take a look at the drawings Elise Blanche did for us. It's called live scribbling, by the way. So maybe you've seen it in other events. Sometimes the artist is filmed from up above and you see them live scribble. But this time, I mean, she's been sending them out to us after each panel. And I think there's no better representation, no better synthesis of what's been said than a visual one. At least for my type of memory, it's the one that works the best. So if we can share, please, the first drawing. But before this, something...
Here we are.
Oh, here we go. That's not the first one. If we can go back, please.
We need to go back 1 or 2? Just 1?
I think all the way. Because
all the way to the start.
Yes.
Will everyone here in the room have access to these drawings and can use them?
Yes, of course. Yes, yes.
The Secretariat is going also to share the drawing.
They will be shared with everyone.
Yeah.
So there's an outcome document that's already in the making, but this will form part also of the synthesis of the event.
But we need to go back 1 more.
One more, please, yes. But before this, just a little word about this forum. The Union for the Mediterranean represents 43 countries from the Euro-Mediterranean region. And today I'm very happy to have a representation from across the region, from Turkey, from the Western Balkans, from North Africa, from the Middle East, and of course from Europe. This is how you make, I think, a true Euro-Mediterranean forum, having true representation. And also one thing that's very important, that's very dear to us, to have youth, to have intergenerational representation. But thank you very much to all the students that made it here today and their teachers. Thank you for putting me in touch with them. You're going to be at the forefront of everything we've discussed today. So it's only fair that you're informed about all of this, that you're able to meet with the decision makers of today, because you're going to be the decision makers of tomorrow. So thank you very much for your engagement. We want to keep in touch with you. Thank you very much, especially to Younes, who has been very involved and who's a very brilliant Moroccan leader. Thank you, Younes, and thank you to all the students that are here. Yes, please. As Alicia said, we're going to keep it very short. There will be an outcome document prepared by our colleague Mohamed Razez, our head of sector in charge of regional integration. It will be exhaustive. It will have links to the photos, links to these drawings, actually, links to the recording. It will be exhaustive, but we're going to try to keep it very light for tonight, because I know it's been a very long day, so thank you for bearing with us. I remember a few things that were interesting, so I'm just going to look at the people from the first panel, because that's what I'm going to be talking about, and I'm going to try to remember the catchphrases, the most impacting things that they said. So starting with Mrs. Mazur, which I see in front of me, 2 things. First of all, an interesting formula that you used, public-private partnerships, something we've discussed a lot today, that would be pro-people. So that's 5 Ps in total, public-private partnerships that are pro-people. This is something that we forget about. Even in a forum like this one, we try to bring the public and the private sector together, and maybe we forget about the people. So this is something very interesting. And also something that Sonia showed, and I mean, we're in Morocco, it's the host country of this event, so we're really happy to have representation from the Moroccan private sector. Thank you to Maryam Rashdi as well. Morocco has been involved, has started this green transition in 1982, as you reminded us. And I think that's really good, because A preoccupation that came out a lot on Slido and when I was talking to the participants is that we don't want a relationship in which one side imposes rules on the other side. We want win-win partnerships, we want multilateral cooperation, and to showcase the example of a country of the so-called South that has initiated this transition in the 1980s when we were just starting here in Morocco to have access to finance, I think is incredible. I think it's a testament to all the southern countries, the eastern countries, the non-EU countries that are members of our organization. We can lead the way and we can show the way. And something else that's going to bring me to the next panelist that was really interesting, Shadal Sharif, is the fact that Morocco has imposed rules on the proportion of women in administration councils. This is something that comes maybe under coercion at the beginning, but then it proves really useful. And it's not just because, it's not just for the sake of representation, it's also to have, because these people, the women, we noticed, and Shadal Sharif gave the example of this family-led business in the north of Jordan, and just because of the implication of women, the mere implication of women, of people who are at the periphery of our societies that we need to include in this transition, they green our businesses. And thank you, Shada, for talking about all these people that are at the periphery of our societies that we need to include. So that's rural people that we forget about a lot. That's women, of course, youth, and thank you, of course, for mentioning the refugees. We know it's a third of the population of your country, and thank you very much for this. So these were two really interesting takeaways, I think, from the first panel. It doesn't stop here. Of course, another preoccupation was how do we show people that this is an opportunity instead of a challenge, that this is a chance for us instead of mere coercion. And we had I'm sorry, I forgot the name of the person. Yes, sorry, Kelsey Goodman, I'm sorry, from the World Economic Forum. I really like the image you used, sorry, hello, I couldn't see you. About the Nokia moment. I think this is something that speaks to all of us. I don't know if you caught that, everyone. I don't know if everyone was present this morning. When everyone was starting to make smartphones in South Korea, in the US, Nokia said, now we're going to keep doing our regular old phones. And today, who remembers Nokia, I mean, for something else than the snake game on their phone? So it's time really to use this opportunity to really use it to its full extent. It is an opportunity. I mean, it's going to come under constraints sometimes, but it's going to be an opportunity in the long run. So thank you for that image, Kelsey. Thank you, of course, for all the information that will be included in the outcome document, but I really like this catchphrase. So can we take a look at this for a second? Is there something that raises your attention from this? Social inclusivity here. Women, youth, refugees, vulnerable host communities. This is what Shada was talking about. Morocco as a regional leader of green hydrogen, but Mr. Carlos Conde, I don't know if he's still here. He's not. But he reminded us that green hydrogen uses a lot of water. So we always have to be very careful, and we have to define the terms that we use in those events. We keep saying green, we keep saying inclusive, we have to define those terms. We have to know where we're going. And this is, I think I'm going to keep it here. Just maybe one thing, we're looking forward to next year's edition, to an even greater trade and investment forum with even greater representativity. Thank you everyone who made it here today, and I'll pass to my colleague Alicia for the rest of the synthesis.
Thank you, Said. Very well done. Thank you. Maybe we can move to the next drawing, just because, I mean, actually we have been talking about the green transition along the whole event, and that's the idea because, I mean, the EU Green Deal is actually, or means, or the aim of the EU Green Deal is to make green transition real, you know, and inclusive for all. So on panel 2, we were talking about investments and how to promote and facilitate investments. And actually, I think that we can agree on that. I mean, in order to promote and facilitate investment, this is a collaboration between all sectors, you know, public and private sector, financial institutions, international development institutions, and all, you know, the stakeholders that are part of of investments and sustainable trade and so on. We said that green investments for economic growth and job creation need effective regulatory frameworks. And also, these frameworks will not just facilitate investment, but also can enable green jobs, green skills, because with all this cooperation between the public and private sector, academia, we can, achieve to have green professionals, that can work and in the new green investments. So we talk also that regional integration, can enable also this kind of cooperation. And please let me remind you that the UfM, the role of the UfM Secretariat is actually for that. It is a platform where all stakeholders like this platform here can meet and talk about this, all the challenges that we face in getting sustainable. So another topic important that actually Said already mentioned that is that we don't have to forget, vulnerable groups or minority groups, and that's why it is important that access to finance can be, be facilitated to women, to young people in rural areas. And let me also mention that the UfM Secretariat has launched a call for proposals, for example, for women cooperatives, women entrepreneurships in the Southern Mediterranean, so that they can have more access to new markets through digital commerce, for example. And what we are waiting also, the UfM is waiting actually for new ideas, through this call. So women and young entrepreneurs can come with ideas in order to have green projects, for new products, to access international markets, European markets. I remember that the panelists in panel 2 were talking about that it is difficult to find a common language between private sector, financial institutions, and governments. And I think that the UfM Secretariat can have also a role, facilitating this collaboration and dialogue between the different institutions. Also the colleagues from the European Commission shared with us that there are different frameworks and mechanisms for bilateral agreements, the CIFAs, that will facilitate also sustainable investments. And for sure, I can imagine that the idea is to continue with these agreements, in order to have more investment flows in the UfM region. And we were talking also, I remember in panel 2, about the sectors. On which sectors should we focus on? And actually, we summarized it that actually we have to focus on all the sectors because they all are relevant, in order to get green. We need green transport, we need green infrastructure, we need green education, green skills. So let's focus on all the sectors that need to be supported in order to get green. So maybe we can pass to, or we can go to the third panel. As I said, we discuss a lot of things. Don't worry, the outcome document will have more details on this.
Next slide.
Next slide, please. Yeah, and the final panel, sustainable supply chains. We can also all agree that, when we talk about sustainable supply chains, we are, or the private sector especially, is very, can be a little bit, have a little bit fear because it could represent constraints for trade. But we have to think about that if we want to continue living in this planet and if we want to continue, or that our children can have a future in the world, we have to go green. And we discussed also that supply chains regulation, sustainable supply chains regulation can bring also opportunities for all of us, for the private sector, for governments, because going green can, for example, create new jobs, going green, as I said, will also modify the education systems and so on. So we also say that partnerships are important, for supply chains. As I said, again, the collaboration between the private sector and the government is important to achieve this. And also the UfM Secretariat Secretariat right now is working a lot on this, providing also technical trainings, you know, to the private sector and public sector, raising awareness what the supply chains regulations are about, the CBAM, the deforestation law, the CES, DDD, and the Secretariat is also working on sustainable investment, providing trainings on green taxonomy, ESG disclosure reports, and so on. All these topics could sometimes sound like a little bit weird, but actually, if you go deeper into these topics, are very interesting topics that are needed for all of us to have more knowledge on them. And talking about green taxonomies, for example, they are a basis, you know, for example, they could be a basis to measure which activities are sustainable, to know if companies are, you know, filling all their requirements in order to go green and to be sustainable. So I think that it is a clear plan that all here, the stakeholders present, we have to continue working on awareness raising workshops, technical trainings, and for sure keeping doing this kind of dialogues platform in order to identify the gaps and the ways that we can collaborate together. So I'm going to keep it here. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much, Natasha, for your wonderful moderation. Yeah.
Thank you, pleasure.
Yeah, and thank you very much to all the panelists, you know, that really collaborate, contribute to these wonderful discussions. And I think that Natasha has also a last question, very important. And yeah, I hope to see you soon again. Thank you, Natasha.
Absolutely, I do. What a wonderful summary, both visually and with your voices. So the last question is up on Slido. Can we show Slido, please? Which is referring to next year, next edition of the Trade and Investment Forum of the UfM. What topics should be on the agenda? Now go in and think about what's the top topic that you think we should be focusing on, right? What is it that, and we've just had an important election yesterday. Maybe there's something that triggers an idea in your mind about that, but there are obviously a lot of other things going on in this region and throughout the world. We've got AI and blockchain, regional economic integration services, blue economy, AI again, lots of AI or IA, data, green trade and marketing, talking about acceptance, interesting. The future of multilateralism. We will know more next year. Gender, innovation, protectionism is there, traceability, AI, VET and employment, open finance, industrial integration, real integration, trade in services, certifications, avoiding a tech Cold War. This is a really exciting agenda we have. We will be meeting for 3 months, okay? But it's nice. Where is the next meeting? Make it as nice as Rabat. Okay, keep that coming in, ladies and gentlemen. That's absolutely fantastic. And I'm going to give the last word, I think, to Bassam. Where's Bassam? Bassam. I love it. He says, Bassam says, it's the chicken-egg dilemma when we're talking about who should be doing what. I think it's a movement that takes attraction from governments to people, from people to governments. Lovely way of summarizing it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Keep up your good work.